Hello everyone, greetings, I hope you're all well. Salam. Right, let us get to it. Go from a cute screen to an empty screen. Rest assured, we will fill the screen up with something very soon. Maybe this. Let's see. Turn off this. Game capture. Can we just capture this? Will that work? It does work. Okay, sick. Very cool. I'm just gonna make a new thingy first. Change some settings. Styles. you give me this in English, please? I don't want to use this in Danish. I can't find the thing. Oh well. Alright, and display this again. There you go. We'll be watching this, and oh right, I also need to. We want to watch some himbo on the side. Just let me set it up real quick so it looks nice and decent. There we go. And there you go. Nice.
Identical, and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see.
I hope you can hear this fine. We'll just put this over here.
Sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name.
This we also need to transform to
clearly
screen.
Not a victim, because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not
Actually,
a victim.
let's put this
so it's a
here.
Strange what they seem to have done here.
See the entire chat.
So we have this
Klein Bottle 4D. Hello. Please tell me you recognize me.
Right?
From the name, not quite. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Please give me just one more detail about you that would help me recognize you.
Steve Bannon, even in certain instances, might have even Noam Chomsky as well.
Salam akhi, walaikum assalam ukti. How are you doing, Couch Potato?
Similar to that.
I hope you're doing well as well. Climb for my sauce with an R ends with an A.
Along those lines, it was pretty fucking devastating to see and read that.
Starts with an R and ends with an A.
Is another one.
Are you someone I know IRL?
Jeffrey Epstein was surrounded by people who are fairly aware of his
L streamer geek third.
And
not IRL.
On board with it and took it to
not
lengths that you wouldn't believe. They
can you give me another hint?
They normalized, justified, and defended it. And
tired today, but doing my best. Alhamdulillah, how are you? I'm good, thank you.
Monstrous group of
I know where you live. Don't. For those who don't know, that's
Jeffrey Epstein said
well,
something. He says,
I'm also from Bangladesh. Oh wait, no, I think
is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a
also from Bangladesh.
File, we see Steve Bannon,
I almost certainly know who you are. But you saying that your name starts with an R doesn't help me. Remember, that's my gatekeeping the answer. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't say, but I can just tell them if you want me to. Brownie Sky.
And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name
it's Raina. Hello, Raina. How are you doing?
Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is. And then
you see, you don't understand. He's a victim.
Glad to see you here.
That's what it is. How are they so incompetent, bro? They literally did not redact some of the.
Okay, you can tell them where I live. Well, well, I don't want to tell them where you live because then I'd be sort of telling them where I live. So let's not do that. I'm good. How you been? I'm all right, thank you. Began streaming semi-recently, as you can tell. I'm currently doing some salvaging operations for my little brother. Watching himbo here on the side, and I want to make some emotes.
It don't make no sense.
So we'll make some emotes. How do I make this smaller? Okay, these. What are the emotes? Not emote settings. The settings for the thingy. For the brush.
Why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on. Is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy.
Gotta get 99 sailing.
Like victims' names got stuck in this. Girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure are they supposed to be redacted?
Drop some salvage.
Over here. They're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Twitter, also known as.
There you go. You found the whole 2 emotes that we have so far.
He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, And then it's just a
I
bunch
feel
of
like I should just
redacted stuff with a few
get some better
untitled
emotes of
JPEGs
paying
in there.
for.
And so, you know,
I am
you're
going to
thinking
get some
yourself,
better
what
emotes.
is
I'm
this?
working on it.
Is he sending some illicit
I was going
media?
to
What is this? Well, then we have
commission some,
this
but
page where
I
it
don't have a
wasn't
lot
redacted.
of money. Sorry.
That little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. But it's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now,
Gonna commission some
does that
better
contain
emotes, but I don't really have a lot of money.
Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because
So
of
I'm
the
gonna
way
hold
the
off on
government
that
did this.
till I have some
Underneath, it
money.
says, "The Ukraine is now my
Until
favorite
then, I
country,"
want to
smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line Anastasia. I don't know what to make
try
of
and
it. I'm
like
just saying,
just make
the
some.
redactions, like the
Are
way
you
they
okay,
did
lol?
this is not
Yes, I'm
good,
fine. I just
but
have
now
some
it's
coughing
We've brought this up
that's been
already,
dissipating
but
ever since
it
being
is
in
truly
Bangladesh.
remarkable that, like,
It'll be a little while before it's
at least
completely gone.
in European countries, the people
I
that
think it's
are
due to all the
involved with
dust that was
Jeffrey
there.
Epstein in any capacity are actually unironically getting punished right now.
It
Maybe
was
not the
insanely
people up to,
dusty
but
in
at
the
least, like,
cold season.
politicians are. And you know for a fucking fact that not a single American politician can be touched.
Oh damn, you went? Yeah, I went there for like 3 weeks. I came back like a week ago. What's it like there right now? It's really nice. It's always dusty. Yeah. It is. I mean, it's less dusty in the rain season, I'd say. Like it's a lot less dusty in the rain season.
Has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally
One of my screens just died, and it came back.
Was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like a old school
Alright, there we go.
2016.
I've done enough sailing for my little brother.
Respect.
Can't believe we're watching
Yeah,
HASAN.
that'll do it. Totally.
Hey,
That'll
HASAN is
fucking do
good.
it.
He has good
Bust out the
takes.
ukulele,
I have a
baby.
good stream. I'll
Fuck it.
physically behind you for the
You know what I'm
entirety
saying?
of it.
Do you think
Yeah,
that's what you
Dude, if
I'm
Jeffrey
I'm playing on my
Epstein
little
didn't
brother's like
fucking die,
I use my
when
little
he
brother's
did,
PC.
and if
So
he just
like
held out
I'm in
for
his
a little
room
bit
and he's like
longer, he could have become a
behind
legend
me,
in the right.
literally.
I mean, post-mortem, there's this
I'd rather you
legendary
Gobnik.
status that he is arriving at
I mean that's
for
fair.
some weird fucking reason amongst the
HASAN doesn't have
pedophile
to be for
neo-Nazi
everyone.
right now.
I myself think
But
that
if he was
he's
alive right now and
he's
he
a
was
very
like,
good
I hate
influence
woke, I hate the wokes, I'm Mr. Anti-woke,
on our
he
very
100%
in our very messed
would
up
have
world.
his image rehabilitated, and people would talk about how fucking based he is. People would be talking about how awesome he is, and how it's dope to do sex crimes to
This is
children.
centrist for you.
Okay, Jeffrey Epstein's
I think
biggest
it's
failure
very
was
bold to say
that he
HASAN is
died
centrist.
before.
I don't think
he could have just
like
done
saying
the
that
right thing
HASAN is
to-
centrist, like then you don't have the correct understanding of what
Straight up.
centrist means.
I mean, look at Andrew Tate. Andrew
I
Tate
would
is
say
like small fry Jeffrey Epstein.
he has very bold positions. Like he has like one of the most bold positions of anyone at his size, like with his level of clout on power sign. He's like actual censor compared to what people think it is. I mean, I would not say so. Right, what? How do you want to make this emote? I want to redo the
But better than trying to do anything I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize
like
the monster.
hot
Anything
emote.
written carries little weight. To which Steve Bannon replies, "Yes."
So let's
Jeffrey
do.
Epstein should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about like, how do we do this? Humor, apology. How did I get rich? Question mark topics. Their brain story. How do we trick the public into seeing me as?
He would definitely go on Rogan. Brother, Jeffrey Epstein has spiritually gone on Rogan because
Spiritually
piece
gone on
by
Rogan.
piece,
Good grief.
the amount of people his dick has been inside of that have gone
Not
on Joe
wrong.
Rogan is basically
Can you draw a
made it so
sun?
that Jeffrey
I
Epstein
can try and draw a
has been
sun.
on Joe Rogan himself. Okay, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk, so many other billionaires and you know adjacent characters.
There you go,
And
a
fucking
sun.
Mark Zuckerberg he even had a shorter relationship.
I can
with
also
Mark
draw the
Zuckerberg,
sun
but he was
like this.
apparently around Mark Zuckerberg as well.
It's a little bit too
Considering
much.
that, I mean, dude, I feel like the Joe Rogan experience is basically a network where Joe goes and finds Elon.
Thank you.
Not
You're
Elon,
welcome.
Sorry, Joe goes and finds Epstein's besties
So,
to bring onto the show. Yeah,
I
Lawrence
think this one
Krauss,
has layers,
Steven
isn't it?
Pinker,
Yes, it
Elon
does.
Musk,
Okay.
Peter Attia, Peter
Okay, layer
Thiel,
1.
Donald Trump. This doesn't even scratch the fucking surface. Virtually every single person.
And we'll zoom out a little bit. Yeah.
more than a monster. Now, funny enough, right before
Because
this,
this is the
Jeffrey
size
Epstein
of
asks about a
This is around what it
of
will
Woody,
look like, I
and then
think.
he says, "Or too many pedos in one place." And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along, though, anyways, and he films this documentary. Now, what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary, and he starts saying,
Yeah, there's Steve Bannon recording that, by the way, is entirely for media. Like, it was to try and teach Jeffrey Epstein how to, like, to media better, like, how to appear to not, to appear to be less of a pedophile. It's insane.
Jeffrey Epstein
Right.
was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a...
Yeah, this was the express purpose of Steve Bannon's quote-unquote deposition, which he changed after the fact, post-mortem. Was
okay, maybe we need
was
to do this
gear
with
him up and do PR for Jeffrey Epstein
size.
when they knew that the international sex trafficker stuff was coming back to light.
Few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. Can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the
that's
Epstein
one
thing. They have to kind of
layer.
think about
We'll
more
keep
than
that as the.
And if you see the
keep that
YouTube
there.
clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction.
Next up,
You
we
see,
want to
even
do.
for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda,
We want some
of
hands
them
holding
still
it.
fall for it. They post things like,
I
you
want the
know,
body first, I think. Or some background.
Yes. Yes. Talking about the Rockefellers over and over again. I listened to the interview. I listened to big parts of the interview today, this morning. And people are picking apart bits and pieces of it, but it is...
Let's
You know how I say
do
money has never been more
the
fake than
face
it
of
is at
body
this
here.
point in time?
Background real quick.
Humans have never been more cattle than at this point in time, okay? I swear to God, a fucking medieval peasant is less cattle than
Yeah,
the
he's not wrong
average
on this
American
sake.
person.
It is insane how easily misled people are
We
on
are
Jeffrey
maxed out
Epstein.
on being
It is
cattle.
very, very insane and
This
very,
guy's
very sad.
confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell.
Jeffrey Epstein, and I say this sincerely, is not the smartest guy in any room, okay? There are points in this interview where he is so up his own fucking asshole that he says, unironically, yeah, you know what? Plato and Socrates never actually wrote. Writing is actually bad. It's bad for your brain. It causes
That's
you to narrow
incredible.
your focus.
It,
He
yeah.
said that because he's fucking illiterate and he's coping. In some of the rooms he was in, the other pedophile elite, maybe? No.
Alright, let's do this.
He's an exceptionally dumb person.
The world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the
What?
numbers, it would multiply.
That's not what he's trying to say. I think he's trying to say that like you can't really calculate reputation, and he had reputation and he was of good stock.
That is
two square roots, and that was the first.
still
thing.
insane.
The calculator was already advanced. On Wall
Wait,
Street.
I also need
The
to do my
most
Duolingo today.
important part of business we're really now going
Okay,
to
this looks a little bit too
information.
messed up.
Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein.
You've never heard his voice? Jeffrey Epstein's? Yeah, I'm not sure if I've heard his voice till just now. It is, it's weird
Okay, maybe
to hear the voice of not
pretty sure
just a
he's been
dead man,
written off
but
in the calculator to talk about his
I mean someone who's
reputation.
like a world infamous
beyond the
sex
calculations
trafficker,
that he was,
nonce
able to do because
for
he
the
knew how to
global
use the
elite.
fucking Texas Instrument at the time when apparently
For and
nobody
against the
knew.
global elite.
He talks about his reputation.
Especially for fucking
and he
Israel.
talks about
I
how he's
expected it to be
he comes
deeper.
from good
Yeah, he
stock.
does look like he would have a
That's the
deeper
reason
voice,
why
but
they hired him on the board. It's bullshit. All of it is bullshit.
it's weird how that
Man on
works.
Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire.
Okay, maybe not a
was
mouth.
caught
Well, not
emailing
a mouth.
Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you are in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means, but anyway.
God damn. I mean, that's expected, but it's so funny that it's like. God damn, dude.
He says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving
Okay, we'll keep this
PR
layer
advice.
as the eye layer.
How do you get your reputation back? Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of,
Okay, I'm gonna do my Duolingo real quick.
who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein
Increase the size
since
of this for a moment.
2005.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that
Yeah,
guy was there,
sure.
I wasn't going.
Le chat est
His
descendu
fees,
des labres.
Although also calling him the greatest
Alice est
blackmailer
entrée dans la
ever.
salle de bain.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well,
Les
also,
araignées sont
according to the
descendues du
Times,
plafond.
Lutnick said he spent zero time with
Je
him,
suis monté à
even though
l'étage.
there are emails basically to
Ils
the
sont entrés
contrary.
par la
Epstein has said,
par la
"Nice
porte.
seeing you," after the conviction.
La femme
I
de
mean,
ménage
these
est revenue ce
people, not only
matin.
are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been
Elle est
caught lying.
retournée chez
But
elle.
now let's talk about Prince Andrew too,
Why are you
who
speaking
was
French?
caught
I want to
lying
learn
over
French.
a woman
Il
at some
chante
kind of a
sous
party.
la
I mean,
pluie.
just not a good. This is just not.
L'homme
This
de
is not
ménage est
doing
venu
you any
hier.
favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably
Ils sont
have a
rentrés
comeback
chez eux.
tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve
Are you
Bannon will
possessed?
jump in, shoot another
Maybe a little bit.
5-hour podcast trying to
I'm possessed in
rehabilitate
my
him.
quest for
Prince
knowledge.
Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
You're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has
And
he
a very
admitted it?
annoying amount of
Has he
coughing.
denied-
Okay, I'm gonna admit something.
L'hôtel
In
est
the
là.
room
Le
where
de
Jeffrey
Paris.
Epstein and Prince Andrew are together, that's the
Berlin
one room
est
where
une
Jeffrey Epstein
capitale.
is the smartest guy in the room. I take it back.
That's
We
funny.
found a room.
Le bureau
If there's
des
one
postes est
guy
à 2 km
who's
d'ici.
just as pedophilic, but even fucking
L'hôtel
dumber
est au bout de la rue.
than Jeffrey Epstein, it's Prince Andrew.
Prince Andrew is incredibly stupid.
everything.
As
We should
everything is
also
shown.
talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book
And of course,
Manufacturing
incredibly
Consent,
horrible.
which in
Il y a
hindsight,
combien
maybe
d'arrondissements à Paris?
we should have suspected something, but either way, he also
No.
Tu dois traverser la rue.
No.
La
Look,
place de la République est au nord de la Seine.
I need everyone
Il y a
to
une office de
fucking
tourisme près de l'hôtel.
take a deep breath here. Okay? Because I've been seeing some people that I have a lot of respect for say
La
crazy
Seine
stuff
traverse
on the
la
timeline.
France.
I'm not going to name names. But I've seen
Ce accent
people say
est
crazy
sur
shit
la
all the
rue
time.
Marie
First of
Curie.
all, there's the Parenti-Chomsky rivalry, right? The MLs who hate Chomsky, who are like, I told you so, you know, pure vindication. You
Le
guys
sœurs
are
de mon
ridiculous.
père sont
Okay, calm
métantes.
down. Then
Mes
there's
ongles vont
also
venir chez nous pour les vacances.
then there's also the
Ils
other
se
side of the
souviennent
story
de
where
leur
people are
première
kind of
voiture.
defending
Mon père a toujours
old
été
Noam.
idée folle.
Okay,
Nous nous
saying like
souvenons de
I
ce bon
forgive him,
moment en
things
famille.
like that.
Ce
Which
bichot vient de
is
Chine.
even wilder because no, this is like unforgivable.
Saying you forgive Noam is
Having
insane.
said
That's
that,
stupid.
having
Nous
said
revenons
that,
toujours ici pour les vacances. You
I
can
think his work
be
still
like,
stands on its own.
yeah, like Hasan, like
And
his
it's
works
a
are still great
totally separate,
and all that.
totally separate construct from
But you
who
can't
he
be
is
like,
as a
I
person or
forgive
who
him
he
for being an
became
omega
as a
nonce.
person
That you
later
cannot
on in his
forgive.
life, or who he
Il
might
va
have been
devenir
all
médecin.
along. Okay.
Vous devenez fou quand vous
And
regardez
I
un
say
match
this
de
as someone
football.
who obviously has criticism of Noam Chomsky, but
Il va
someone
revenir
who
tout de suite.
also has a lot of respect for his work as well. Okay.
There we go. That's French for today.
Noam is your Kanye? No.
No, Mr. Kanye.
There's no. I will never.
He's
under
definitely
no
not.
circumstance will I ever fucking defend this shit. Are you insane? Like guys, one of the worst aspects of this, aside from the fact that he had a deep embedded relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, was that he also had a deep relationship with Steve Bannon, seemingly, which was fucking insane.
That is
and
insane.
Not only that, but when people asked him, back when he was capable of responding to every fucking email that he got, he defended it. Okay? It's irredeemable through and fucking through. I'm just saying it doesn't touch like some of his earlier work. It doesn't, like, if you're making a post hoc justification for why it sucks, then you're wrong. If you have an issue with the way you interpret like manufacturing consent or, profit over people, all these other books that he's written, and that's, that's one thing. But if you're saying like, oh, well, he's a pedophile, so all of his previous work is like completely irrelevant, well, then no, you're wrong on that. Not defending Chomsky, but did you know that Epstein was a pedophile creep? You are literally looking at correspondence between Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky right now, where Noam Chomsky is offering lines of defense to Jeffrey Epstein about the pedophilia. Yes, he knew.
That is so insane.
Okay, yes, he knew. He knew. He fucking knew. Come on. This is in the year 2019 of our holy Lord, okay? February 23rd, 2019. This is when like the relitigation was taking place. Come on. Yes, he has internet. He absolutely has internet. He used to respond to every fucking email ever sent to him. He has the most amount of internet.
Some reputational advice from his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I the horrible way you've been treated.
I'm pretty sure Hasan's mods once sent an email to him, something about like, when is Hasan gonna pay his mods? So dumb. It's very funny.
In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. No. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards.
How does this look
left,
like?
Right,
How does this look?
Center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in the precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out it. Because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's
this
40th birthday,
emote does not look
where
great,
the password to
but I
the
will save it.
secret party was pretty right. And then in all Boris, the
Oops.
sender of this email, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. And now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein. And he's talking to them
Just a moment.
about being
Let's just save it in a
connected
folder.
with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, you know, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds.
Okay.
Says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted.
Is someone
Jeffrey goes
available
crazy.
to
Someone
play
who's
some
girls/friends. So better be very nice.
Helldivers
Kimball
2?
Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now, again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails. Then all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now, we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jin's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jin's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jin's response because she says, Sue, these would
No
be
one is
dates
here
in
to play
November.
Helldivers
And
2.
it starts
That's
saying,
unfortunate.
you know, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jin, London. Kimball, Jin, London to Morocco, question mark. Then she has a break, and then it's
We could
Jin,
just
Kimball,
play
to
some
March.
Medieval 2.
Assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of
We
November.
could play something
Now,
else. I need to think
can't
about
figure
what
out why is
I
she
feel
running
what would be
this
fun to do
schedule
right now.
about she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. You know, there could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being introed to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no...
If you've been in here, for years, you've already heard me talk about Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother. Every time Elon Musk talked about Jeffrey Epstein, I said, hey, fun fact, or maybe not a fun fact, but Kimball Musk is deeply connected to Jeffrey Epstein because he was dating one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims.
Yep.
And, you know, the truth will eventually prevail. Well, now we have more evidence for it. There you go. God knows why Elon was running his fucking mouth when he was this connected, though. I didn't know he was this directly connected.
Oh. What?
What? No evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations. We're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files. Several of the world's richest men in
Let's
the
go,
file.
go
And
for
we
some
just
Kingdom
can't
Come
drum up
Deliverance too.
any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me.
Been a
I
little while
also
since
wanna
we last
talk
played
about
that.
another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro. He's a longevity
Whenever I hear
expert.
Peter Attia, I think of
Actually,
Peter
funny
Thiel,
enough,
the owner
I
of
read his book,
Palantir,
and
and
that's gonna come into play here
well,
in a second because oh boy, did I get some
if you don't know
like,
about him,
chill
I'd say
content.
look him
Well,
up.
let's
It's
start here
there's a lot of
with something that
information
Peter
there that
Attia sent Jeffrey
I wish
Epstein.
was not
He says subject got a
real.
fresh shipment, and then Epstein responds, "Me too," and there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Or is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know. Although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this.
What is this place?
Peter
This
says,
place looks
"Please
nice.
Tell me you found that picture online." Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment. Afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why
Kingdom
can't
Come
you tell a
Deliverance 2,
soul?
there we go.
Why don't you tell us now?
Will
Not
it show the
tell
game
them. Why don't
properly?
you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads. And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images, and Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can
right,
see the gym
let's
in
do
the middle,
this.
just me and four.
There we go.
And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life
So,
than the Dos Equis guy. Is this
we-
all France? No, it's my...
I played some single player ahead in the game, but we're gonna go back a little bit. We're gonna go back in time, because there's a lot of story stuff that's very cool, and yeah. The issue is I don't remember where we left off, so that'll be a little bit difficult.
But they're unimaginable fucking goobers. They're whole ass losers, man.
We'll go to around.
Gooberville, Arkansas.
Island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. Go to Google Earth and type in Little St. James.
You don't want to go
Beautiful.
back too much. We also
Behind
don't go
closed doors, it's
forward too much.
beautiful.
Back in the
Public
saddle.
people hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful.
Saves the hands from
There's some other stuff
execution.
Peter
I
Attia
forgot. Did
said,
we already
which
do
we're
that?
not gonna get into. I don't think it's very
Wedding crashers. I think we did
appropriate for medical
that.
professionals to be saying such things, but
He talks about eating pussy and how many calories it is, right?
Let's load this one and see where it puts us.
Right? This
Hello,
wasn't
Eliana.
doctor
How are you doing?
patient kind of stuff. There's a
Take
lot
my
of
study look.
guy talk,
Thank you.
a lot of banter
I appreciate the study
between
look.
the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these
That
people
is
were close. I
insane.
mean, apparently so close that
Here be. Alright, good luck.
Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him.
Time bottle 40. I should not say anything. I love cigarette I've discovered. You should take cigarettes less. Cigarettes are not good. Do you like that you can hold art seeing gang tutorials? Oh nice, that's cool. Long time no see. That's neat.
So, Zahan, allow me to...
Hold on, Sir Ulrich. If you think everything is settled between us, and we're gonna act like nothing happened, then you're mistaken.
Yeah, cigarettes are
You're
expensive
going to have
and
me
bad for health.
executed a short
So
while
try your best to
ago.
avoid them.
I expect
Do not
a
get
proper
addicted.
apology.
Trust me.
Then please accept my apology once more, sir. But given the circumstances...
Given the circumstance! What circumstances?
Sir, poaching is a capital offence.
And are you the king? That you can hand down death sentences? No, you are not. What's more...
It's a little bit loud.
Now I want to address the fact
Turn down the sound a wee
has
bit.
actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last
You
night.
had plenty of reasons to realize it wasn't a good idea.
Sir, I could not have...
What are we currently wearing?
Of what did and did not happen. I apologize. It did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says I was not involved
we're not wearing
in
anything.
activity. My interactions had nothing to
It's
do
not
with
ideal.
or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That
Oh,
said, I
we've
had
just
no
stolen a
myself
bunch of stuff, I
in a
think.
position where emails
Yes, I think so.
You couldn't have realized. Yes, you could. But then you wouldn't have been able to play the Lord and stage private executions.
Sir, once more,
Down yes,
I
government
apologize.
license such and such with respect to.
And now,
See.
please allow me to show you to
You
your
should
quarters.
look up
I wouldn't dream of
what do you call it?
inconveniencing you.
The Jakarta method.
I'll find my quarters by myself.
He says one line in that exchange.
All right.
Life being outrageous and me not being able to
Once
tell
you're
anyone
done
nothing
with that
interpreted as
annoying
awareness of
fool,
wrongdoing. That's not how I
get
meant
your
it.
horse.
It's so funny saying that right in front of him.
Well, it seems Lord Capon will not be requiring my services anymore today.
Excuse him.
him. He's been through a lot, as I'm sure you understand.
It is
What's that?
understandable, of course.
Basically,
I was just hoping that our
Jakarta
relationship...
is the capital of Indonesia, and the Indonesian government was leftist, and then the US, and then the West intervened and did a lot of fucked
Be
up
a
shit.
bit warmer after that regrettable misunderstanding.
I mean, you did try and get him killed.
Welcome to Trotsky, the finest and biggest castle you shall ever see.
I don't think
Rumor
that's the
has it
case.
That the castle was built on the jaws of hell, and that we're sometimes plagued by demons here.
Oh,
But don't-
demons! How scary. Oh, thanks for the tip. You're welcome.
What a sad state of affairs that the only
Okay, let's
emails that
equip
exist
our
is him
nicest
complaining
looking
to Jeffrey
clothes.
Epstein for pedophilia.
Actually, let's first repair all our stuff.
Guys,
Why do we have so little Russian?
when I found out, I was like, "Oh, how dare you, sir?
Oh, right. I think he's gonna give us all our stuff
You
back.
just haven't seen
Leave
In
a
a
word
bit.
of it.
Good day.
It's just idle talk
And
to
oh well.
excuse the servants' laziness and incompetence.
private and
It's
now the guy-
demanding
Really now.
enough keeping everything here running smoothly
even
without
ask him.
any of that. It requires a man of exceptional qualities and talents. By the way, this
Yeah,
place
I'm
is
sure.
a maze for strangers. It's very easy to get lost.
I'm sure it is.
Because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December,
Hello, Matt.
Peter Attia
Hello, Matt.
says
Let me
The
pick
jail cells are down there. But I believe you are already fairly well acquainted with that part of the castle, aren't you?
Now, maybe I just didn't see
all too well.
All too well, thanks.
Right, we need to change the category to set game. Oh, oops.
Same as usual.
Game
As in he was
Kingdom
aware of the previous
on
charges too,
Deliverance
huh?
2.
Interesting.
Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So,
It does not exist.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe this whole you gotta provide therapy to these victims happened. I haven't seen it
What
yet.
if I do it
I
like
definitely
so?
could see it, but it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like
Change.
you're
There we
covering
go.
yourself. I
Excellent.
mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the
Very
thing
good.
we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst.
This
thing I've
water has
seen
such good
violence.
stats.
Not for its explicitness, the
You have a
amount
kind
of
master.
simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now
Here
they
it
all
is.
say, oh,
You'll find a bed inside, opposite the door, and a chest where we put your belongings. You'll find some new clothing there.
You've never
A little
seen
gift
anything like
from
it.
our
So,
gracious Lord.
remember I said I read
To
a
ensure
book
you're not
by
mistaken
Peter
for a
Attia.
beggar
It was
again.
called Outlet.
Once you're settled in
And
and
he's
Gee,
also
thanks.
supposed to be this doctor
by
who knows a
mistake.
lot about longevity. So
They're
he
beyond the
writes
gate,
it, and I
down
picked
the
it up
path.
because at the
Ask
rate
for
we're getting rid of
Kabat.
these crimes, I need to
He
live
was
forever
supposed
in
to
order
prepare
try
a
to stop
horse
some
and
of these
tack for
scams.
you.
But
Or
as I
tell
look
him
at
you'll
this
keep
book,
your
and
own
one of
if
the
you
things
insist.
in the book
Then
is
he'll
I
give
do-
you
I
proper
will
tack
keep
at
own.
least,
about how
so you don't disgrace
he's kind
us.
of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here,
Thanks.
a bit of a psycho.
I'm
in
grateful.
his life,
As
and
you
he needs
should
to
be.
focus on
So,
other stuff.
you and I are
As you
finished,
should
and
be,
I
okay.
can finally attend to some proper
Yeah,
work.
okay, whatever, dude.
This
embarrassing
castle
things in his
doesn't
life, and honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. He's
Right.
this doctor telling other
Do you
people,
want to keep your
but
put
he's
it
not
on
a
what you're
bad
wearing
guy.
before the
That's
wedding?
kinda how it comes off. And
Return.
one of the stories is awful.
There we
I
go.
won't, go too much into it, but
Much
basically,
better.
his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few
Now we're gonna
months
put
ago,
away all our
Tuesday,
stolen
July
goods.
11th, 2017. That date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not gonna get into the details here because it's tragic.
Actually,
and I'm not
first,
gonna bring
let's
that into it. What is relevant? is
trade
that
some stuff.
Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy
Greetings.
with his important work.
Hold on,
How long have you
pursuing
watched? I
trust.
don't know much about this place, so I wanted to ask you about a few things.
I'm not much of a
was he on the
talker.
fucking island?
He's served here
Oh my
since
god,
the...
is the imagine visiting the island. Oh my
Let's
god,
see.
I
repair-
know this part. Oh fuck.
Now, at the time I read
Okay,
that,
how much would
well,
everything cost? That's a
good that he
lot.
self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but,
Exit.
you're a bit of a psycho. But
Instead,
what's
let's do
crazy
some
I'll have a look.
trade.
now,
And let's buy some of
we
the...
find out some of the
Let's buy a few
important
things, and
work-
let's
I mean, it's a little
acquire
unclear,
a
but
few
some of the important
things.
work may have been Jeffrey
This
Epstein,
guy.
which is just, oh, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017. 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you want to stop
And-
at 10, let me know.
Give me all
You're
these, please.
hanging out with Jeffrey
Is this something we can sell to this guy to
I don't even know
reduce the
what to
price a
say.
little bit?
This is out of pocket. I mean, there's no explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just. There's a reason that didn't make it in the book. Is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I didn't see. I was actually. One of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein.
Let's hang a little bit.
Do something.
Like that's the simping that I'm talking about. Is these
Satisfied?
people
Look.
love this guy, or that's how
Aye,
it seems
that'll-
to me. Like
I was glad...
Nice.
rich and powerful people doing.
And next we want
him,
to
missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey.
just put all the stuff in
asking
here
for Jeffrey's
that we've taken.
serum, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous.
First
and
repair it.
so,
I keep forgetting to do
what
that.
is going on here? And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, you know, I'm reading these documents, and yeah, it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when. But I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it, I don't believe nobody...
I want to point something out here, but Atia is a Barry Weiss acolyte. And Barry Weiss, when this data stuff came out and people were like, wait a minute, isn't he one of the new podcasters
All done.
that you hired for CBS?
That's one.
Barry Weiss was
A shit ton
defending
more to
keeping
go.
him on, and straight up said, "Oh, it's just cancel culture nonsense to not go along with the hiring process for this wonderful individual.
That should do it.
Must remain at CBS News."
Nah. No need to sharpen this.
The voice actor is so...
I love Barry Weiss.
He's so
much
funny.
because
He's just very
he
English.
makes my job so easy. He's just consistently on that job. You couldn't wish for a better coach.
All done.
There we go. Very good. Craftsmanship level up. Let's see. Skills. And we've got thorough maintenance. Maybe that one would be good. 7 league boot. Boots. If you put on silver boots, sprint will cost you 50% less stamina. Let's go with that, actually.
And there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way.
Aye, come here. Look what I have for you.
He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very
Woody
bad.
Allen. No. No. Not Woody. Wow, that's surprising.
Because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women. Or should I say, girls. And what's that? Oh, how do we... Come on. Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more...
Bro, there's literally an email between Jeffrey Epstein and Woody Allen where they're both like, yeah, we're pedophiles. Isn't that crazy?
That is so... It is so insane how
Like they
open
go,
about their
"Oh, yeah,
insane,
can't
like,
wait to go to the
awful shit
pedophilia
that these
conference with
people have been...
friends." And then the other one's like, yeah, because we're pedophiles who love having sex with children. Paraphrasing.
Paraphrasing.
Isn't that fucking insane? And then you still got motherfuckers being like, oh, dude, what kind of code words are they using? Are they using
Nice.
pizza? No, man, the code word is pedophilia. And raping children. There's no code word. They just say it out loud.
Alright, put away these things. This noble sword has quite good stats.
You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying Woody says the exact same thing.
Yeah, we'll put this away. Purple shield. Innate hunting crossbow.
Responds, what did he say?
We could
Woody
keep
Allen,
that in our inventory.
I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, guys. No evidence. How? Come on.
No,
I
we'll
think
put
I
it
see
away.
A little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy. He says Paris with Woody, and the person responds for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think file is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence?
Good grief. Actually, we should go through some of these clothes and see if any of it is better than our current stuff.
Motherfuckers will be in their emails being like, there's nothing like children. There's nothing I enjoy as much as nubile flesh.
Yeah, it's
I love consuming it.
insane. Okay, this hat is better than a current one.
Wait a minute. Did they bring up
Somehow.
cheese pizza at any point? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that when they're talking about cheese pizza, it's most likely fucking cheese pizza, big dog. Because when they're talking about children, they just say children.
It's nothing. We don't even want to question these people. There's no investigations going on. So yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how. Look, I'm not saying
Barry Weiss's wife
people
is in
around the
there
world are
too.
having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning. Thank goodness. you know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the...
I think outside of Palestine, this was probably the other thing that I've consistently talked about nonstop, even though people looked at me kind of weird. And I guess they like kind of changed their tune after the Jeffrey Epstein suicide, quote unquote suicide, where people were like, okay, maybe there's more to this story. But yeah, this and like the anti-Zionism have been two of my major points of advocacy throughout the years.
Yep.
And
very goated on those
it's been an incredible
issues.
moment of vindication, even though, you know, it's the events are horrifying.
Book apparently for our guys, you know, we had...
OG HASAN UNBANNED, no, I once did an 8-hour Jeffrey Epstein analysis. And
Good
it was
grief.
so long that YouTube completely blacklisted my channel.
That's funny.
And I had to delete it.
That's insane.
I uploaded
And
8 whole
not that
hours of going
surprising,
through the
I
Epstein
feel like.
stuff that we knew of back in like 2018, 2019. And YouTube straight up, yeah, the Ep stream. YouTube straight up took it down.
Do we go with these boots?
With Matt Chrisman, with Brace Belden of TrueAnon.
Go with these boots.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Noam Chomsky's wife calling Jeffrey Epstein a hero? Wait, what?
What? That's insane.
You were a hero, Jeffrey. I just can't understand why Mac's been doing all this to Noam for all these years and Deborah had been following Max's agenda. Wait, are they talking about... Who are they talking about? Is it like Max Blumenthal? There's... Wait, 5 hours of Jeffrey Epstein coverage you never asked for. Oh, this is it. It was initially 7 hours. Cut down to 5 hours.
Take off this one and put the spectacles, because I believe they give like a stat bonus of some sort when you wear them.
Then there was also this. So we're all in agreement that we think someone's going to kill Epstein before he gives up names, right? Any prison that doesn't put Epstein under 24/7 surveillance and solitary confinement right now is also responsible for him getting assassinated. I wrote that on my birthday, July 25th, 2019.
Of course you wrote that on his fucking birthday. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, y'all think I'm pre-watch Piker.
Okay, let us
y'all
read
think
some
pre-watch Piker is
things.
a new thing, okay? It's been around.
Let's go through these books. Increase our scholarshipness.
It's been around for so long, motherfuckers think I did it. When shit pops
Okay, we
off.
can't see shit.
We deny everything.
It's fine.
And
Selection
subscribe to the
more
Piker Broadcasting Service to get
poetry.
tomorrow's news today. That's right. For a voluntary subscription of only $6 a month, you can support the show. It's the only way to support the show.
You could do that. You could
can
subscribe to
also
Hasan, or you could
to the
subscribe
Piker
to me.
Broadcasting Service, now available on YouTube.
That'd be so much cooler.
With a membership. That's right. We haven't
And
figured
those
out
are
what the
the
membership
books.
rewards are going to look like for YouTube,
Yes.
but you can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service
okay.
both on YouTube and
Alright,
also
let us put
on
stuff in here.
Twitch. Tomorrow's news.
We're keeping
today.
2 bows on us, because eventually one of
Just
them
push the spotlight onto
breaks.
other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the file. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, you know, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, you know, investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on, to the extent they found out later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the state of the world, honestly, because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason
it is insane how like so few people have been brought to accountability for that.
All the time. There's other people
That's a means necklace.
this band.
Oh right, that's the one we won. Did actually get that one legitimately.
Even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we need.
I think we left off just before breaking out, like just before, like after getting put into prison or something. So I think starting off from here is good, because then I don't have to like reloot the entire castle. I mean, we're still going to reloot the entire castle, but just not yet. Give it a little bit.
I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous means. And I don't want to be seen as I'm saying stuff. I'm reading the files. I'm giving my personal opinion. But ultimately, this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come
strong broth
all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that
are there going to be consequences?
Why does he have
Nope.
to make this kind of disclaimer? Are you kidding me? Millions of people watch his videos. He already explained it. Do you see the 4chan post that was posted before Epstein's death that was publicly revealed, confirmed to be posted by a guard in his unit? Yes, I have. I remember it at the time.
Wait, what?
I remember all the conspiracies at the time. I think this is a crazy one.
who partied with Epstein and engaged in
our inventory is still very full of stuff, so
minors will be
we need to deposit something. Oh, I just put something in there that we did not want to deposit. Oh well.
And we will always
Have a
investigate
look at
any
that
evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr.
That's
Epstein.
insane.
And some of these men...
That is not a crime. I mean, no, but you're most likely involved in a crime if you're doing that.
Better believe
involved with Epstein.
But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
I have to acknowledge the elephant in the room.
Good grief.
Your ex-husband.
Oh my
Nice.
God, Melinda
I
went
think
on
it's all in
NPR.
here.
Oh my God, Melinda, my queen.
Okay, so we have a little bit more space now.
Guys, nothing to see here. Deputy Attorney General, former defense attorney for Donald Trump, Todd Blanche said,
We'll put away
nothing to see here.
these. Rest of this we'll mostly just like sell or throw away or give to Mutt. Quick, one more piece before it's banned for being too delicious. Okay.
Bill is named in the newest
Sleep safe.
tranche of Epstein files. And there are a new alleged details about his past behavior. And I want to give you the opportunity to respond in whatever way you want to.
Well, let me say this. I think we're having a reckoning as a society, right? No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on, all of the various people around him.
Liberal friends I was talking to say Epstein was just trafficking for his own enrichment and collecting blackmail for his own use, and thus not a State Department asset. American exceptionalism with the idea that our government would never work with someone like Epstein. Same reason why people think Israel controls America and not the other way around.
It's a quest here that we do want to accept.
I love that shit, dude.
And before we progress in the story, so we'll do that.
Todd Blanche is currently defending
Cheers.
all of the co-conspirators.
I hope you have an uneventful shift.
Yeah. Totally random, totally unique.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
The ways in which
that we'll have a look at. Chamberlain, you Ulrich.
Is there any work around the castle I can help with?
Well, there's the issue with the demons.
Demons?
Quiet! I don't want to cause a panic, but yes, unfortunately. Once again, devils are wreaking havoc at Trotsky.
You mean horned ones?
I'm your daddy.
From hell?
Do you know any other kind? I'm preoccupied with tasks from Lord von Berghoff at the moment, so I don't have time to deal with it. But I suppose you could do it? You and that friend of yours have a lot to make up for.
You want me to get involved with
a
hell
lot to make up for? You're trying to kill us.
Ah, you know the times we're living in. War, bandits. The devil took advantage of the chaos and sent his hellspawn here. The castle is built upon an ancient, though fortunately extinguished, fiery moor. It's no wonder it's so close to hell. The spawn of hell shows up here from time to time, and I want you to improve your standing with me and help me out.
I mean,
like, what the fuck are you saying?
I don't really believe in demons.
Real life demons, eh? I don't believe in those. Maybe you just have some bats in the belfry.
Have you ever seen the castle during a proper thunderstorm?
It probably
How God
looks
strikes
scary.
the cliffs with lightning
Like
to
most
drive the
scariest
beasts
places
back
do in the
underground.
dark.
I can see you're inexperienced and are taking the matter lightly. Pray it won't cost you dearly.
This'll be my first time seeing a real demon.
Like, is
If
that
I
what you're
actually
saying
see
here?
one,
You're
that
like,
is.
I'm really stupid.
So what needs...
Our cooks, Manietta and Berto, were
Oh,
complaining
no,
about the
losses.
creatures running around their
Reputation with
kitchens.
Mossad.
Ossina, the castle blacksmith, was also blabbering something of the sort as well. The good news is it's only 3 people, for now. We have to act quickly to prevent the panic from spreading any further.
What did you do about it in the past? I reckon this isn't the first time you've had to deal with it.
We usually cleansed the infested places with the help of a priest or an apothecary. Except for that one year when Sir Otto himself faced Lucifer in the Maiden Tower.
The white party you attended?
What a brave man.
Von Berghoff has my admiration then. How long did they fight? What kind of armor was Lucifer wearing? Did Lord von Berghoff sustain any
These are
injuries?
all very important questions.
In any case, you'll have to ask Manietta and Berta,
I guess he
or
doesn't
the
want to answer
blacksmith
that.
perhaps, where the demons are coming from. And then simply make sure... I'm sure both the scribe Erazim and Father Nicodemus will have something to say about it as well. The question is if you're up to...
I can handle it.
I'm ready to scour the castle and try to chase those monsters away. Could you arrange for me to be able to go wherever I want in the castle, without anyone chasing me out?
Very well. You can move freely about the castle while completing this task. But don't stay any longer than necessary in otherwise forbidden areas. I
No,
let the
I
guards and
promise I'll
servants
never
know
do- I will not do
discreetly.
that.
If anyone asks, tell them you have my permission.
You said something about a priest and an apothecary.
We are a
Should I pay
very
him a visit?
honorable and
We've
honest person who
always
would
used
never say
either holy
anything.
water or magic water from the apothecary to get rid of those hellish creatures. Which one would you prefer?
Let's go with, I guess, magic water.
I'll try the water from the apothecary.
He supposedly went all the way to the Takoff waterfall to collect it during the full moon. I believe you can do it. Should the demons attack you, just run away. But don't make too much of a ruckus, or you cause a panic. God be with you.
Run away, but don't cause a panic. Gotcha.
Rapetone doesn't realize
Keep that in mind.
he's gonna get another fucking restraining order if he keeps
Sounds
this
stupid.
shit up. You know what I mean?
Lord von Berghoff, I've been told to deal with the demons plaguing the castle.
It's a thankless job, but a necessary one. I appreciate you taking care of it.
Are they really so much trouble around
I don't
here?
trust this man.
They've been a
He's Germanish.
nuisance ever since the castle was built. Call him whatever you want. Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub. That hellish bastard certainly wasn't happy when Sir Vincent started building 2 towers right on top of his extinguished fairy estate.
I can't imagine he was.
But he soon realized it made him closer to people and that he could attempt them more easily. Many a poor soul in the lower castle has already fallen for his schemes and made a pact with hell.
Whoa. You put a stop to it.
The castle is situated in a good strategic location.
Incredible stuff.
We have no choice but to try and tolerate Lucifer.
It's so funny how light
he
they
has
make
no
of this.
choice but to tolerate us.
It's a little bit silly,
As
but
long as I just say Hasan is
yeah,
stupid,
whatever.
Hasan is bad, Hasan is evil, they just keep watching my videos. It requires 0 effort, Your Honor. You should try it too, honestly. You should try it one time to see how fucking
take some
easy it
apples.
is. And then you'll understand why I'm doing it, Your Honor. Dog, the Epstein files got released. Who cares about Rape Tone? Well, first of all, take a day off. My least favorite type of chatter, who's like, I can't believe after your fucking 3 hours of coverage on the Epstein files,
and now you're wearing it
sidestep
around
for a brief moment
No.
to make a joke. Okay?
I'm gonna reload this real quick. I should not wear that around. She is right.
Survivor that I interviewed for an hour and a half here, not that long ago.
Okay.
Bro, doing streamer drama.
These ones,
what a
yeah.
hack.
We'll wear these ones instead.
Wait, hold on. Give me this motherfucker's logs in other chats.
Shoot this conversation again.
Lord von,
It's a, they've been called that he's many. The cat we have.
Sidestep. I've talked more.
Also, the sound is still a little bit too
dumbass
high.
naysayers in the chat now.
Yo.
Someone give me his logs.
In life. So whatever questions remain.
Most of my normie friends that you know fall for this narrative of you being an elite diddler, unfortunately. Okay, you need to get new friends, big dog.
Yeah, that is insane.
I hear
Demons
they're
hunting
game.
castle.
Is anyone?
Oh,
That's the only.
what do you think?
Occasionally, I hear the servants telling stories that even Gregory the Great, Gregory the Devil, as the enemy of both God and man. How do you imagine?
All fucking time. Okay.
Like your mom is so tempting. Screw it. Content.
You know,
Pig's
they
face.
might not be salvaged.
Warts all over. And a nasty smell coming from its mouth. Kind of like your mum.
My mum's dead.
Oh.
Even my ex
So's mine.
They do those things, not me.
That's
Anything else?
To be away
repetition
from
game.
all the muck.
Okay.
that
No,
goes
just
there.
funny answers are always the best.
For context for our
I heard
listeners.
some interesting. There's one I'd like to.
Emails in the
Sound
files
color.
Yes,
that Bill
but
Gates
why?
had additional affairs, and that he tried to get medication.
I've heard there is. Every alchemist is in.
Perhaps you know well.
And that he was
I'll
gonna
have
give
to.
you
And the one he left.
information
All
about
I'm
you know.
fairly benevolent when it comes, but he's had it borrowed for an excessive amount.
Okay.
It is not on you to have to
Fuck
respond.
behind
Why
her.
would Nick Bard suddenly be avoiding you?
I have
He might
a
have lost it.
sneaking suspicion. It seems Nick Vard lost the book.
Whoa.
I've warned him repeatedly not to carry borrowed books around with him, but to leave. But Nick Vard is old and stubborn.
Not only am I divorcing you, Bill,
Book on for
but I'm
fools.
outing
Christ, if such
you
a book
for
must
why
be
I'm divorcing you. And
incalculable.
at the time I thought-
But as I
at
said,
the time
I've
I
managed.
thought she was doing expert
Does
PR
he avoid
maneuvering.
doubles?
For a nobleman, Nick Vard is.
I'm surprised that he's ever. Nick Vard is a loner. Now that he's decided, but I'm afraid that's all I've managed to find out.
Okay, I'll find the
I'll
book.
help you. I'll ask all three.
Because I didn't
and see
know
if-
Many
the
thanks.
extent of Bill Gates' like
If you aren't,
malignant behavior.
We're gonna find those
Dude.
people.
You said where at the
We
castle?
Nick Vard,
For the
his
record,
chamber,
we-
he took
until
his
this
meals
last
down.
week,
Lately,
we
I
did not know
or
what Bill Gates
looking
had
out the.
done.
So I just have.
We
Nick
didn't know
Vard
the extent.
always just
We
shows.
have
I'm not surprised.
suspicions. Guys,
Okay.
Where is
Send
Bertha
it to me.
Cook, if you can't
suspicions
find
that
her
Bill
there,
Gates had done some fuck shit.
Where is?
as
But
Lord
we
von
did not know
Berkhoff's
the
person,
extent of
perhaps
the
in the Knight's
depravity.
Hall
And
or
at
on the
the
floor.
time I said like,
Where is
Bill
her?
Gates
I've
is
seen him with
doing,
her. He sleeps
you
in the
know,
house
a
directly
good
across
thing
from
That's
here.
everything.
Because she did
Okay.
straight up.
And a few more things we want to ask him. What's it like?
Rare ones, lad.
Shaking
His
my head.
lordship
No,
spends
no,
little
no.
time
I
at
didn't say I
Trust.
didn't believe her.
And what's the royal chamberlain?
I understand, lad.
Yeah, exactly.
Sir Otto von Burgo is the royal chamberlain. He managed
involvement.
Why
So,
because
you
that's
in
Prague,
Prague.
if you want
Blah, 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 blah,
Excuse
blah.
and what
But now he's fighting.
Jobst has changed.
Too much of a nerd.
But
Like,
give him
I'll say it.
Wenceslas wasn't even able
Out
to
of all
hold
these
on to the
people, I
imperial.
knew about
Yes,
Elon, I
indeed.
knew about Kimball,
One day that bloody
I
Margrave
talked
Jobst of ours
extensively
is
about
going
a
to
lot
make
of
it
these,
big.
like,
He
you
might
know,
even become.
clients and allies.
What doesn't want Burgo free
Why
or king?
doesn't Lord von Burgo free
the two
our King
people that
Wenceslas
shocked me
from
when I first
captivity in
found out
Vienna?
about it were Noam Chomsky,
powerful.
obviously.
It's politics.
And
Can't tell me more.
I understand. Why did they take our king
it
captive?
blew my fucking. I mean, even
And why
Stephen
did the Czech
Hawking
lords
makes
let
sense
Sigismund
to
spread
a
all
certain
over?
degree, right?
complicated.
Even though it's unexpected, you're like
Back
physically
during
how
the
is this
reign of
possible,
both
but he
King's
apparently
father,
was
Emperor Charles,
getting
the
around.
nobles gained
But,
great wealth and power. And when young Wenceslas came to the throne,
Bill
he
Gates,
didn't
I
have
did
enough
not think was
experience
just,
or courage
you know,
to stand up to
I never would
them.
have thought that he would be
That's
around,
why he
you know,
surrounded
he'd be
himself with faithful lower
constantly
lords
doing
and
that
entrusted
shit.
them with all the royal
So
offices.
much that,
I reckon
so
the
much
high
so that he got
nobility
an
didn't
STD
like
and
that,
gave it
eh?
to his
You're
wife,
damn
like,
right
his
they
ex-wife.
didn't. They
Fucking-
This
conspired
is
against
exactly the same
and
thing that happens in
established their
Crusader
League of
Kings 3 and
Lords.
games like that.
That started a
Stephen
protracted
Hawking was
war,
freaky
dragging the king's
for-
cousins, Prokop and Jobst of Luxembourg,
Dawkins?
into it.
Wait.
But King Wenceslas was stubborn,
No.
unyielding, and
No, the dude
unfortunately,
in the wheelchair.
also often drunk.
The Galaxy guy.
He preferred to run away from politics to wine, women, and the hunt. It was only a matter of time before the lords conspired with his brother, the Hungarian King Sigismund. A year ago, they got together and captured Wenceslas in Prague, and Sigismund had the royal castles occupied by his allies. They secretly took the king to Vienna, where his brother is still holding him firmly under lock and key.
So von Burgov and the others want Sigismund to be king?
Not at
Sorry,
all.
black hole guy, whatever.
Soon they discovered they'd miscalculated, and that Sigismund wanted the whole country for himself. And now, they can't agree on what to do about it. I think
funny.
that's why Lord von Burkhoff received your message.
Among the king's
Who are
opponents.
among Wenceslas's
Richard
opponents?
Dawkins was
Who
also
do you think?
photographed next to Jeffrey
All
Epstein.
the
I don't know
nobles,
what
the
level
most
of involvement he
powerful
had,
are
though.
Henry of Rosenberg,
Yeah,
Henry
bro,
of
they had a submarine
Haditz,
custom outfitter for
Boresh
Stephen
of
Hawking on the
Riesenberg.
island, bro. Real-
But we
real
serve Sahanis of
craziness.
Lipa and Radzik
Brother,
Kobler.
look at
Exactly. They're representatives of the lower nobility, who always stood faithfully by
That's on Little
Wenceslas
St.
because he
James,
handed
dude.
out royal positions to them.
Ah,
On the contrary, boy, it's only thanks to politics that von Burghoff didn't send you two to the gallows straight away.
Sure, why not? Can you teach you something?
Take my own sadness and
Teach us some scholarship, please.
All right, then. Island ADA compliant so that he could do predation. Do you fucking understand? Do you know, like,
Nice. New level
what the
in
fuck
scholarship.
goes on in someone's mind where they're like, I'm in this condition, like I still gotta do some fuck shit.
Elements of medicine, cancer, use to interpret loyalty, the advantage and possibly escape punishment, contemplation, you improve Hasan's skills of survival and alchemy,
I'm sorry, that's a wild sequence of events that took place.
and Houndmaster and horsemanship. Let's see, how's a horsemanship and Houndmaster? Alchemy. We'll do the wonders of nature because alchemy is very slow to level up.
Is that ableist? Like, am I being anti-woke when I say, like, I never would have thought that he would be doing that kind of stuff? He doesn't, quadriplegic says he doesn't represent the wheelchair community.
Right,
Yeah, I don't think
Regina.
he does.
Do you know where I can find Nickvard? The scribe said you might know.
Stop
I don't seem
fucking
suddenly
stupid name.
interested in Nick Vard and me. You don't say.
Hey,
But when
Rosie.
I need him to read something for me, he never has the
We investigated
time.
a little bit further and found out
Okay.
he had allegations with his caregiver.
I was asking about
beforehand.
Nickvard.
Aye, I heard you. Say, can you read?
It's able
I
to
can't.
assume
We
that
can't
Holly
read.
couldn't be a
Would
rapist.
you mind reading this message I have from Nick Vard?
No, it's actually more woke
show
to hold
me.
him accountable. Being disabled doesn't excuse you from crimes. Yeah, I'm not even excusing him for his crimes. I'm just saying, like,
Dear
what
Mistress
should-
of the Chambers.
it really does show
What is
the
it?
depravity
What I
of,
wouldn't
of,
give to get messages from someone else.
not to get all like
Say,
toxic
Lord
feminist stuff in this bitch, but
Capon.
like
Ah,
it really
never
does
mind.
show
Read on.
how it's
Though
always
I reckon it
somehow
interests
men,
you
that
more
men
than
find
me.
a way.
Persevere. We shall soon escape the dungeon of those
I'm
two
sorry,
women.
dude, you
Cursed
can't move
fate,
at all. You
however,
can't
has
even
placed an
communicate.
obstacle
Like,
in my
you
way.
literally
The
have
heat
to-
of the Lightbringer's potion
to
is
use your
working,
brainwaves
and I
to-
can
to
feel my insides
write
being
out,
reborn. But when the last remnants of
like,
old age left my
harassment.
body, something else was washed away with them.
How much longer is it?
I don't think there's a female
My
equivalent.
damn clumsiness has sent all of the Lightbringer's secrets into the void, but fear not, I shall get them back. May this be the first task on the road to your liberation.
There's a female
That's
equivalent of this, where someone is just like straight up strapped to a robot
More like
for
nonsense.
the rest of his life, and she's like, I gotta do.
Imagine
I gotta
how
do
I
sexual
felt having to
harassment.
listen to it.
But
like one key
what does
click
it mean?
at a time.
Can you explain any of it to me?
Lord Liebeck has taken a liking to me. I
think this is
suggested to
exclusively
him
man
it
behavior.
wasn't proper for a noble to have an affair with a maid. He thought I meant he was too old for me. But then he
I've never
found
seen
what he
anything
calls
like
the Lightbringer's potion book. He said it would light a flame in him that would burn out.
No, of
all
course,
the
he's like an
cold.
incel
So I
loner type
suppose it works.
noble. Great.
Hooray.
I know the book he's talking about, but what does he mean, into the void?
Look, can we stop talking about this?
Okay, enough.
I feel a little uncomfortable here talking about some old lovelorn nobleman.
Let's get back to serious
Sure.
stuff now, okay?
I understand. Just one more thing, please. When was the last time you saw Nick Ford? And where?
The last time was in the Knight's Hall. But that was a long time. I found that message a few days ago. Hard to say where he's off to.
Thanks anyway.
All right.
So it's just sad.
Damn, only steal? They won't let me eat these apples. Sad.
At least for me, I've been able to move on in life.
Alright, I don't think we can actually steal that much from this castle, so I think we've stolen most of it already. And when it's a steal, I mean, reappropriated for the cause.
The emails drop and Jeffrey Epstein, who worked.
Oh, let's
Christ,
hear about how
pardon
this is
me.
the most Jewish
Your
style of
pardon.
crime that's ever been invented. Like, I assume that's what Candace's angle
Let's
is,
see.
right? Whiplash from Melinda to Candace Owens here, but imagine Windows asks
Hello,
Epstein
God.
for antivirus and want to secretly install on her that a virus infected her from Russian model, but it's on email now, lol. Thank you for the super chat, chatter. It's all Jewish. The island was Jewish. It was a Jewish island.
Of the Rothschilds, according to him, wrote that in an email.
Okay, we'll go
Rothschilds
to
who credit
stealth
themselves
clothes.
with having created which nation state? Oh, right, Israel. Israel, the same nation state that is having a bunch of women say that they were ritualistically abused in a forest by rabbis. That's happening in the Knesset right now, that nation state. Saying that they were 3, 4.
One of the things that makes it extra difficult when parsing through Candace Owens' commentary is that
Diary of Dreams.
as we've always joked about and talked about
Interesting.
quite a bit, that like there is a lot of stuff that goes on in Israel that is like that has the makings of a perfect anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
So like
Israel
what
is
she's
such an
bringing
awful
up here
place.
is not. I mean, that's a real article from Haaretz. Now the problem is there's pedophiles in every religion. Okay, it's not exclusive to Judaism. Candace Owens, however, will take this thing, right, and tie it back to, you know, Israel's non-extradition policy and ease
Some
access
decent valuables.
for,
Let's just take those.
other people who have engaged in pedophilia. And then we'll create this narrative that, you know, all Jews are like this.
To also get this alchemical
This is yet
mixture,
another instance of
so we can
fundamentalism.
do this quest.
Fundies of all various shapes and sizes engage in fuck shit like this.
Fun.
Of course, it's additionally
Fundies.
ironic that Candace Owens is saying this because she's Catholic. And it's not like the Catholic Church is known for pedophilia as well.
Years old when this happened. He's saying, those are my bosses, the Rothschilds. And here is a brief, but by no means an extensive coverage video that was put together by, I assume this guy must be Goy, right? Goy? Is he Goy? TikToker, Contrarian put this together. Take a listen.
That's an insane name.
Much as Donald Trump in the
What the
New York
fuck?
Times. Here he is discussing with Roger Schenck, a Jewish American academic and hedge fund worker, saying Jews create vast fortunes by manipulating markets and creating financial speculation and exploiting labor. He says,
It's insane to say that that's exclusive to Jews and not just like the just capitalist elite.
Ukrainian government, there would be great opportunities. The Rothschild family paid Epstein $25 million for certain algorithms. While talking to Peggy Seigel, August 7th of 2010, she asks if an event is going to be 100% Jewish. He says no, they'll have goyim in abundance. But don't worry, they're just brilliant wasps from JP Morgan.
Did he just fucking key search Goyim? And Goy, is that what happened?
It's insane.
Where it's like, yeah, guys, Jeffrey Epstein
Father Nicodemus.
is a Jewish supremacist. Big surprise.
Hello.
What brings...
He's also an ultra.
Is he Cousin of Demons?
They did in a few days ago. I was in the chapel, deep
in prayer.
when a spawn of hell appeared before me. Fuck me, hominium. Swear an oath of allegiance to me.
Half of the shit that they're talking about directly corresponds
Okay,
to
it
that.
sounds like it's just a drunk person.
I laughed in the face of the Prince of Darkness. Would you not rather renounce your slavery and return to heaven? I told him. Without hesitation, he replied, better to rule hell than to be a slave in heaven. And then he disappeared, veiled in a terrible foul.
But anyway, like I said,
like all of the
believe it'll help
dare
me.
try that even on a man of faith.
I'm glad you have faith. Now take up your task. May the Lord...
He's not having those
Okay.
conversations as
Yeah, we'll just act along and think that it's a smart idea. About the college.
Oh, well, you can pay, or you can take. It will improve. Always keep...
Okay. How long have you been
How
in
long have you
Trotsky?
been here in Trotsky, Father?
Well, it's been quite a few years. But if you are interested in local...
Okay, how do things go?
You mean who runs...
Yeah, I see there's a lot of people here, so...
Then you should watch out especially for Lady Yitka. She's the wife of our Burgrave Hashem. She's a pious woman, but also damned firm and strict on the servants. Her husband is in charge of the castle garrison and
I
order
don't give a fuck about that beyond
in the region.
The fact that
Then he's
that
an old...
ideology is running amok in the nation state of Israel. And that ideology is the underpinning of why Israel
we'll turn up
engages in ethnic
him a
cleansing
little
campaigns
more.
against the Palestinian population. I care about Zionism as an ideology more than I care about like the entire Jewry that is responsible for the nation state of Israel.
And an upright fellow.
Okay.
Even if he doesn't
These
come
guys
to
don't.
confession more than once a year.
And we found
And
out
the ruler
exactly
of the
what
roost here
happens
is
when
the
they
Chamberlain,
don't care about
Ulrich
the Israel angle and do care
We'll turn
more
down
so
him a
about the
little bit.
Jewish angle. You end up actually saying things like, well, Jeffrey Epstein is kind of cool. Except for the fact
I
that
noticed
he
there's
was
no church
doing
in
all the
Troskowitz,
cool
or anywhere
things
nearby.
like international
Why is
sex
that?
trafficking of
It's
minors.
true. You'll find
but
the closest
Jewishly
one in
doing it.
Uyezd or in
Okay?
Radyov on
That's
the other
not the
side.
problem, dumbass.
In Trotsky,
It wouldn't
we
be
only have
appropriate
the
if Jeffrey
chapel in the
Epstein
castle.
was,
In
I don't
short,
know,
this domain is the middle of nowhere.
Jeffrey
It was only...
McGurk.
Okay, what's all Lord said?
What can I tell you?
Whole ass
Lord von,
Christian
he brought
doing it.
money to
It
the
would
region,
still be fucked up.
restored, and yet he spends most... He's the royal chamberlain, and...
I understand.
That's not what I said. The old chamberlain, Ulrich, manages the estate, and he's...
But
numbers and
Joshua
accounts aren't
Finkelstein,
everything. One
BlackRock's
should also think
Larry
that that young man
Finkelstein's
is up...
son is accused of not having
Okay,
any
so you
respect
basically
for
like
non-Jews, seeing them as not
I'd like to
human.
learn...
What
This
do you...
is from his ex-girlfriend.
The other guy is
Svetlana.
not great.
He pressures her to have an abortion.
He's not
In
very good at doing
2017,
prayers and
Epstein
stuff.
has a conversation talking about if you
Understanding.
want to hire the best people, you have to hire only
Okay,
Jews.
need
Only
to
hire those who
turn
can
up the sound a
prove they
little
are
bit.
genetically Jewish.
What is wrong with the
One of
face of this
first
guy?
victims to come out
Why
and
do
name
all white
Epstein.
supremacists
I
look
wasn't
like
allowed
wankers?
to go get food. And when I called Guylaine and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. You're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else's.
Said that their operation was motivated by Jewish supremacy.
Anybody gonna say that that's not real anymore?
Okay, let's
You
do
went out there
a
and
quick
claimed there were
prayer
tens of
here, and
thousands
then
of
we'll
hours of tape. There are, by the way, but they are child pornography.
I believe
fix something
Father
real quick.
Almighty,
The guy's openly a Nazi.
Creator of
Oh, you
heaven
mean
and earth, and in
contrarian?
Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord.
I know. I'm just so
who was
sick and tired of leftists
conceived
thinking
by
they're
the
doing
Holy
universal
Spirit
humanitarianism by
and born
constantly
of the
crying about
Virgin
Jewish
Mary.
exceptions when pushing back against entirely
suffered
unnecessary
under Pontius
anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Was crucified.
Also, that's kind of funny
died,
that you
and
say
was
that
buried.
because
He descended
that makes
into hell.
that implies the existence of
On the third
necessary
day, he rose
anti-Semitism
again.
megaphonics. I know that
He
isn't your
ascended into
intention when
heaven
you say that, but
and is seated at the right hand of God the Father
this is what
Almighty.
this is what I was asking you yesterday. Like, how do you even
will
in
come
our
again
anti-Zionist
to judge the
agitprop with
living
normal
and the
people
dead.
effectively
I
respond
believe in
without
the
losing
Holy
them to a
Spirit,
long explanation about
the
anti-Semitism
Holy
versus
Catholic
Zionism?
Church,
Like normal people see this
saints,
and become both anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic. Like, I don't know how to combat that effectively.
and life everlasting.
I mean, you
Amen.
combat that by once again just
Yes,
being like
fundamentals of theology. Yeah.
the notion that every Jew is responsible for all of this is just idiotic. It's so difficult to combat this narrative, partially because you can't point to white people in the same way, because when you got a white pedophile, or even like in Candace's case, when you got the Catholic Church that's like filled to the fucking brim with pedophilia, credible allegations of pedophilia, no one immediately assumes every fucking Catholic person is a pedophile. Okay. Whereas, because Jews, there's not that many of them, and they have a history of historic marginalization. Yeah, when you do actually talk about Jewish fundamentalists, Jewish supremacists, or a Jewish person that's engaging in pedophilia, people immediately go, "Oh, this is how they all are."
Oh, nothing worthwhile stealing from that guy.
You know what I mean? And like, although, as I've talked about before, institutional anti-Semitism is not a thing
mission
yet. It was a thing in the past.
Always glad to see
It hasn't been a thing for a good
God be with you.
4 to 5
Greetings.
decades now.
Okay,
and there is no like systemic discrimination against Jews once again, yet. It used to exist.
Well, I guess
it
we
doesn't
can't
anymore.
interact with it.
And therefore, anti-Semitism as a bigotry should be combated as every bigotry should be combated against, but is nowhere near as impactful because it's not tied to the same like systematic forms of violence. Anti-Semitic violence can still happen, and anti-Semitic violence does happen. But the reason why, if you don't want to factor that in to the equation, the reason why you should still combat against these narratives
I didn't
because
do anything.
when people actually lean into the Jewish aspect
I
instead
surrender.
of Zionism,
I've got it
instead
in
of
for you,
Israel,
scum.
Wait,
Time
what?
has
Did he-
come for
they
you.
end up
Best of your thievery.
being undisciplined
If I
and
don't
unfocused. If your goal is to actually combat the atrocities that Israel is engaging
Let's
in,
go with
you
the
have to make
contract
people
agreement.
fucking focus
Wait a
in
moment. I just
on
wanted to.
Israel's
That's
crimes.
not how it. But fine. But don't
When they
do
start
anything
talking
like that.
about Jews and how this is all about Judaism, all this shit,
So what did we lose?
they don't really care about Israel.
If you
as
took
much.
our
They just
gold
they
thingy, I'm
focus
gonna
their
be
enmity
pissed.
towards Jews.
Let's see.
It's reactionary thinking.
Should be
And not only
miscellaneous,
is it
right?
reactionary thinking, but it expands your consciousness into
very
further and further reactionary ideology. It leads you down.
It is annoying that we just
anti-communist
lost a
thought,
bunch of
where you start saying like, "Oh,
our
the painter
reputation,
man,
I think,
he had
but,
some good ideas, shit like that."
It'd be like
you become
that.
a part of this very dangerous in-group.
It happens.
I think the point of combating anti-Semitism leftistly is when it happens is real, not manufactured, over-exaggerated. The correct thing to do is call it out and push back against it. People on the left get over-corrective and refuse to do sometimes. Yeah. But I'm saying that even if you didn't care about like the impact of anti-Semitism, let's say you're not Jewish, right? And you're like, why the fuck should I care about this? Like, by and large, you should care about it, for the record. I'm saying that you should, but let's say you don't, right? Or let's say you're talking to someone who doesn't. And you're talking to someone who doesn't, and you're like trying to convince them that this is not about like Judaism, but instead it's about Israel. The reason why you should care about this enough to push back against the anti-Semitism is not to like get the ADL off your ass. Let's be real.
Stuff though.
They certainly haven't gotten off mine. Jonathan Greenblatt rides my dick on a daily fucking basis, regardless. But the reason why you should care about it is because at best it's still unproductive, and it causes people to focus their enmity and their attention away from Israel, but to every Jewish person on the planet.
Yep.
And that's fucking idiotic.
A waste of time. Okay, I think what's taking up a lot of space inventory is all this food. That's
right
going
here.
bad.
is demonstrating supremacist ideology. It's Jewish supremacist ideology, but it's still supremacist ideology. He's a very reactionary guy. He's a very right-wing guy. When he's talking about like the ethnic and religious superiority of Jews, that's exactly what he's doing. He's not doing it in any way, shape, or form that's any way different than the way Nick Fuentes talks about, you know, Christian supremacy, white supremacy. He's just Kahanas posting.
Actually, do I want to save here? Let's see. What other missions do we have?
So you should combat in the same
Find
way
to trust
that you do
Grandmaster.
all matter of bigotry,
You know what?
all
Let's go
matter
with that.
of reactionary ideology,
Find
fundamentalist
Marika. We haven't done that
ideology.
one yet either. Find Kangar's camp.
Claim there were tens of thousands of hours of tape. There are, by the way, but they are child pornography. The reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes do not include underage people with third.
Are zins legit and legal in Qatar? I found out that you can't legally sell zins. You can buy them at the airport. You can bring them in and you can consume them. But apparently they don't allow you to sell these. Allow you to sell these puppies inside of
Keep the peace,
Qatar.
and we'll stay friends. God be with you.
On Epstein Island. That is not
How's
what
the watch
tapes
going?
are.
Not bad.
Yeah, I also have sources
So
in the
far.
federal government who are covering this stuff and have seen the documents. Okay, those tapes are
can we
just child porn.
get
That's all.
anything here?
That's what they are. That's why the FBI is not releasing them. Okay, as far as the Epstein list, what I have been told by my
Why do you come to
sources
Trotsky?
is
I reckon
that
he sensed
there
he
is
was
no
in
Epstein
danger.
list.
A band
That
of
basically there's a
scoundrels was
black book
lying
of
in
Jeffrey
wait for
Epstein contacts. And the vast
Oh, yeah.
majority
How
of
was
those
your
contacts
company
are already
ambushed?
out there publicly. That's why you know
What happened exactly?
names like
It was
Prince
well
Andrew
planned, I must
or
admit.
Alan
What
Dershowitz
went
or
wrong?
some of the
Hard
names
to
that have been
say.
mentioned here.
That's all
Those
there was.
contacts,
If you
there's
really
no
wanna
evidence
know what I
according to the
The
DOJ and the
idiots
FBI.
lacked
Again, that's
discipline.
What do you
public.
mean?
There's
It
no
might have
evidence
come
that any
down
of
to a
those third
single
parties
fool's mistake.
were having
I don't know.
girls trafficked to
Like
them.
I say,
Okay, that is not evidence.
Okay,
that was
interesting. So they
made
basically
clear,
got
certainly,
ambushed by
to the
these guys.
DOJ or
Why did they call you
Oh
Black
shit, dude!
Bartosz?
Ben's
Why do they call
sources
you
told
Black
him.
Bartosz?
Well,
it's just a nickname, of course.
I urge
because
you
of
to
my
cease
once you win a few tournaments.
So you're really
your
Indeed.
investigation.
I'm Bartoszek of Drahonitz.
After
My father
all,
served Emperor Charles
Ben
his
Shapiro's
entire life.
sources have
Oh,
told
damn.
him
Sorry.
there's nothing to see here.
No, there's no need for formalities.
That's awesome.
Titles are
FBI.
worthless. A man
There
should
is
earn
Tucker
a name for himself.
then asserting that it was
It's
actually
not enough
Mossad.
to be born
Again,
with a
without
silver
evidence,
spoon in
not
your
a
mouth.
shock. Of
W.
course, this is
That's
where
a good.
Tucker was going. This is
good
based
save.
on
You must
the
have been
hot
honoured
speculation
when the Royal
on the
Chamberlain
internet
chose
is
you
without
as his
evidence.
bodyguard.
You say that Mossad was running.
How
Jeffrey
that's
Epstein.
simple.
When I say without
I
evidence,
was serving
I mean
in the
without
garrison
evidence.
in
Naftali
Prague's
Bennett.
royal castle.
I
where
want to
von
mention
Burgo
something
was
else
a
about the
frequent guest.
the anti-Semites.
But what brought
and
you to
why,
his attention?
They are not
You have good connections, I suppose.
real
Depends what
allies
you
at
mean.
all in the
I'd recently
anti-Zionist
won
cause.
2 big tournaments, so I was invited to a splendid.
They don't
banquet.
necessarily give
It
a
was
fuck
there
about
Sir
Israel.
Otto offered. I'd heard
They're
of
more
Trotsky,
so jealous
of
that
course.
Israel gets
Sir
to
Otto
operate
spared me.
a fascist country
Your sword, Massa.
that
We're about the
is
same
a
age.
ethno-religious
We
supremacist
each have
fascist
our own
country. They
path,
want to
it
do
seems.
that.
What?
They want to do Israel here in the United States of America.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
I dabble in
Oh, wow.
poetry.
Therefore,
A master of the
I
pen
may
and the
come
sword.
from a noble family, but we're not
anti-Semites
renowned,
who
and I
present
didn't
themselves
have
as
one.
anti-Zionists
That's right.
will
I spent more
oftentimes find
time fighting
themselves
than studying
even
at university,
defending Israel.
and I came out of it alive.
There are many
I reckon
examples of this in
that's where my
contemporary
talent
society. There are examples
Fair
of
enough.
this
What do you learn to
throughout
fight?
history as
Where
well,
did you
including
learn to
the
I've
literal
dedicated
fucking
the last 5
Nazis,
years of my life to
right?
I traveled a lot and
Participating in
was
the
taught by several
creation
masters.
before the Israeli state
I'd like to see the world
ever
too.
existed.
But I haven't even made it to Prague
in,
yet.
in
Well, I haven't
collaborating
been all
with
that
Zionist
far either.
brigades
But unless
in an
you
effort to get
learn
the
from
Jews
true
out no
masters,
matter what
you'll
and
never
just
become a
ship them
master.
elsewhere.
Fortunately,
Right?
these days there are.
I hope to make.
If you do, go and see Master Lamprecht and give him my
And that's
regards.
Okay, so we are
He's a
definitely
man
going to
of
that's the
honor
problem.
and a peerless master of the longsword.
Like
At
if
some
your
point.
goal here is to be an anti-Zionist, if your goal
Fancy
here is
goat
to
done.
fight
I'd
for the
love
freedom
to.
of
Oh,
and
wait a moment. The guards
the
found something on
emancipation
this
of
one
the
thief they called.
Palestinians,
They wanted to go looking for it.
anti-Semites
let's
are
play
not
for the map.
invested in that at all. They just want
Why
the
don't-
Jews.
I'm
Some
new
of them want the
here.
Jews out.
I don't know.
Right.
I'm glad I made it out alive.
Yeah, that's wise. Alright, let's play for
But
the
they
map.
could
Let's get
just as easily turn around and say, you know what? As long as they stay over there, I'm happy with that. As long as they help me, as long as they align with my goals of creating a white ethno state here in America,
Let's play with
then I'm
some
happy.
strong
I'm happy to
dice.
collaborate with Israel. many anti-Semites have done this collaboration in Europe. There's a reason why a lot of the far-right neo-Nazi formations that are growing in prominence and power in Europe have openly found themselves at the anti-Semitism seminar that is thrown in Israel once a year.
Hopefully we get some more points.
It happened this year as well, a couple months ago, or almost a month ago. One must ask the question, why? How is it that these anti-Semites that talk about how, you know, Jews control the media, Jews control the masses, Jews control this, Jews control that,
is that another one?
Find themselves such perfect allies with the nation state of Israel? Well, it's because they're both fascist.
What dice does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The former Israeli Prime Minister
that was close.
said, quote, as a former Israeli Prime Minister with...
Oh, dude, Ben. Naftali Bennett said so? Fuck.
Dude, die.
Damn, dude. You make such a compelling case. Hey, guys. My sources in the Mossad told me that Jeffrey Epstein certainly wasn't a part of it.
Let it be now.
And that's not an exaggeration. He's literally pulling up Naftali Bennett's tweet being like, as a former Israeli Prime Minister with the Mossad having reported directly to me,
not great.
I will say
This guy
to
might
you
win.
with 100% certainty,
let's see. We have, okay, here's one.
The accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the or the Mossad
let's try again.
running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false.
Let's play for the map.
Let's come back when I'm at
Case
the
closed, I guess.
Can't play. Okay.
Fuck, why didn't I
I'd
think
like to,
of that?
certainly. Why not?
Obviously, who could doubt
show
the
me
infallible
this
self-investigating institution of
I'll show you a
Israel?
little trick. I was taught it by a good old Franciscan back when I was...
Alright, teach me.
But of course,
directly to me.
it's first.
I say to you with
You kick your
100%
opponent
certainty,
between the
the
legs
accusation
and
that
pretend
Jeffrey
you're
Epstein
losing your
somehow worked
balance.
for Israel or the
But at
Mossad
that
running a
moment,
blackmail ring
you
is
swing the back of your
categorically
hand
and
at his
totally
neck.
false.
It won't
This
put a blow
accusation is a
down.
lie being
But
peddled by
it'll give you-
prominent
now come
online
and try it.
personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't.
Let us learn that.
And in fact, I followed up with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is the Mossad has not been active in the United States since the, or against the United States, since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987, when a U.S. Army contractor who's actually working for the Navy revealed classified
Left, down,
information
right. Okay.
to the Israeli government. He was prosecuted by the United States government and ended up in prison.
I'm gonna be honest, if I'm Ben Shapiro, I'm never bringing up Jonathan Pollard. In the off chance that someone actually learns about Jonathan Pollard from him, they are going to be way more anti-Semitic. Okay? Like, if I'm a guy who's like, you know, I really love Ben Shapiro because of all of his advocacy against, like, you know, Guatemalan migrants and stuff, but I'm a little iffy on this Israel shit. But, you know, I respect him. He's Jewish. Maybe that's the reason. Let me hear him out. And then they accidentally find out about fucking Jonathan Pollard from Ben Shapiro. They're never turning back.
Silly doggy.
They're going to be like, oh my God, Jews do control the country. Like, this is a foregone conclusion at this point. I was so deluded and so wrong.
Get our horse.
If I'm Ben Shapiro, I'm never bringing up Jonathan Pollard. Because Jonathan Pollard's story is so fucking insane.
Yep.
It's also pretty funny.
And Cabot.
Because
good afternoon.
Like
Trump,
Trump
what kind of mess? I've got
literally
the tack ready, but I've
gave
been ordered
Sheldon,
to show you. So
gave
kindly
Sheldon
take a look at him
Adelson
in
Jonathan
the
Pollard,
It's good to see you,
who then flew
herring,
him to
let's
Israel, and they gave him a standing ovation when
Herring
he
is
actually
not as
arrived
good
at
as
Israel. It's
Pebbles.
the biggest flex of all
And
time.
Pebbles will has not been upgraded yet, but he will become better very
Who's
soon.
Jonathan Pollard here? Ben Shapiro explained it.
And I never mind looking a gift horse in the
Who
mouth.
falls?
You for just
This
having your
accusation
own
is a
horse
lie,
won't make.
being peddled by prominent online personalities such as
No,
Tucker
the
Carlson,
baseball, I wouldn't say
pretending
that's
they know
what
things they
advice.
don't.
That's wise. The
In
first
fact,
thing
I
is
followed up with
pet
the
him
former
now
Prime
and
Minister
again when
Naftali
you're in
Bennett.
the saddle.
And
I remember
he
when he
told me
gave this
that the
advice
Mossad
when
has
I
not
played
been
through
active
this
in the
earlier.
United States
Like,
since
it was
the-
genuinely
or
useful.
against the United States.
Once
Since
you're
the
mounted,
Jonathan
don't
Pollard
trot.
scandal
He won't
of
trot too good,
1987.
and he won't move
When
too
a
fast.
US
And horses ain't stupid, mind. If
Army
you leave him
contractors
standing
actually working for the
around,
Navy
he'll most likely go and find a
revealed
place he
classified
likes.
information
A trough where he
to
can
the-
drink. Or maybe
Jonathan
some
Pollard is
pasture.
so funny because
So
he'll
don't be
go on
surprised
Israeli
if you leave
television
him
and be
alone
like,
and then can't find him
every
afterwards.
Jew
All right.
obviously
And of course, the
only
horse
cares
needs good
about
kit.
Israel.
I've prepared some decent tack for you. Mistakes done.
Like,
You can tack him up.
Sure. He is literally the dual loyalty trope.
Nice.
In
I
action.
put this in.
Like he's the
horse
guy that
thingy.
takes the trope from an anti-Semitic conspiracy and turns it into
Don't
like
really need
reality
any
for
of this.
Jonathan Pollard.
Actually, we need to remember to take some
American-born Israeli former intelligence analyst
with us.
who was jailed for spying for Israel. Pollard in 1984 sold numerous state secrets, including the National Security Agency's 10-volume manual on how the U.S. gathers its signal intelligence, and disclosed the names of thousands of people who had cooperated with the U.S. intelligence agencies. He was apprehended in 1985, and in subsequent proceedings agreed to a plea deal, pleaded guilty to spying for and providing top-secret classified information to Israel. Pollard admitted to shopping his services successfully in some cases to other countries, and in 1987 he was sentenced to life in prison for violations of the Espionage Act. So they didn't actually kill him, which was surprising. Well, I guess it's not surprising because, you know, he was doing it for Israel. But what's actually crazy is Jonathan Pollard was brought up in the so-called peace process over and over and over again by the Israelis. Like, they were very open about it. They were like, you have to release Jonathan Pollard. And Bill Clinton was like, I can't do that. Whoa. The fuck do you mean, release Jonathan Pollard? And remember, this is like basically a decade ago when Jonathan Pollard is caught. You do not sound drunk and slow. You sound chill. What? I don't know what that means. Jonathan Pollard.
It's a weird comment.
Got the Israeli government to acknowledge at least some of the wrongdoing. Okay. And issued a formal apology to the United States in 1987. But they did not admit to paying him until 1998. Okay. Over the course of his imprisonment, Israeli officials, U.S. Israeli activist groups, and some American politicians continually lobbied for a reduction or commutation for his sentence. Why the fuck were American politicians demanding a commutation of the sentence of a spy that sold state secrets to the nation state of Israel? Once again, American politicians and numerous American Israeli advocacy groups kept demanding it. They even said, in defense of his actions, Pollard actually said the American intelligence establishment had collectively endangered Israel's security by withholding crucial information. He had to do it to protect Israel.
That's insane.
Okay.
Literally just the 51st American state. The most
many
important
American
American
leaders
state.
opposed clemency for Pollard. Retired U.S. officials Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, former CIA director George Tenet, several former U.S. secretaries of defense, a bipartisan group of U.S. congressional leaders, members of the U.S. intelligence community. They maintained that the damage to the U.S. national security due to Pollard's espionage was much more severe, wide-ranging, and enduring than acknowledged publicly. There's that side of the story as well. It wasn't just Israel. He tried to sell it to Pakistan too. He's both a Jewish and Sunni supremacist.
That's
now
insane.
Jonathan Pollard, I think, lucked out by not selling it to Pakistan and selling it to Israel instead. Perhaps because he had better connections, or perhaps because that's the reason why he gets to now breathe the free man's air, in spite of doing unlimited damage to the American espionage capabilities, the American Defense Department. But the story doesn't end there, okay? Because, like, there's so much pressure coming from Israel, right? For years and years. They never give up on it. They even bring it up in the fucking so-called peace process to Bill Clinton and onwards from that point on. They're like, no, you have to release Jonathan Pollard. That's one of our reasons, which, by the way, once again, another testament to how little they give a fuck about the Palestinians, that they were leveraging America. They were like, hey, we'll allow Palestinians to live if you give us our spy.
That's so insane.
Lucky for Jonathan Pollard, of course.
Good dog.
Donald Trump was...
Fabulous Barnaby.
Donald Trump was coming into action.
Oh, you
Okay?
Right,
now,
well,
Pollard was released from prison on November 20th, 2025 in accordance with federal guidelines at the time of his sentencing. On November 20th, 2020, his parole expired and all restrictions were eliminated. On December 30th, 2020, Pollard and his second wife relocated to Israel and settled in Jerusalem.
Oh my fuck, that's so insane.
It's really interesting how they don't actually talk about the relocation efforts that took place.
They
Because it was
even
Donald
relocated
Trump
him.
that allowed Jonathan Pollard to leave the country and fly to the nation state of Israel. Okay? Donald Trump's primary benefactor, Sheldon Adelson, also known as Jabba the Hutt, rest in peace,
is insanely rare, at least in this part of the world.
sent
So we'll
a
get
private jet, his
so
own
very
personal
important
private
we
jet,
gather it.
to fly Jonathan Pollard to the nation state of Israel after his release.
Private jet?
And he was given a standing ovation by the state of Israel.
Insane.
Here's Jank talking about the Epstein files.
Whoa, Jank.
Look at these admissions that the U.S. government officials were secretly working for Sheldon Adelson,
Jank
who
is an
only cares about the
interesting
Israeli
soul.
interests, and flew traitor Jonathan Pollard back to Israel on his private jet. And they joked about how Israel controls the U.S. government. Hell of a December 2018 exchange here between Bannon and Epstein. Epstein says he's getting John Bolton on board with the idea that Qatar is the linchpin in the Middle
Is
East.
there
And
anything
Bannon
here
says,
to
while he got Bolton his NSA
fix
job,
our stuff?
he will not cross Sheldon Adelson.
What doesn't look very clean? Does this guy have a
Key is NBC.
drying rack?
Get actionable
Doesn't
deal, which they did, by the
lock
way.
in
NBC
place.
is Dubai, is the UAE.
And some free stuff?
Now Jonathan Pollard spends all of his days in the beautiful nation state of Israel, talking about how all Jews around the world only care about Israel. Doing his very best to make everyone feel a certain type of way about their Jewish neighbors.
All right,
to the best of his ability.
Are you the
He is a one-stop
fighting
anti-Semitism
grandmaster?
You're that
conference.
grandmaster.
And by that
What
I
did you
don't
call
mean
me? Who's
an
been telling you stories
anti-Semitism
about me?
awareness
It's
conference.
just
He's
that I've heard
making
you're the
everybody
best
aware of
fighter
being
far and wide.
anti-Semitic.
Ah, so that's
Okay.
what this is about. I haven't been called that in a long while, lad.
It's not even a
Who
joke.
might
He
you be?
recently,
My name's Henry.
a couple,
I know a bit
like
about
he
fighting
recently,
myself.
amidst
I
the
reckon I've beaten
ongoing
every fighter in the
genocide, came out
region.
and straight up
So
went
I
on
got sent to
television
you.
and was like, well,
You mean
first
to
of all,
beat
we should
me
genocide.
too,
We should do the
eh?
Holocaust to the
I don't
Palestinians.
know. I'm getting too
And then
old for this sort
also,
of thing.
also said, every Jew cares about
do we not
Israel.
want to
Came all the
fight?
way here
Do
to
not
see
trust
you.
any Jews in your neighborhood.
I'm giving you the
because
chance
they
to
care
hit me
first
with
and foremost
impunity.
about the
Do I
beautiful
really have
nation
to try
state
to
of Israel.
convince you?
At least embarrassment doesn't hurt.
Oh, Floyd Mayweather also met with
Bruises,
Jonathan
cuts,
Pollard. That was
and a
pretty
broken
funny.
nose, on the other hand.
When he went there. Yeah, here's
I've
Jonathan
been
Pollard
through worse.
doing
Been
the.
through a lot worse. You won't dissuade me with
We've
that.
been like almost
All right,
dead a
then.
couple times.
If it's really what you want.
Shalom,
First
Ronnie.
of all,
So you
we'll only
participated
fight
in a
once.
session in the Knesset which
I don't want
called
you begging for a
Israel
rematch when you
to
lose. And
resettle the Gaza
second,
Strip with Jews.
the fight ends
And
when
you know,
one of us gives
Jonathan,
up.
some feel that
I don't
today
want to have
the
to try to
consensus
revive
in
it.
Israel is not with you
All
on
right,
this issue.
I agree.
Well,
No, I
maybe-
actually
First you
feel
talk
that the
me into
consensus
comeback
would support
Hey, look.
a
You were the one who's
return
like
to
only
Gaza
one fight.
as
You live
completely
here
as
already.
we
here all
can.
What wilderness? Walk a
Dog.
few paces and you come to a bloody
You
great
are from
castle.
Galveston,
Oh, not really
Texas.
alone.
Okay?
Isn't it
You do
dangerous?
not
Isn't it
say
dangerous?
Aza. You are
It's
from
true. I don't always
Galveston,
sleep easy
Texas.
here.
What
castle
the
may as well
fuck
not
are
be
you?
there for all the protection it gives me.
Like, what are you
get
talking?
strange
Aza?
people
Really?
wandering around from time to time. The kind best
You are
avoided by
literally. I'm going to
honest
repeat it
folk.
one more
My
time.
advice to
You are
no
from
doubt they don't think I'm worth
Galveston,
the effort.
Texas.
Where exactly did you...
The
the
fuck
rocks
do you
above
mean?
my
Oh yeah,
cottage.
we got to return
Alright,
them to
we'll
Aza.
deal with them in the evening. How do you get into herbalism?
Why did you become a
You
herbalist?
performative
Let
bitch.
me guess.
I think a
Seems
lot of
like
the
a woman's
polls
work
have
to you,
been
eh?
mistaken.
That's not what I
And
meant.
they've been poorly
No, I didn't mean it
reported.
like that.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm
that
from
the only
Galveston,
herbalists I know are
Texas.
women. You're the first male one I've met.
You're the first
My grandmother
male.
taught me everything I
Yeah,
know.
so
She
odd
used to
hearing
take me
Pollard
with her
say the
to the
Hebrew
forest.
translation of Gaza's name
It's
in
a
an
little bit
American
silly,
accent.
especially
Something
since,
virtually
like-
no other Israeli does, speaking in English.
What it's called,
Anyone familiar with
where it
Pollard's
grows,
delusions of grandeur
and what
before
it's
he
good
was
for.
arrested will catch
It's just
how
silly.
much of a construct this
Evenings,
persona
she
is.
tested me mercilessly on
An American
everything.
and a Canadian speaking in
If I
English about
made
their
a
God-given
single
right to
mistake,
depopulate a
I
region of the
got
Middle
Well,
East
that's
and
just
move the
like
real owners of the land.
Apothecary
like
Diaries.
Everything. No recipes.
Why? I keep all the recipes in my head and measure out the ingredients by eye.
I've seen
I'm gonna
better.
run it
Isn't
again.
it dangerous?
Isn't it dangerous not knowing the...
Maybe for me.
No, I actually
If I
feel
lick my
that the
fingers while
consensus
crushing
would
some herb
support
Paris, for instance. But I've never poisoned anyone yet.
Nice.
a
Well,
return to Aza.
At least not by mistake.
A return to
But people
Gaza.
trust you anyway, since they buy salves and
As
healing
completely
potions
as we
from you.
can.
what else can they do?
I think a lot of the polls
The
have
only
been
real apothecary here is Emery,
mistaken,
and he
and they've
charges
been
a
poorly
lot.
reported.
Yeah, he probably charges
I've seen better
fair
polls,
penny.
and they all indicate that a complete
Alright,
return
let's
to
trade a
Aza,
little bit.
Show me your...
that's been cleared.
This guy
of
is
its
nice. Oh,
current,
and he has healing. He has save potions. We want
Islamofascist
those.
population would probably be an acceptable solution as far as most Israelis are concerned. Our repossession of our biblical land in Aza.
Well, you has
basically
two
set-
I can't get over it. dude.
recipes. Might get those.
You do not say Aza, big dog. The fuck do you mean Aza? You're from
Can we sell something
Alveston,
to this guy?
Texas.
We'll sell these. We have a bunch
I
of
have a
food.
better like Israeli accent than he does. At least LARP better. Galveston, Texas. I am from there, but this is what happened. I come to Israel, and now I sound like this. The fuck do you mean? Yes, we're gonna depopulate Aza.
Awesome.
Aza. Aza.
Why are you talking about Azerbaijan like that?
We will depopulate Aza.
We'll sell most
stage
of these
for our
foods because they're
future.
about to
Why?
go bad.
Because it will show our enemies that if you fight us, we will not only defeat you decisively, but we will take back our land as well, permanently.
We will not sell the
to make sure that
roast
they're
chicken
safe
legs and stuff
and
because
secure
we
going
can just give that
forward.
to Mutt.
And the only way that's going to take place is if we have a Jewish Gaza. 100%.
Oh, he said it.
That is
he said
insane.
it wrong.
What?
Come on.
To take place is if we have a Jewish Gaza. 100.
Well, he was able to say it correctly that time.
He
Pig.
fucked up the LARP. He's like, oop. I'm sorry. I meant Aza.
100% Jewish Gaza.
Oh, no. Anyway, fucking asshole, dude.
Horrible people.
There's the other side of the Epstein story that especially the British press has been really fucking bad about. If you've been paying attention to the way that the British press is covering the Epstein files, they just like, weirdly enough, don't talk about Israel at all. And instead, they've decided, you know who
Not that
Epstein was
surprising,
actually
unfortunately.
working for? Vladimir Putin.
Oh yeah, that
And
shit.
this one is actually really
All the
funny
liberals
because
being like,
Sky
"Oh
News actually
look,
did cover
it's actually
one of the articles, or
like
one of
Putin.
the
He was a
soundbites
Putin
from
agent.
the
He was a Russian
Revelations where
agent.
Epstein is talking
Like, are you
to
serious?
someone.
Come on.
Newly released voice
Like,
recording of
it's
Prince Jeffrey Epstein
ridiculous.
advising an unknown person on how to approach Russian President Vladimir Putin.
It would be, I would think about, not decided,
I wonder who this unknown person is.
that at some point you can say, look, I would send a note to Putin, say, I'm going to leave government in March 14th. I'm going to be in
We're not going to sell too much of the Valerian actually, because that is a little bit of a pain to find. We will sell more of the wormwood.
We should have dinner. That's it. No more. It has to be very
Good thing the video ends right there. There's no more conversations that took place between Jeffrey Epstein and this unknown person. Poland to examine increasingly likely possibility that pedophilia scandal was co-organized by intelligence services in Moscow. Wow. Thank you, Poland. Thank
All
you,
right.
Telegraph.
Let's discuss
That's
the
probably what it was.
Poland.
Yeah, you're right. Surely Jeffrey Epstein was definitely not working for the CIA or the Mossad. That would be anti-Semitic and anti-American. Surely if there's an intelligence agency he was working with, it must have been the KGB. Or maybe the Chinese espionage. The Chinese intelligence agency.
Is that a smoke?
You know, that's probably what it was. Yeah,
was that
look
just,
no further, please.
Just fire. You can cook some items.
Meanwhile, if you look at the actual trove of data, yes, MSS, thank you for all the China watchers. If you look at all the trove of data, Jeffrey Epstein is like, I love selling Israeli spyware. It's my favorite thing to do. Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, I love you. You are my best friend. We are doing so much for Israel together, and we will continue to do so much for Israel together. I love Israel. I'm working with Israel. I'm working for the state of Israel. Haha, Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel. Can you tell people I'm not a spy for the Mossad? Ehud Barak responds with, you or me? And he goes, me, smile. That's real. That last thing that I just mentioned isn't even an exaggeration. That's like almost verbatim. A conversation that took place in the Epstein files. Now, of course.
Actually, just like all of these.
These guys seemingly can't figure it out. It's just an unknown voice. Oh, well, I guess we'll never know who Jeffrey Epstein is. Oh, wait. The unknown person's video is Ehud Barak, then Israeli prime minister. I wonder why Sky decided to pretend it's a fucking mystery.
This guy? Barnaby?
Oh, yeah, I remember this photo. Gina Haspel, ex-director of the CIA, was caught in the photos with Epstein and CIA laying the office in the materials room. The room where you have all of your rare stolen materials like leathers. She had her photos taken down illegally 30 minutes after they dropped. A scrubber picked them up.
It's been a little while.
Epstein with a smiling emoji asked former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to clarify he does not work for Mossad in a meeting with a senior Qatari investment official.
Don't be a coward. Attack! I really don't need this anymore.
I will be honest, although the Europeans are doing this fuck shit, at least they are punishing some of the guys.
Don't be a coward.
You know what I mean? Because we're punishing none of the guys here in America. Here in America, we're just like walking around inventing new things to get mad at. We're like, oh, Zoran Mamdani must have actually been Jeffrey Epstein affiliated or something. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Epstein is basically butt-fucking Donald Trump. All up and down the Epstein releases 38,000 mentions of Donald Trump. 38,000 mentions of the current president of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and the fucking Epstein files. And these guys are making AI videos and AI photos to be like, well, what if Jeffrey Epstein is Zoran Mamdani's father?
Yeah, that shit is so insane. Come on.
No punishment will be dished out.
Men used to fight better.
You what?
To a single wealthy aristocrat in the United States of America. And not only will there be no punishments dished out.
You what?
Wait, hold on. Adam Friedland is calling me.
Adam Friedland is calling us up. Okay.
Adam, I'm live.
I don't want to know what that's about.
Hello?
I can
Can you hear
still
me?
take you.
I'm live. I'm live.
Put on FaceTime. I want to. Oh, you're on.
Don't slow down.
I'm on stream.
You just got started.
Wait.
What? Okay.
Yes.
This fight will focus on that for a little bit because that sounds very funny.
Okay. You don't want to leak it. You don't want to leak it. You don't want to leak it.
That's fine. It's my dream to be on your stream.
Okay.
Justin, act like you've been here before.
They can hear you. Justin, they can hear you on stream.
Who is that?
Justin is one of the sickest people on earth, honestly. He's awesome.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll ask you some other time about this fucking, this kid. Clavicular.
Oh, clavicular. Oh, I got you. I got you. Also,
you really gave me a lick here.
Know about
Who'd have thought you had it in you?
Why is he doing that?
Me.
I know all about it. I'll get back to you. Also, I'm gonna be in New York in 2 days.
Wow. Now what?
Like you do,
I'm gonna be in New York. I'm gonna be in New York in 2 days.
I didn't challenge you for money.
I'm not offering you any.
I think he's trying to do. He's trying to do something, maybe.
Or I could show you how to treat them yourself. What do you say?
HH Club. Oh,
I can stay for a while.
Actually, why not?
Do show us.
I could stay for a little while.
That's more like
yes.
it. And listen, What if that
Yes.
moment were to last a little longer?
Yeah.
I have some lovely aged meat here. We could chat a while.
But you're in
I don't
Qatar?
get many visitors
What?
here.
I'm in Qatar. Yeah. Yeah.
Mead, you say?
Did you went to the Saudi
Homemade,
Arabia
my
Comedy
friend.
Festival?
No. I went to the web summit
Nice.
here,
Oh,
but I'm getting
We'll chill here
Big
with this
Daddy
old
to
guy.
give me a plane.
Who escaped, by the way?
What?
Spoiler alert.
The royals.
That's why he's a hermit.
We should start a shit coin. They
A bit
give you
sad.
$2 billion.
Very sad.
Have another with
Okay,
me.
I might do that.
Another one.
I like that.
This will be the
Adams
seventh.
Made
I think.
$3 million off
Not a
of Stop
fish.
Anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the start
You can't
anti-Semitism
leave now
coin.
anyway. You just
I'm gonna
puke
do the
in my
opposite.
flower bed. Fall asleep on an anthill somewhere.
Well, that's your fault for living in a hut in the middle of nowhere.
Has
Okay.
benefits too.
All right. Well, I gotta go. I'm in
What
the middle
benefits?
of covering
What?
the Epstein files and how he
And
was
what
definitely
benefits?
not an
I'm my
Israeli
own
asset.
master here. I don't give a flying toss about what's happening
go
somewhere
go
in the
ahead and
village.
talk about some nasty
True.
stuff to kids.
You're not here for. Isn't
yeah,
it
I'll
a
be-
bit? Aren't you lonely?
Isn't it a bit of a lonely life?
Don't make me out to be some kind of hermit.
I'm gonna be in New York.
Coming here for herbs,
At least Woody
salves,
wasn't in the files.
and once in a blue moon, someone
Yeah,
comes
you're
and
right.
challenges me to
Yeah,
a
no.
fight.
Does that happen often?
Yeah.
Not the fighting,
Really bit the bull.
but people
All
have
right,
been coming
bye.
here for herbs more and more often.
More and more.
Polite and ask nicely.
No, what's up?
Even
Go
let them
ahead,
pay me back
Justin.
later. Times are tough.
Are they tipping
No.
more for me?
He's a very nice dude.
Sounds pretty boring.
Justin has a
You might be
love in
surprised.
his bum.
It can get
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah,
scary
they're-
in the woods at night.
They're going crazy. There's a
Especially
hype train
now,
incoming,
with all
Justin.
those
You did
bandits
that.
roaming the region.
Yeah,
Are you
we will
afraid
deal with
they'll
them.
come here?
Also,
Very
we'll.
great guy, Justin.
I'm very
Told you
distracted
to
by this, so
consider him a
we'll
friend the other day. Bye, Hassan.
focus on this
All
one
right,
more.
bye.
Never mind, it just finished.
Oh my God. Who the heck was that? That was Adam Friedland, host of the Adam Friedland
What would
Show.
they do here? I'm just a dirty herbalist with a hut full
That's
of
right.
dried plants. Unless they're a
The
death's door
millennial
themselves.
Bill Maher.
What would you do if that happened?
What would you do if someone like that came to you?
I don't rightly know myself.
He has a love sense
Broken
in
leg
his
or a
butt.
dagger in the
his
guts
what?
hurts
In his
everyone the
butt.
same. That's
Norm
true.
was in the
But
files
when I
too.
just
Yeah, but
think
in the
about
most
the
goated way that
scum
you can be
going
in
off
the
and killing
files, where
someone
they
the
try
next
to
day.
fucking reach out to
Sends
Norm
chills down
Finkelstein,
my spine.
and he basically said,
You're not here voluntarily.
What
if
made you
Jeffrey
move to
Epstein
this
did
lonely place?
to your
You think
15-year-old
someone
daughter
forced me?
what he did to other 15-year-old daughters, I would hope that you
something
would
seems
strangle
off.
him or throttle
dunno.
him and Alan Dershowitz. He basically
I've never
said
met a herbalist like
Epstein
you.
and Dershowitz
You
are
know
both
what,
pedophiles
Henry?
that deserve to be
You're a
killed.
solid bloke. So I'll tell you what happened.
Alright. We'll turn down the sound of him a
Yeah.
little bit
The most vindicated man.
for this part.
When I was about your age, I worked as a hired hand in Troskowitz, where this girl took a liking to me. Sarah was her name, but I wasn't interested in her.
Short list of
And I
people
told
who
her
the
right
files
away,
released to date have
but
shown a positive
trouble
light.
still
Norm
found me
Finkelstein,
anyway.
Nicholas Taleb, and Tina Brown.
Sarah took
People have
revenge.
Let me
added
guess.
She, Melinda Gates, and
Sarah
Corbin
wanted
to the
revenge.
list.
Maybe, but she also might
Yeah.
have been completely innocent. All she did was complain to her brother, and
I mean,
he put
you could
two
even
and
say
two
Fidel
together.
Castro, even though he
What do
did
you
hang
mean?
out with Jeffrey Epstein one time.
Don't
he
worry
was
about that.
clearly a hurdle.
You can tell me.
To whatever
Come on,
desires
you
Jeffrey
can tell
Epstein
me.
had in the beautiful.
What happened
nation
with
state of
Sarah's
Cuba.
brother?
He realized it wasn't just about his sister. I never liked any girls. I reckon he'd found it odd for a while, and Sarah just gave him a reason to confront me about it. He gathered some of his friends, and they came
Anyway,
to
guys, I'm
explain
fucking
how they
tired.
treat animals like me.
Ridiculous.
I'm
But you
too
took care of them,
tired.
didn't you?
But if it's true what they say about you, you beat them all up, right?
I love you all.
Or are those just rumours?
No, it's
but I
true.
think I'm going to end it here.
I'm
No,
not
we
proud
were
of
sending
it.
stream.
Time's
But if
coming
I
to a
hadn't done it,
close. I'm going to try to be live early tomorrow
We shall
on my last day in
turn
the glorious nation of Qatar,
stream
the Pearl.
off
The
and focus fully on the game.
I
Oh,
am here
actually,
right
we'll
now.
keep it
That's
running
the
for a
reason
little
why I
bit.
have
They
to
would
end
have
this
beat the
broadcast,
life out
'cause
of
I'm
me.
I'm dying.
Didn't
Okay.
they deserve that beating?
Inshallah,
They got what they deserved.
Iran will not be bombed.
They were asking
and
for
then
trouble,
Therefore,
not
Iran
you.
will not retaliate.
but I'm the one that got
Against
run out of
Qatar.
Troskowitz.
Where there is an American base
Back
here,
off,
as you guys know.
Nadev, and Uyas
Airbase,
too.
US
There's
Central
nothing to be
Command
done
is
about it.
stationed out of
That's
Qatar.
awful.
That's
That's sad.
miles
You
away
learned
from where I'm
ringing?
standing, but
come elbow uppercut. What can you teach me?
You said you could teach.
Other than fighting, I'm pretty familiar with all sorts of herbs. People come to me with various maladies.
And you always heal them?
Always.
To get a better
Hey you,
understanding of
Dingus
Always
Pants
when
Bunch.
there's
Hello,
still
what's
time.
up, man?
Sometimes they'd be better off going straight to the priest.
We just found a gay man who lives as a hermit because,
Come back later.
well,
even in clutter,
such is
even
life
in
of
the
gay
middle of
men
the
in the
goddamn
medieval
night.
era in Europe.
Don't
I
ever
can't
tell me
now.
I'm not the
Come back
hardest
later.
working motherfucker in the league, okay? Anyway, love you guys.
Alright,
And I will see
that's the
you
end of the
tomorrow,
himbo stream,
hopefully.
so we'll close that window. Just a moment, I need to like turn that off for me. There we go. Alright, continuing this. Steal food, he wouldn't give the food for free. Ah well. Strong Nighthawk, oh that could be useful. Now we'll just take, let's see, food. Take a Nighthawk. That is very bright. And so we'll switch to our stealth clothing. Because we have some bandits to take care of. Oh, sorry dog. Didn't mean to do that.
Aye, aye, you silly doggy.
It's annoying that you can't pet other dogs. A little bit silly. Right, the camp is to the east, not by northeast. You have words and stuff. Good use of your highlight. Dingus Pants Punched. Right, east by northeast. Somewhere around here, I think. Alright, we also need to equip a weapon. Where exactly is it? Right overhead. That hill right there. Pants bunched. Pants bunched. There we go. Found them. Got some arrows. I remember taking care of these bandits at least a little bit last time. Last time meaning when I was playing the single player. Oh, pants be bunched. Never mind, LMFO. I thought it was like pants bunched. Another arrow. Let us take the arrow. Okay, we can't do that. Not without the risk of being found. Discovered enemy camp. How many enemies are there? 2, it seems. Like, it is tempting to kill them, but we're not going to do that. Because generally killing is not a good thing. We'll knock them out. And take their stuff. Confiscate their weapons and whatnot. Go. Fixed. What can we loot from here? What is over here?
Come here, boy. Look what I have
Here you
for
go.
you.
Take this roasted chicken leg. Okay, flashlight. Oops. That is too bright. Knight's Warhammer. It's definitely taking that. This is decent for the cost. Force guard, deserting soldiers. Ah, they're deserters. That explains the level of equipment. You might get a little bit of cold, but such is life. always take their weapons. It's very important. We don't want these guys going off to kill someone else just because we would feel bad about killing them. You know? It is so bright. I wish you could turn down this a little bit. We'll turn up the sound again as well. No, not reset to default. There, save changes. Go. Trusky Pavis, Glaive, Dogwood Hunting Bow. Bellship Killer. Oh, they actually had some pretty decent equipment. Song of the Merry Poor, Russian. Like all of that. Have anything else? I think last I was here, there was also a body. Or maybe I'm remembering wrong. It is very dark, good grief. I'm gonna fix it. Change the title real quick. Himbo refugees welcome. It's unlikely that people find their way here after the Himbo stop streaming, but if they do, they're welcome. Okay, can we get this arrow? Oh nice, we might be able to. Yes. Neat. Okay, what else is there in this area? Not a lot. I'll probably ride back to Trusky and deposit our shit. Oh. I'm hearing deer in the distance. Oh dear. Here's a place for drying our stuff. We might have to go to Tarkov actually. Yeah, we'll go southwest to Tarkov instead. Southwest. Yeah, southwest. Oh, no. Oh, need more loot. It is very dark here, good grief. Oh, it's too bright with the Nighthawk on. But also without it, we can't see shit. It's too bright with the Nighthawk and torch on. Without it, we can't see shit. Row hunting spot. Okay. I don't see any of them. They probably all ran away just earlier. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. They'll eventually return. Don't know if I want to wait around for that. It'd be nice if we could see any of them. Hope we got some thistle now. I don't think we've picked up a lot of thistle recently, so. go. Would like to hunt a few deer. Since we found the hunting spot, but I don't see any of them coming back. Oh wait, is that one over there? I think it is. Let's see if it is a deer. So we can hunt it quick. Let's take this distance on the way. So it up here. Difficult to see anything different. Tall grass. I thought I saw it. Maybe I just saw wrong. My eye's playing a trick on me. Yeah, I probably just saw wrong. Right, let's go back to the roe hunting spot. If we don't find one, then we'll just move onwards. We are hearing something. I was about to go, oh look, a deer, but no, that's our horse and we don't want to shoot it. Pebbles don't really deserve that, Faith. We found a rabbit. Okay, this potion is not really helping a ton. Alright, Pebble, let's get going.
Come here.
Praise it a little bit. Okay. Shit. Just as we mounted up, we found one. But it ran in that direction. It did come very close before it reacted, so maybe we'll be able to hunt it down. Nice. And we leveled up. Very cool. Right. Are there any other deer? Probably not. We'll just call upon a horse and get going. Hello, Mark. Good
You're
dog.
my doggy, eh? Here you go.
Take a
Take
one of these. I have too many of them.
Come here.
Alright, praise the horse and speed up.
quick.
Just have the horse follow this path.
Whoa, whoa.
What's that?
I wouldn't want that mare if someone...
What an asshole. He just looks at a horse and goes like, your horse sucks. SMH. Okay, there's a bunch of sheep here. Is there any hunting area nearby? Not that I can tell. Right, we'll just go back to Taco. Then.
Whoa!
Uh-oh. What is that?
To welcome you as your brother and friend. Grant me the indulgences of which I dream. Come and speak your name.
Okay, what's up with this guy? Let's wear nice clothes and speak with him.
Who the hell are you?
My name is of no importance. I am your faithful
Oh, it's this guy.
servant.
Kingdom do not come delivery. Well, sorry, but he will be doing that a lot. Speaking of, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Why, I'm waiting for you. I did everything I was told, chanted the words, and you showed up.
Okay, what do you want from me?
What do you want from me?
Me? Want something from you, Dark Lord? No, I wouldn't dare. I can only humbly beseech, pitifully implore.
Out with it, then.
For a small kindness, a favour.
And what is that favour? A favour?
What favour?
I'd like the dice to roll like they've never rolled for anyone before, and win every game.
Why dice?
Why do you want to get lucky at dice, of all things?
Yeah, what's up? What do you want to ask?
My wife is sick, and I have no way to pay for a healer. If I win enough money, I can find someone to
I don't
cure
like.
her.
I mean, I don't really feel strongly about Noam Chomsky. I expect that he's made good books, and I'm sure that they're still very good and useful.
I even lost the
some of them
barn.
at least.
He must be
But it does
cheating
seem like
somehow.
he
I'm
is
sure of it, because there's no way I could be that unlucky.
a social
so I want to
libertarian or
turn the
whatever.
tables on him.
A
I'm gonna
libertarian
take
socialist or
everything
whatever
he's
you want to
got.
call it. He
Give
is
him grief.
very suspicious. I would not defend his name. Okay.
I'm not going to be granting you any wishes. And clear off.
We'll help this guy.
Or I'll take
we
you
will
down
not.
into the 7 levels with
We don't want him to like.
Master, my wife.
Where's my fork?
Lord in heaven, have mercy. Our Lady of Grace, forgive my blasphemy. Help!
It's so dumb. A narco commie. No, unfortunately, I don't think he's a narco commie. I think he's just. I mean, he's had good takes, but has a very bad take on that specific when it comes to minors and shit like that. I wonder where this guy's gonna run off to.
Whoa!
Right, in any case, before we do anything, there's a bird's nest here somewhere.
Whoa! Whoa!
I don't like his takes. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, not defending that shit. Of course. He can still have good books and shit. But that's where the support ends at this point. Now that it's come out that he was let's say a bit too involved with Epstein and whatnot. And we don't like that. We don't like that whatsoever. Ooh, lots of thistle. Yes, journalism is manufactured very much the Bible if you want to be anything serious. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Like Hassan said, that his takes on other stuff, like manufacturing consent, is really, really good. The concept and the information it shares is extremely useful. It's good. It's very good. But that does not mean that every one of his takes are good. Hassan said that like he didn't like his take on Lenin, and I've not seen what that take is, but I need to look it up at some point.
Go!
There we go, we made it back. Can't steal these cabbages. Sad. Look, a horse. That can be sold. That can be stolen. Won't steal it quite yet, though. Right, lots of eyebright. Have you tried Company of Heroes 3? I've tried it a while ago. I need to try it again at some point. But I really did not like how it played when I tried it a while ago. A lot of things were balanced, and like the balance was very broken. And the gameplay itself felt very cartoonish to me. Was not fond of it. They've changed a lot since it came out. I do believe that, but I do reckon, like I still need to try it again, but I would not be surprised if I still would not like it with all the different changes. Last I checked, which is a little while ago now, to be fair, most of my Company of Heroes 2 friends are still playing Company of Heroes 2 because of the broken balance and whatnot. But it might be different now, of course. Die of misfortune. Yay. Okay. Where our... It's weird that we keep discovering our bed instead of it just being on the map. Right. Go where our stealth clothing. And see if we can look, God. It's the wrong house. There we go, that's our room. We don't have a door. Go. Alright, we still need to make use of the drying thingy. Hello, God. Don't mind us. We should dry the herbs. Where's the drying rack here? I forgot. Oh, it's right over here. This room. And there we go. Dry all this stuff. check this. Check what? That is a very long link. Let's have a look. Let's see. Window capture. Swedish UN official signs of contact with Epstein refuel. Chair of Sweden, UNHCR, SIPS. That's a big deal. SIPS are often nearly unseen. It shows how she visited late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Istanbul, AAA. Why is this? Istanbul, AA. Joanna Robinson, Chair of Sweden for UNHCR, the UN Human Center for Refugees, I believe. Resigned from post Monday. Joseph leave assignment after what appeared in the media over the weekend. This was not something out of the organization on the board was previously aware of. In 2012, Rubinstein visited Epstein's private island with a family and later thanked them in an email, describing the stay in positive terms. At the time of the visit, Epstein had already been convicted of sex crimes. I was aware of the verdict at the time of the visit, what has subsequently emerged about the extent of abuse is appalling, something I strongly distance myself from. What about the previous bit? You dildo. The US Justice Department recently released a trove of more than 3 million page blah blah blah. Did it say like how she was involved? Does it say anything about that? Abundant apples? What was I mean, chair for like Sweden for the UNHCR is a pretty big deal because the UNHCR, if I recall correctly, is like, yeah, that's like all the refugees, and the people working for them being associated with Epstein is very, very, very bad, exceptionally so. She was silent with her family and friends at least once, and wrote in the guest book. That's disgusting. The world is full of awful people. Bloody hell. Truly wish the worst for that kind of people. Right. Put away this stuff. Actually, before we put away more stuff, we'll use our tools to repair whatever we can. The more experience, the better. We need a new tailor's kit, or like a, what do you call it? Bow kit. Right, now we can put away the rest of our stuff. But yeah, that is awful. Abundant apples. Thanks for sharing. Good grief. Do we not have any more tailor's kits? I guess we don't. Damn. Yeah, we need some new of those. Some new ones. Nice, we can finally use these noble gloves. We'll put away most of these apples. Look at this abundance of apples we have. Ha ha ha. I'm so funny. cooked most of the rest of this food. We can probably put away some of these potions. Probably most of them. Like, we don't need this many doll maker potions and whatnot. Skill books, we'll keep them. Law book, we'll read it.
Are you going to do what we talked about?
I don't know yet. I'll have to see.
And then just all these alchemical ingredients. And also the shitty die. Where is it? Lousy gambler's die, dice of misfortune. Holy Trinity die is also kind of rubbish. There we go. Right, we need to read this one book. Where is it? Books. This one, Song of the Merry Poor. I'll just go through it real quick. For the VOD, if anyone wants to have a look at it. Now Henry of Skallets will get rest. Just a wee bit. And then we'll send him onwards again. On many a great mission. Let's wear our nice clothes and let's learn these. Nice, a few more recipes. We'll eat some of the food he has. There we go. A new level in speech. Let's see, player skills, secondary. I guess one of the primary stats, let's see. Polished wares, we're selling weapons, you can get more money for them. Getting more money, battle cry. Use battle cry during the fight only will give you courage, but it will put fear into enemies' hearts. Let's go with that. Final offer is useful, but we'll wait with that.
Henry, good to see you.
Hello, Radovan. Good to see you as well. Surprising that you're so happy to see me after I did
Greetings to
the
you
wedding.
too.
What's new around here?
What's new around here?
I don't know about anything. It's all been quiet here. Thank God.
I like Radovan. He's just a chill dude.
All right.
Damn.
Then get it. I'll be happy to sell you.
All right.
Farewell, my friend.
Actually, no, we need him at the shops because we need to buy some. Actually, I was gonna say we need to buy some stuff from him, but I don't think we even need to do that. For an upcoming mission, would you want to keep some stuff in your inventory? Mainly, if we can find them. Want to be under armor? Actually, wait. Horse. Yeah, we'll move this to inventory as well, real quick. So where's the horse stuff? Should be above potions, I think. There we go. And let's see. We want a few horseshoes. Knight's horseshoe. Yeah, we'll just take them. Because we'll need them for an upcoming mission. It's pretty wild that there's not really anything special between Epstein and Denmark yet. Yes, that is a little bit wild. It's a bit surprising, especially considering our history. But give it some time, we'll see. Have you tried looking, like keyword searching Denmark in the files, as I suggested to you? Or like any members of the royal family, etc. There's still 3 million files lacking. You check with the richest man in Denmark. Nothing on Lego on the Mass family. Okay. But at least our horrible demons aren't horrible demons in that way. I guess that's something. If you heard that, no you did not. Alright, we have another bed here. Forgot about that. Epstein was a Mosaka agent for Israel. Yes, he was. I don't know what you mean by Mosaka agent. What do you... Oh, wait, no. I know what you mean. Yeah, no, he was. He, at the very least, worked for them. Okay, I really need to go to the loo. So I might put on a video for you guys. While, wait, actually, we'll put on CoffeeZilla's video. And I'll be right back. It's a little bit lazy of me, I know, but I hope you do spare me. You do forgive me for this laziness. Oh, actually, we could also put on a Fredder video. Good grief, my stomach is not having a good time. Instagram, oh no. I will not have a look at Instagram things right now. Okay, let's see. What is... Shall we go with YouTube Medievalists are weird, or... I want ideally something longer. Someone might have said Lego set. That is so cursed. What the fuck? That's so dumb. Okay. All the prominent billionaires. Okay. Let's go with this one. This one is a funny video, and we'll watch the next video at some point. Speed normal, yes. Okay, we'll watch this. I'll put on this video and then we'll back. Or Overzealots. Ooh, Overzealots is also good. But also... have you seen this video yet? If not, trust me, it's very fun. Very cursed. Right, I'll play this video for you and I'll be right back. This is fine, bro. Thank you. Alright,
Most teenagers were into fantasy and history. I was also into medieval history because it had knights and swords and all that cool stuff. I read the Jan Guillou Arn series as a kid and later in life read James Clavell's Shogun. In my teenage years I played Shogun 2 Total War and Crusader Kings 2. I'm sure this kind of thing tracks for many of you as well. In terms of actually learning about this stuff, I didn't really have much of an idea where to start. Enter youtube.com. The early algorithm and my more sword and HEMA-obsessed friends very quickly started serving me videos from seemingly knowledgeable individuals talking directly into a camera and occasionally showing off their swords. Then, as I began my undergraduate studies and started learning more not just about history but also about how history is written, I started getting bored with these videos, verging on actively disliking some of them. I started noticing that a lot of the channels often relied heavily on rationalization and logic, not on evidence or sources. This is a phenomenon that I observe with a lot of reenactment content on YouTube. They sometimes use primary source materials as a jumping off point, but from then on begin to rationalize how, quote, things worked back then based on their own personal experience. You might hear them say something like, if they did X, then Y would happen. That doesn't make much sense, so they probably did Z. It's all argumentation and deduction based on what they believe, their preconceived notions, and their experiences. This approach to history can very quickly become problematic for many different reasons, but with these YouTubers I think something unique starts to happen. When the so-called history that they teach doesn't have to be backed up or justified by its connection to the sources, and when their personal experience takes primacy, then they start to believe themselves to be far more knowledgeable and qualified than they actually are. They begin to quote-unquote reason themselves towards every answer. And for some reason, the end result of this development almost always looks like an hour-long video essay about why women don't belong at video games. The plan here is to revisit 3 channels that I watched something like a decade ago, those being Lindy Beige, Metatron, and Shadiversity, to see where they are now and try to figure out what's going on with them. When I'm not bogged down in research for one of these videos, you might think I'm doing something otherwise intellectually stimulating. You would be wrong. I'm watching British reality TV. The other day I was going to watch Come Dine With Me with my girlfriend. If you're not familiar, 4 people each take turns inviting the others to their home for a meal. They rate their experiences and whoever scores highest gets £1,000 cash. The kicker is that the producers almost always make sure one of the 4 people is insane, and they have a colossal crash out by the end of the week. Come Dine With Me and other British reality shows are readily available on YouTube for people in Britain, but I'm in Norway. That's where Surfshark comes in. Thank you Surfshark for sponsoring this video. Surfshark provides a VPN service that allows you to access region-locked content all over the internet by connecting through one of their 3,200 different servers in over 100 different locations. If I want to watch Come Dine With Me, I'll connect through a British VPN server, and then the service thinks my traffic is coming from the United Kingdom instead of Norway. Same applies for any streaming platform of your choice like Netflix, Disney+, HBO Max, and so on. Surfshark also lets you access region-blocked games on online storefronts. For example, I didn't know that The Sims is banned in Uzbekistan as a quote potential threat to social and political stability. Surfshark can be used on an unlimited number of devices and is available on mobile and desktop. If you're interested in a VPN, go to surfshark.com/Freda or use code FREDA, that's my name in all capital letters, at checkout in order to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. And if you just want to try the service, Surfshark has a 30-day money-back guarantee. So go to surfshark.com/Freda or use code FREDA at checkout for 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Let's get back to the medievalists. First up, Metatron. Luckily, he has provided us with a perfect Rorschach test to figure out his politics and understanding of history.
Was Nazism left-wing or right-wing? This question is a form of ahistorical syllogism. In my opinion, there are 2 major problems here. One, they use the American left-right dichotomy or political spectrum and they forcefully apply it to historical European political regimes and ideologies. 2, they use 21st century political spectra and juxtapose them over 20th century politics.
The core of his issue in regards to this is a phenomenon called presentism, though he doesn't use that word because it's a word an actual historian would use. Instead, he calls it an ahistorical syllogism. Presentism is a complicated subject and there's varying definitions and ways to use the term. But one use of the term is to describe the way in which the present exerts pressure on the historian's construction of the past. You are continually being shaped and reshaped by what you experience and by the society around you. This can push and pull you towards interests, approaches, and methods which can influence or shape the ways in which you approach history. The sources, the so-called facts that you observe are all the same, but the angle that you approach them at, the facts you decide that are relevant to the history and the ones that aren't, are all things influenced by who you are. The issue about this complaint about history that wants to put the historian outside of the historian's context is that it essentially wishes for a history without the historian. You're asking for an analysis of history that stands apart not just from the historian, but also from the time in which the analysis is being conducted. A history that exists as an objective and true story to be simply uncovered, untainted by interpretation. This is impossible to accomplish. History has to fit into modern understandings of the world, and this, alongside many other things, of course, might be a point where me and Metatron fundamentally disagree. But I don't actually think so, and I'll explain why later on. To close off this point about history being a conduit between the past and the present, let me quote American historian Ha-Seok Chang. Quote, "Even though history is about the past, history writing is for those who are living in the present. Even if you could climb into Aristotle's head, as Kuhn was fond of recommending, how would you know how to navigate inside it? And if you somehow really succeed in thinking and talking just like Aristotle and his contemporaries, how would you come back and tell the rest of us what you've learned? If you could truly attain this ideal of historiography, you would be Aristotle, and we would need other historians to decipher for the rest of us what you're saying. The completely faithful history, if one could achieve it, might just be the past itself. Like Borges's perfect map that is just the terrain itself and therefore completely useless. He proposes the following slogan, quote, "Like funerals, history writing is for the living." The analogy to the map is a really good one. Imagine a perfect recreation of the past. Everyone would be left to sift through all the data points themselves and to draw their own conclusions. We would have all the information available to us and we would know and understand none of it.
Expecting therefore 21st century American political ideas to overlap neatly and perfectly with 20th century European political factions in order to come out with an answer is a flawed analytical method.
Yes, trying to figure out if Hitler was a, quote, "I'm with her" guy or a member of the Republican Party in 2016 is silly. But luckily, that is not what historians and others are actually doing when they approach this topic.
What do we do now? Well, to answer this correctly, first, we need to ensure objectivity to our analysis.
These guys very often present themselves as, quote, "rational skeptics who are just presenting the objective facts." I talked more about this method in my previous video, whereby it was used by a literal out-and-about Nazi. The general gist of it is to depoliticize history as a science, and to portray it as a series of crystallized, unchanging facts, which just so happen to correspond to the person's worldview. You assert things as, quote, "just the facts," and reason your way towards why these so-called facts you're presenting are true, without relying on much evidence produced by trained historians. You sidestep the actual debates and uncertainties of history in order to simplify the larger picture. The point is to cleverly avoid actually engaging with history and instead relying on debate and argumentation. I've talked about so-called objective history in past videos. I'll summarize by saying history is aspirationally objective, but practically cannot be objective because the fundamental nature of the field necessitates all sorts of selection and interpretation that cannot be fully divorced from subjectivities. Here's a quote by E.H. Carr from his book What is History? Quote, "The facts of history cannot be purely objective, since they become facts of history only in virtue of the significance attached to them by the historian. Objectivity in history, if we are still to use that conventional term, cannot be objectivity of facts, but only of relation, of the relation between the fact and interpretation, between past, present, and future."
Focus on attitudes towards private property, individual freedom, and wealth redistribution patterns. If needed, even implementing a mathematical apparatus.
What does he even mean by this?
Also, we should explore and take into consideration the political allegiances that occurred historically and the sort of opposition to the regime in question, the Nazis. So let's do that.
Now, he says we're going to evaluate whether these regimes lean left or right based on those criteria, but first he constructs a new category called totalitarian dictatorship.
What defines totalitarianism? Centralized authority, strength in the military, militarism with resources directed to domestic population, authoritarianism and dictatorial rule, repression of freedom of speech and freedom of the press, systematic elimination of political opposition by violence, expansionistic foreign policies, and conquest through military might. Already note that all three historical totalitarian regimes of the 20th century fit very neatly within this box.
Going back to his definition of totalitarian dictatorship, it has numerous issues. Imagine a brutal and repressive dictatorship that for one reason or another is incapable of carrying out expansionist foreign policy. By his definition, this may not be a totalitarian dictatorship because it's not invading its neighbors. Now imagine a dictatorship that does carry out belligerent and hostile foreign policy, and even invades countries, but doesn't actually annex these countries, instead leaving puppet regimes in their wake. Maybe on the other side of the planet even. They wouldn't fit the bill. The only really good criteria on this list that is practically useful in any sense is, quote, dictatorial rule. It stands to reason that for something to be a totalitarian dictatorship, if such a thing exists, it must of course be a dictatorship. Beyond that, the definition is so broad as to encompass virtually every nation on Earth. Most states engage in aspects of these things to varying degrees. The degree to which you believe any of these specific points apply to any specific nation is completely down to your personal understanding of these terms and the nations. You personally have to make an assessment of how strongly you feel that a nation has enough of these things to qualify. This isn't the kind of objective measure he portrays it as. To demonstrate my point, he says he'll prove that these three nations fit the bill, and to do so he literally just goes down the list and makes an assessment and says that they do. He does a little, quote, thought exercise to prove that 1940s Germany didn't have freedom of speech.
And are we sure? Well, let me prove it to you. Let's do a little thought exercise. You are in 1940s Germany. You disagree with Adolf Hitler's opinions, so you go to Berlin and in front of the whatever government building that they have there, you say, Hitler was an idiot. Yeah. you think you're gonna survive that?
This isn't how you work with history. You don't think your way towards an answer, you find evidence to back up your claim. His argument here is 100% reliant on your personal understanding of Nazi Germany, not related to any evidence whatsoever. His argument is compelling because you understand Nazi Germany to be oppressive, and you're right. But he's not actually teaching you anything. He's saying, you believe this, therefore my point stands. This isn't history. He's pandering to you, and even though what he just said was correct, it is still pandering.
So what this tells us is that these are not necessarily unique features of the right or the left, but they manifest as common ground on the extremes of said spectrum. It's the horseshoe effect. Extremes touch.
I have returned. At least I did. It seems like I did not take too much time, so that's nice. We'll pin this video for the duration of watching it. Let's see. 40 minutes. That seems fine. Please to watch another side, everyone, to support Freddo.
Even if, ideologically, when compared with communism, fascism is indeed right-wing.
Horseshoe theory is complete bunk. It relies on...
I forgot how stupid Metatron is.
Surface-level similarities between certain right and left-wing regimes in history. I don't think historians put much stock in the idea, instead opting for a more nuanced and holistic analysis that doesn't entirely sideline the ideological differences between these regimes. What Metatron is actually observing isn't the similarities between right and left-wing extremes, but the similarities between two different regimes wielding state power. The reason I think that the horseshoe theory is compelling is that both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were ideologically opposed to democratic liberalism, which means that those regimes in many ways were both quite different from the ones most of us live under today. The difference from us, is something they both share, even if at a closer look the regimes really aren't that similar. A comprehensive breakdown of the differences between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union is beyond the scope of this video, so I'll move on for now.
Now, in Europe, conventionally, Nazism is generally considered to be a far-right ideology, and communism, which is, of course, a left-wing extreme ideology. But once you start to look at this from the American political perspective, then the situation becomes muddy, if you will, necessitating a more nuanced, item-by-item approach.
Yeah, I really
if you recall, earlier in this video, he said that one problem with this is that Americans are trying to apply their 21st century understanding of politics onto a 20th century European political movement. And now he's saying that because there are differences between Nazi Germany and the positions of American Republican voters, the situation is muddy and Nazi Germany isn't entirely right-wing. Why are you looking at it, quote, from the American political perspective? Surely there must be better criteria than the political understanding of the median American voter. Full offense intended to the median American voter.
You see, the Nazis, for example, had nationalized healthcare. Government was deeply involved in every aspect of industry, so we're talking about big government. The Nazis were not in favor of free market capitalists. And yes, I'll defend this one in the next section. And all of this sounds left of center to an American, so it is mixed.
All of this is of course said with zero citations.
On the following section, I'm going to present the characteristics of the regime, and then you decide where it leans the most towards.
As so often happens, these guys pretend they're just presenting the facts,
He's presenting
and then they
it
pretend
so
to outsource that analysis to you. A historian's job is to provide analysis, not to say, you decide what happened, smiley face. They're being lazy, dishonest, and cowardly, and they hide behind this veneer of objectivity to push impressionable people who are unfamiliar with the topic towards specific conclusions. In the following section, he doesn't cite anything at all, and for some reason brings up whether or not the Nazis had, quote, identity politics.
A central idea of communist ideology was opposition to private ownership of the means of production, which blended with economic intervention within the private and public sectors.
What do you mean a central tenet of communist ideology is economic interventionism in the private sector? A central tenet of communist ideology is the opposition to the existence of the private sector. What is economic interventionism in the public sector? That's already owned by the state. That's the public sector.
Yes.
Now, to that, Nazism was different up to a certain extent. Let me clarify. Their overall economic approach favored big business and opposed labor unions, which of course doesn't make it sound socialist by any means.
All of what he just said is correct. See Adam Tooze's Wages of Destruction or my past video Capitalism in Nazi Germany if you want more info.
Friedrich Pollock says, open quote, I agree that the legal institution of private ownership was maintained and that many attributes characteristic for National Socialism begin to manifest themselves, albeit still vaguely in non-totalitarian countries. But does this mean that the function of private ownership did not change? I believe it reaches far more deeply and should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership.
He quotes Friedrich Pollock as to why Nazi Germany's private ownership was functionally destroyed, and I'm pretty certain he got this quote from the Mises Institute, which is also where Tick History, who I covered in the past, got a lot of his stuff from. The Mises Institute is a right-wing libertarian think tank. Metatron, of course, doesn't cite this quote properly, and in this instance, that is more important than you might think. For one, he actually misquotes Pollock, and leaves out the ending of the sentence. When you want to cut off parts of a quote that aren't relevant, you should indicate that you have done so. He does not. The full quote reads, should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership, saving one exception. Pollock's argument isn't that capitalism is gone, it's that capitalism's management has been transferred into the hands of the state, while keeping the actual ownership and profits in private hands. He calls it, quote, divorce between ownership and control. It's conceptualized as state capitalism. I don't fully agree with that, but that's what Pollock believes, and it isn't quite what Metatron represents his beliefs as. This isn't the most important thing that Metatron leaves out, though. The most important part is that this was written in 1941, long before any serious historical appraisals of Nazi Germany had been undertaken, by the simple virtue of the fact that the Nazi period wasn't over yet. Even the economist writing here, not as a historian but as an economist, cannot hope to have all the information and data necessary available to him. What follows is an argument that Hitler would allow private ownership and management of business so long as the businesses complied with the needs of the state. And in Metatron's view, this isn't really private ownership or capitalism. He calls this
socialism disguised as capitalism.
This is central to his argument that Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were cut from the same cloth. He says that Nazi Germany looks like capitalism, but is actually
everything I like is capitalism.
What follows is a very funny section that
yes,
might seem familiar
smart.
to some that have watched my old videos on What About Hist. These guys all use the same talking points.
Alright, now I would like to dedicate a small section to race. With that being said, let's also remember that if you think that racism denotes right-wing position, then you would classify Karl Marx as a right-winger. And the reason I say that is because if you actually read the article he published in 1844 called On the Jewish Question, you would absolutely consider to be racist.
He claims to have read On the Jewish Question, but probably hasn't, or if he did, he didn't really understand it. It was written in response to Bruno Bauer's The Jewish Question, hence the title On the Jewish Question. Bruno Bauer's text is very anti-Semitic, and Karl Marx is arguing against Bruno Bauer's anti-Semitic arguments. Karl Marx himself was born to a Jewish family. To modern ears, much of the language employed by Marx and even the title understandably sounds shocking, but that's because we're viewing it outside of its historical context. That being said, there are examples of Karl Marx being overtly racist in letters, particularly towards LaSalle, which Metatron could have highlighted. Karl Marx undoubtedly harbored certain anti-Semitic and other racist beliefs, but bringing up this particular text is a very lazy and widespread right-wing talking point that isn't really convincing. I would argue that Karl Marx was perhaps less racist than the average German man in the 1800s, but that this also isn't saying much because German men in the 1800s were very racist.
And the 2100s. And in the 2100s.
I would belabor this point because the point Metatron is trying to make is silly. Racism is not an inherently right-wing position, and nobody sensible would argue as such. Anyone can be racist. I believe he's saying this defensively, because he himself knows that racism is more prevalent on the right. In fact, much of this video can be viewed as defensive, particularly the last portion in which he gets very hung up on whether or not Hitler is a Christian, which I don't think is very relevant. In the conclusion to this video, Metatron invites you to do a political compass test and try to imagine what Hitler's answers to each question would be, and then see where you end up. Once again, relying on your preconceived notions of who Hitler was, instead of actually educating.
Therefore, Nazism should not be judged by whatever words Hitler crafted, and it should not be considered neither left nor right-wing, at least in the political sense. The only thing in which Hitler believed was accumulating personal power. And we have a name for how much totalitarianism. Thank you for watching.
To conclude, I'd like to read a couple of quotes from Roderick Stackelberg, an expert on Nazi Germany. The conventional image of Nazi Germany as a totalitarian monolith in which every aspect of life was totally controlled from the top is misleading in several respects. For one thing, it implies that Nazi rule was maintained solely by coercion rather than, as was more generally the case, by popular consensus. The three dots indicate that I'm skipping later through the text here. It should be remembered that much that took place in Nazi Germany was not distinctively Nazi. Most importantly, perhaps, the monolith model fails to take into account the persistence of conflict and differences within and between government, party, and societal institutions, despite their hierarchical command structures. Quoting him again from the introduction, "In my interpretation, Nazism is unambiguously a movement of the right, a conservative end of the spectrum." Stackelberg approaches some of the topics that Metatron brought up early in this video, like Americans getting confused about how to interpret Nazism from their perspective, totalitarianism theory, and on similarities between extreme movements and so on. I would recommend reading this book over watching Metatron's video if you would like to understand Nazi Germany. I think Metatron isn't a very big fan of Hitler, and is understandably also not a fan of his politics and his views being associated with Hitler, which is why he wants as much distance as possible from him and his movement. Of course, no reasonable person is going to look at the Nazis and think that they were left-wingers. Not even Metatron thinks that. So his only recourse is to say nothing and pretend like it's nuance. I remember Metatron as a channel that did talks on history topics, but now it seems to largely be low-effort React content. And I mean lower effort than mine. I at least write a script. And also it seems much of it panders towards right-wing young men who are frustrated about video games being too woke.
Is what Metatron last kid. Oh, interesting. Well, then this video is very good for you.
Is Oblivion Remaster. Man, Elder Scrolls 6, I really hope they don't put politics. I really hope they don't inject a lot of politics in these games.
Don't inject politics.
If it's a tiny little bit, it's not a big deal, I'll mod it out.
Really
and I'm just being honest with you. I'm not being hateful. I don't hate anyone. Live your life however you see fit.
He says if you're gay, if you use they them
I'm
pronouns,
not being hateful, just don't be gay in my video games. It's
so
super
long as you
political.
live your life somewhere where he doesn't have to see you.
Final Fantasy Tactics is one of my favorite games ever. That game is so political that it's insane, but it's not divisive. But it's also the idea of using the video game as a medium to inject your positions. That's when I'm starting to have a problem,
politics are wrong?
because it feels like I'm being manipulated.
He's scared.
They always try to couch it in
things
some
are
way.
different to what he's used to. He's not taking any sort of principled stance against people, quote, injecting their politics into games, because then he very much would not like Final Fantasy Tactics. Let me read what the original script scenario writer...
Well, basically, how much have you followed the videos so far, Liana? Metatron is basically an insult to historians. He is it's very disrespectful. Like the way he carries himself about like historical work. He makes like mockery out of the field essentially. The way he talks about things. In response to the video, Metatron calls for the point for using primary sources.
And editors' thoughts were on the politics of the game, published on June 5th with the announcement of the game's remaster. Quoting Yasumi Matsuno, nearly 30 years ago, the collapse of Japan's bubble economy engulfed the nation's financial institutions in mountains of bad debt, triggering a wave of corporate bankruptcies, a sudden and extreme rise in unemployment rates, and stagnation of Japanese society as a whole. It was an era when many were robbed of hope, when dreams were measured by their price tag. Against this historical backdrop, I crafted a story. It was the story of Ramza, a young man who fought tirelessly against the entrenched social class system. It was the story of Delita, who sought to take advantage of this confusion and despair to advance his own social position. It was a story of a peculiar destiny in which friendship and betrayal intertwine. And now in 2025, a time when inequality and division are still deeply rooted in our society, I offer this story once again. The will to resist is in your hands.
What are you trying to inject in my head?
Let's move on from Metatron.
Global warming or whatever eco-disaster thing you want to sell.
I've challenged many politically correct people. There were so many fifth columnists and communists and the like dissenters.
This much loved and admired design of tank that the Russians built in World War II. And I just want to show you how bad it was in so many ways.
I still remember one video that stuck with younger me quite a bit. I think it was around 2012 or so when I started playing D&D. I saw a video of his where he reasoned that adventurers spelunking through dungeons and caves probably wouldn't carry their torch in front of them, because the bright light would interfere with your eye's ability to adjust to the darkness. Instead, you'd carry the torch to your side and behind you, so you can see what's ahead while carrying some light with you. And I thought, wow, he's smart. So I mostly watched for that kind of content, medieval fantasy and role-playing type stuff. Like the rest though, I started to notice things as I started learning more about how one works with history. Lindy Beige is a reasonably old man, I think, though he's aged quite well, probably by virtue of being an avid dancer and not having his brain broken by the 2010s. Out of my selection here, he's probably the most normal one of the group. Many of the things he says and believes are kind of indistinguishable from what that one slightly racist old guy at the pub might say after pint number 5. He complains about largely non-issues in a curmudgeonly way like Metatron does, but his issues are that someone at his dance rehearsal didn't like his gendered language, not that Nexus Mods is censoring his favorite anti-woke mod. It feels just as trivial of a topic to make a video about, but at least it's less terminally online. Lindy Beige's history content is mostly sort of okay. It's entertainment. He mostly just talks about things he likes and finds cool. It's not super informative or well researched, but it's not terrible either. He's maybe going to say some weird things about women, non-binary people, climate change, the British Empire, or indigenous people, but if you look...
What is this?
Speed run from Jan.
Sure. We can have a look at that afterwards. It's not too long.
Past that, then it's mostly okay, I think. Here's a video he did at the Bovington Tank Museum about the Soviet T-34 tank from World War II. I chose this video because it's relatively recent, it's something I find interesting, and as you'll see, it fits the...
By the way, I've been in Bovington before. Very cool museum. Very cool. Love seeing me some tanks.
Theme of my video.
But the Sherman was not actually the most common tank of World War II. No, that honor goes to the Russian T-34.
He refers to the tank as a, quote, Russian tank throughout the video, and whenever he refers to the Soviet Union at any point in time, he keeps referring to them as, quote...
Yeah, he keeps calling it Russian, and after this video, I believe that he responds being like, oh, that's just what we call it in British English, to which I would just say, well, that's just wrong. Like, in British English, if you want to say something wrong, then it's still wrong. You can say, oh, it's a cultural mistake, then alright, it's still a mistake. You should call it the Soviet tank. The T-34 is a Soviet tank. T-34 is so misrepresented by Western historians. Oh, for sure, yeah. Everything, like, that's not... Anything that's just, like, critical of the West, usually, is misrepresented by Western historians. It's very, very sad.
The Russians, with one exception.
The Russians were the Russians, and the Russian tanks.
The Russians, big Russians, but the Russians.
This might sound like a nitpick, but this was not a Russian tank. This was a Soviet tank. The tank was designed and manufactured in Kharkiv, Ukraine. To many,
a lot of Westerners in general just keep referring to the Soviet Union as Russian.
Kharkiv sits quite close to the Russian border, and its civilian population is frequently victimized by Russian drone and missile attacks. Even if it wasn't for Russia's war of aggression, consistently calling it Russian is just wrong. It was Soviet. Strangely enough, at one point he calls the Soviets the Russians, says the Germans invaded the Soviet Union, and that the T-34 was made in Ukraine, all in the span of about 30 seconds.
The crudeness of this tank is just funny. I mean, the crudeness of the casting here, it's just so lumpy and bumpy. The quality of the metal is not the greatest, and some of the welds are hilariously bad.
Now, I'm going to complain about how he keeps talking about how aspects of this tank are bad. But on several occasions, it seems like he understands their purpose and understands that the T-34, which he says could be manufactured at a rate once every half an hour, is by that virtue better.
Your message got caught by auto mod. Let's see. That's funny because you accidentally wrote ho. It was just like, nope. Right, then no, it's not. It's a PhD in history and usually makes extremely long videos about the history of politics. You know about how capitalism evolved from the Stone Age to modern times, where he explains in 5 hours. And he made a new one where he explains the evolution of fascism in 4 hours. That does sound pretty interesting. We could watch those at some point. That could be cool.
Than the statistically equivalent German tank that took 6 months to produce. He oscillates between evaluating the tank as a whole as a seemingly good tank, and also calling every aspect of it trash. I'll get to why I think that is later on. I don't know much about metal quality or welding. I've never welded something in my life. I asked military history friends and an actual tanker about some of these things, but all that is anecdotal, unverifiable, and not very persuasive when making arguments about history. Does the lumpiness and bumpiness actually mean the tank's going to be less effective? Do the appearance of those welds mean that? What sort of actual effect does this have on the tank's ability to serve its purpose on the battlefield? Do any of these things actually matter? It's easy to look at things that look bad and reason that it must mean they are bad, but how are you actually judging the quality of anything you're looking at? He doesn't go into detail, he just says it's bad.
And some of the welds are hilariously bad.
Quoting from the first page of Chapter 1 of the Tanks of Operation Barbarossa, one of the most widespread mistakes is the tendency to look at tanks from former years from a contemporary standpoint and to evaluate them using modern criteria. Such an approach has its attractions. In the first place, it is simple, and secondly, it allows us to sense our superiority over the people of the past.
Which is limited. T-34 was very goated because at a time when the Soviet Union was like on the brink of collapse, like by the, brutal invasion by the Nazis. The C-34, a fairly crudely made tank, from my understanding, the way was like they designed the tank that was crudely made, but it was mass producible and worked pretty decently, and they were also able to upgrade throughout the war. Like eventually, I think the T-34 85 meaning like it has an 85mm gun. Was the most common one, I believe, or at least the one. I think it's the one that was the most common one by the end of the war. But the TLDR is it was a very crude tank, that was very good, like very cost effective in that sense. And in most wars, being cost effective is very important.
Who created and used those tanks, in which today we see so many imperfections and flaws. At the same time, often blaming of one or another detail of a tank for its shortcomings is in fact a result of the elementary misunderstanding of how, why, and for what purpose each detail was made part of it from the beginning. Whatever led to the welds looking so crude may be a deliberate design decision and actually be a bonus to how one should evaluate this tank. Quoting again, there is one more important category that influences the design of tanks, the level of modern technology. Not only at the abstract worldwide level, but in the manufacturing capabilities of each specific factory that planned to produce them. This also includes the number and qualifications of its workers, the presence and capabilities of its manufacturing equipment.
Abandoned apples. One of my favorites from him is Marx, Community Guide to Capitalism, where he explains everything involved by Marxism. And he starts out very easy for everyone that is not known to politics and history. That's pretty cool. We could maybe also check that out.
Its financial resources, the availability of time, raw materials and component parts, the possibility of cooperating with other factories, etc. In other words, an assessment may have been made that a satisfactory quality of weld was achievable at the planned production factories with the available skilled labor power, with available raw resources, and that a quote higher quality would not be worth an increase in labor power or a lowered rate of production.
Almost got it.
Now, there's actually a much more important factor to mention when it comes to the welds, that Lindebeige unfortunately does not mention. The so-called prettier German tanks often utilized interlocking armor plates which had to be hand-welded by highly qualified electric welders. As Germany had no shortage of skilled labor or machine tools, production wasn't limited by this. Instead, it was limited by raw resources. Soviet tank production faced different challenges. The T-34's production utilized, quote, the foremost technological achievements of that time, which included automatic welding, as opposed to highly skilled and time-consuming manual welding. A good rule of thumb if you're ignorant about something from the past is to start from the assumption that they knew exactly what they were doing, not that you're smarter than them.
They thought
this is the case not just for the past, but also when analyzing things from different cultures than the one you grew up in. It's very important that you keep this in mind. Assume that people knew what they were doing, then you can begin to scrutinize it. And don't be cocky in the way you scrutinize things. And most important of all, Marx was not in the Epstein files. True.
Themselves, well, a tank's going to last maybe, what, 3 months in action, so why make it so well crafted that it'll last for 70 years? No, it's going to blow up in 3 months, so make it good enough to just about last 3 months, and then it'll have done its job. One way of looking at it is it's like a hand grenade. It's a disposable item that you use them up. Now,
is that so much different from any other tank? Yes, tanks were not designed to become museum pieces, yet here you are standing in front of one, and according to the very museum you're standing in, quote, after the war, T-34-85s continued in service around the world with over 40 nations for many decades. There are 3 T-34-85s at Bovington. I don't know which one he's referring to at any specific point because he never says, but all 3 have different histories. This could either be one that was used in the Korean War, one used by the Czechoslovakian army, or one built in Poland between 1951 and 1955. Only one of these 3 is confirmed to be wholly built in the Soviet Union. One's hull is confirmed to be built in the Soviet Union, and one was entirely built in Poland. These factors may all play a part in the way the tank appears.
So you can see actually it does overhang the front a little bit, and they just there's a bit of a bodged solution there with a extra bar of metal added on.
Botched, meaning make or repair something badly or clumsily. But he doesn't really go into why that little bit of metal is bad. Quoting once again from the same book, from the same first page of chapter 1. It should be noted that the success or failure of various models of tanks is determined to a great extent by their capability to be adapted in a timely manner to the constantly changing tactical demands throughout their service life. If an adaptation could be made by welding on a tiny bit of extra metal, that seems like a very cost-effective solution.
Look at the quality of the craftsmanship. Look at this just gap. They haven't welded it. There's a gap between the side plate and the back plate. And these bolt holes, you see, don't all have
to watch the video on the side, everyone, to support.
But what the hell, that's enough to hold it on. Just shove it out the factory.
I've seen this video a lot.
Fine.
On the topic of the lack of bolts and the missing weld, allow me to quote again, this time from chapter 9. The result of fasteners used to build the tanks noticeably decreased, and a large number of superfluous parts were discarded. For example, by the beginning of 1942, 5,641 parts of 1,265 items were removed from the tank's design, and by the end of that year, This figure reached 6,237 parts. In the process, the list of fasteners was reduced by 21%. According to a graph on the same page, the labor input between January 1942 and July 1945 was at one factory reduced by as much as 62.4%. Granted, that factory had required a much higher initial labor input than others. At the seemingly more efficient Kharkiv plant, the reduction in the same period was 39.5%. These weren't just cost-cutting measures to make things cheaper, these were measures taken to adapt to the realities of the war, to maintain rate of production in the face of, quote, colossal human material and manufacturing resources left behind in occupied territories, the mass evacuation of industry, the loss of economic ties, and the overloading of the transport system with military shipments and the interruptions in deliveries of components, parts, and materials in connection with this.
And even today, it's so lovingly looked after by the people here at the Tank Museum at Bovington. You see it's dripping oil onto the deck, black. I've seen almost no oil dripping onto the ground from many tanks, but this one does.
He spots an oil spill, and that could have been formed for any number of reasons. I asked my tanker friend, who told me, quote, if it's a class 3 where a puddle is formed, that means it's deadlined, but not like a, oh, you can't use it. More of a, oh, regular maintenance needs to happen soonish. He also told me any military vehicle like this will face maintenance challenges like this under the stress of use. Even so, this speaks to a larger problem with how Lindy Beige approaches history. He saw that puddle and reasoned his way towards what actually was going on instead of figuring it out. He believes the T-34 is a shoddy piece of craftsmanship and spots a small oil puddle and uses it to confirm his preconceptions. Instead of asking what caused that, he reasons that since he hasn't seen any oil puddle near any of the other tanks, this must mean this is an issue with the T-34. Then he moves on without considering what could have caused it. I'm not one to get involved in these weird discussions about what equipment was best or anything of the sort. I also have no special attachment to the T-34. Granted, it is the first and I believe the only tank that I've seen with my own eyes, so in a way that makes it special to me, but it's also just a tool of war. Lindy Beige oscillates between calling every aspect of the T-34's craftsmanship rubbish, and evaluating the tank as a whole as a tank that does its job. When he talks about how the tank sucks in various ways, he's looking at it not as a historian, but as a fan of tanks. He's looking at it from a very subjective aesthetic perspective. He thinks elements of it look ugly, so he critiques that. He thinks it's poorly constructed, so he critiques that. He sees improvised adaptations and doesn't like that. He makes reference to how British tanks do things better, because he thinks those are cooler and more practical. Those familiar with him know he's a bit of a British nationalist. But then he steps into the historian role and says that the T-34 is statistically just as good as the Panther, but the T-34 took 30 minutes to make, and the Panther took 6 months, which obviously would make the T-34 better. And then he goes back to talking as if the T-34 is something bought off of Temu. My problem is that he doesn't make it clear when he's speaking as a fan and when he's speaking as a historian. He could have just said, personally, I think this looks ugly, or he could have said, you might think the lack of welds and bolts here looks bad, but actually it was found to be superfluous and its removal reduced labor hours for production significantly. While it seems he wished the tank looked prettier, Lindy Beige does arrive at a sort of conclusion that what matters in war is having equipment that does the job, and that something cheaper with downsides is better than having nothing at all, which is
conclusion
a correct conclusion to draw. Quoting
and
from the tanks of Operation Barbarossa, the worst
most Western historians, at least like young people, do not realize, me included at the time, that sure the Nazi tanks looked cool and shit, and like I'm sure they were like nicer used by the tankers, but they were just not that good tanks in the end because they were way too expensive, or they were way too expensive to be used in war. More befitting to be in a museum or like an art display or like as a hobbyist type of thing than a weapon of war.
Tank in the world which manages to show up at the right time in the right place is immeasurably superior to the best tank which fails to arrive when and where it is needed. For all these citations for this book, by the way, I would like to apologize. I have an ebook version and it's difficult to cite accurately. Unfortunately, while Lindy Beige does seem to reach this conclusion, which I believe is correct, he does so after almost half an hour of talking about how every which aspect of the T-34 was, quote, bad. Quoting again, firepower, armor protection, and mobility are the most significant of the tactical and performance characteristics of tanks. That is, after you've taken stock of the tank's availability. And even so, it has to be operated by a trained crew and used in a cohesive tactical and strategic whole to be effective. In the period under discussion, the medium tanks showed this balance best of all. From the period of view of the level of development of these three characteristics and their optimal balance, the undoubted leader among both Soviet and German tanks was the T-34. That's not to say that T-34 didn't have flaws, wasn't lacking in certain things, and so on. I'm sure it was. It's just to say that at the time, by sensible non-video gamey metrics, it's probably all around what best suits the needs of its nation in World War II. I think the T-34 was probably a good tank. Lindebeige has a website where he's posted little essays. In the opinion section, he's highlighted some of his most controversial ones. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a date stamp on any of these essays, but I also couldn't find any sort of retraction, apology, or corrections, so I assume they still in some way represent his views. I'm happy to be corrected on that, though. Your eyes might be drawn to his, quote, "What Holocaust?" essay. It luckily isn't what you think. He takes exception to the term Holocaust on the basis that overemphasizing the Jews killed in the Holocaust may erase the millions of others. Personally, I think Holocaust is fine as a term to encompass all the peoples whom the Nazis attempted to exterminate. And personally, I prefer the Hebrew term, the Shoah, when I refer exclusively to the Jews persecuted during the Holocaust. One point I want to address in his post here, though, is his use of the term, quote, "attempted genocide." This is a common misconception. The Nazis did not just attempt a genocide, they carried out a genocide. Genocide is a legal term, and its definition is set out in the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. It reads, quote, "Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such." What's important is intent, and having carried out any of the acts under Article 2 with that intent. The intent must be to destroy it in whole or in part. And you can in fact be found guilty of genocide without having killed a single person. Here's how he introduces one of his essays, quote, "In the far north of Scandinavia live people called Lapps. In a large country in Central Europe live people called Germans. The Lapps do not call themselves Lapps anymore, it seems." Interjecting here, they never did. Germans do not call themselves Germans. Political correctness now demands that I change my habits and start calling the Lapps Sami. Political correctness is inconsistent, however, and allows me to call Germans Germans. It's not the best source, but I don't have a source specifically on the term Lapps, so I'm quoting the Norwegian Online Encyclopedia's article on the term. This is authored by senior researcher Mikkel Berg-Nordlia from the Oslo Met University and linguist Asbjørn Nesheim of the University of Oslo. Translation 9. Quote, "Lapps is an outdated term for the Sami, which was used by non-Sami. Because of societal racism towards the Sami in the 1800s, the reigning term for the people gained a negative connotation. In Norway in the 1930s, the term Lapp was officially replaced by the Sami's own word for themselves, and following the Russian Revolution, the same occurred in the Soviet Union. Later it happened in Finland and Sweden too. This was a term used by the state towards a repressed indigenous minority, not a term they used themselves. It's taken on the connotations of an ethnic or racial slur, especially when utilized by people insisting on this word that hasn't seen official use in almost a century. The Sami understandably do not like it when you say, "I prefer to use a different word to describe you," when that term coincidentally was also used by the people who carried out an ethnic cleansing campaign against your ancestors, and used the term to otherize you. He conflates a lot of different things, like how the BBC pronounces Kabul or how people call it Germany and not Deutschland, none of which are ethnic slurs. Quoting Lindebeige, "I am told that these days
Especially the German
started to
one
get
is
shirty
stupid.
about whether people say Lapp or Sami. This is an insane thing to say about someone not liking a slur, by the way." Quoting further, "This is a case of the small group trying to get power over the larger by claiming some degree of oppression and insisting that the larger changes its habits as some sort of pointless and ultimately denigrating concession." It sounds to me like he's saying that Scandinavia is
He's shifty about shirty. Small trying to get power with the larger, but claiming some degree of oppression. This is such an idiotic take.
like a Sami-occupied
Lindebeige
government.
is such an idiot
His
for
point
this
here
take.
is to
Like,
say
seriously.
that the Sami are denigrating themselves by basically being childish and not being able to tough it out, I guess. It's incredibly pathetic and funny that he uses as the Sami oppressing him. He also says, quote, "A word that simply describes you is only insulting to you if the person you are is bad. If you are bad, then surely you deserve to be insulted. And
He's
I would
entitled
rather
to
that
all
you
of this
become
is
good than merely change your name." Lindebeige, I'm going to call you an idiot for this take. You're going to take exception to that, and you're probably going to get offended by me calling you one because you don't believe you are one. Mind you, this entire post happened because a Swede dared to correct him on a term that hasn't been officially in use in Norway, at least, for close to a century. Now, when I see someone launch down a tirade like this, I usually expect them to eventually say why they should be allowed to say the N-word. Luckily, he doesn't do this, but he gets really close.
Yeah, this incredible. So dumb. Low power. Hope there's a drying rack here.
Now I really don't want to read this part. Not because I'm scared of saying any of these words in context. The sentence just sounds so fucking bad, I don't want a recording of me saying it out there. Now I'm not even talking about this term in specific, but in a general sense, it's actually the opposite of what he's saying here.
Sure.
There's something shameful about letting someone refer to you by a term that's intended to assert their inherent superiority over you in racial terms and to belittle you. It doesn't matter if you know their—
We'll just focus on this bit real quick, just a moment. Just a quick second, just a quick break. Yeah, I've never heard anyone know use that word to describe service. You know, I remember I've heard that word before. I think like in very old history books or something, but I've never actually seen someone in the modern day and age use that word. Like like I know that's why Lapland is called that, but you know, it's there's no. It should just be called Sapmi at this point. Okay. It's just stupid. It's very, very stupid. And him holding on to it as a British dude is even more stupid. Like, come on. Also, we'll pause the video real quick, because if I recall correctly, this conversation in game is a little bit heavy.
So we can admire the view at least. Henry, tell me something.
It'll tell us a bit about
How
why
do
he's
you
drunk.
cope? When I asked you to kill those poachers, you went and did it without any remorse.
Well, except we didn't kill them.
Murder is a sin. There's no doubt about that. But sometimes you don't have a choice.
Aye, you're bloody right about that.
Why'd you ask?
Being von Burgau's huntsman isn't my only job. From time to time, he gives me a different task.
What do you mean by that?
The first time was 2 winters ago.
Oh yeah,
the Chamberlain summoned me one night. Said he needed something taken care of. The lass couldn't have been older than 15. A servant at the castle. I saw young Sir Jan being dragged away from her.
Jan?
Von Burgau's son. He's at Sbarrow now. So you couldn't have met him. I don't know what they told her, but she rode behind me obediently. I brought her deep into the woods, and then, when you shoot a deer, and it doesn't make a sound, you know you did a good job. It didn't suffer, you know? But this lass shrieked like a banshee.
You killed her?
Grief.
Was I supposed to refuse an order from my lord?
Who was she?
Who was this girl?
I don't know. I reckon I saw her a few times at the castle. A maid, I suppose. She had hair like straw and blue eyes. I keep seeing her in my dreams.
And this is why he drinks. Why did they want to kill her?
Why did von Burgov have her killed?
When I came over to her, as she was laying on the ground, screaming, to put her out of her misery, that's when I saw it. She was with child. I reckon she was carrying Jan's bastard, and von Burgau was against it.
So that wasn't the only time you had to do something like that?
It wasn't. Usually they just give me a body to get rid of in the woods. The wolves take care of it. But this was different. It haunts my dreams. The only time I forget about it is when I'm drunk senseless.
And that's why I'm just drunk all the time. It is like very fucked up that, you know, that he killed them, but at the same time, I don't know what you can do differently. Because if he refuses, he will just get killed himself, I reckon. Or get put out of a job and starve. And someone else will just be told to do that job.
I didn't expect you were going to tell me something like that. If there's anything I can do to help you, let me know.
That's all right, Henry. Lending your ear is more than enough.
Does your family know?
I told Zlata, but not Vitek. The lad is young. He shouldn't have to worry about things like that.
Should we check out the video from then now? Well,
thanks for
we're playing
here
right
with
now.
me.
And we're still watching that other video.
One more thing.
We'll continue that, and then we'll
I'd
watch the other
appreciate
video
if
you
you didn't
linked.
tell anyone
They want
about
us
this.
2 minutes.
You have my word.
Don't worry. It's very sad.
I'd like to. What is this?
Alright, can you teach me some drinking basics? I feel bad having him
I
teach
want to
me
know
that.
your trick for lasting as long as
Only the
possible.
Sami homeland is called
Fine.
Sapmi. Yeah, no.
But it'll take some time.
The homeland is called Sapmi. Well, you know, the Sami are just Sami. Alright, we'll continue the video. Drink, drink, drink. You guys are not a good influence. Right, continuing the video. Oh, oops.
Their inherent superiority over you in racial terms and to belittle you. It doesn't matter if you know they're wrong, because if enough people treat you like this, then they've made you their lesser. This is not how you treat an equal, or treat someone with respect. Lindy Beige spends a great deal of time talking about how getting offended by this sort of stuff means that you're childlike and in need of coddling, not seeing the irony of saying this in a 19-paragraph essay spurred by a Swede simply advising him to not use an offensive term that's outdated by close to a century. You're the one who seems in need of coddling, Lloyd. Moving on from that, he also has an essay on women's role in society. Lindy Beige believes that a woman should be in the home and not the workplace. I think he best sums up how he wants to express his view by the following quote. My feeling is that people should act in whatever way is more likely to make them happy. Coercion tends to prevent happiness, and freedom tends to promote it. I do not think that a woman's place should be forced on her. I think that women should be free. I also think that if they were truly free to pick the path that would, for them, lead to the greatest contentment, that many more of them would end up not going to work. Personally, I think the same applies to men, that both would prefer not to spend half their waking days in service of enriching the owner of their workplace. Lindy Beige instead highlights what he calls instinctual differences between men and women that just so happen to correspond to his worldview. These are differences in things that cause fulfillment for men and women, and he says that women would be better served to get money from a man than having to labor at a job and in a home, and so on. The text is full of presuppositions and assertions of how things are and how they seemingly have to be. Quote, it is commonly remarked that men do not like to marry women who earn more than they do. Society at large does not respect the kept man. Given that this stems from deep-rooted instinct, it is incredibly unlikely that this will change in the near future. We could try and educate people to respect kept men, and kept men to be happy being kept, but this would be going against the grain of human nature. Surely it is much better to go with the grain of human nature. He conflates much of what he observes with so-called human nature. Humans are social animals. All social organizations we create are a product of human nature, thus constructing complex social organizations are an inherent part of us as a species. This could be the family, the village, the nation-state, the trade union, and even capitalism. All of it is a product of human nature. It's in our nature to construct complex social organizations, and to sometimes replace those with ones that better suit us. He talks about how unaffordable housing is, and how the mobilization of a greater number of the population into the workforce isn't necessarily to the benefit of women or men. That competition between these social categories isn't helping either. Quote, governments could not simply intervene and lower the price of housing. Attempts to force people to sell things for less than they could get them for always fail one way or another. Something is only ever worth what someone else is prepared to pay for it. It could be that men have ended up in a world where male virtues are criticized in all but the successful few, and in which their male instincts cause them to pursue lives that will bring them little pleasure. Meanwhile, women cannot feel respected without independence, but cannot get enough money without dependence on a man who might be gone tomorrow. So they still have to go out and get jobs.
He
ends with, quote, there must be a better way. His problem is that his vision for how to do things is constrained to his narrow conservative worldview. Emancipation from all these things that weigh on our lives and force us into molds we don't feel happy in.
I think it's very funny that you have an evening snooze, not just a favorite snooze.
Going to require rethinking a great many things. He brings up how many of the jobs that await women aren't fulfilling careers, but just simply jobs, like scanning groceries behind a register and such. This isn't the reality of women he's describing. He's describing the reality of workers. If you're watching this video, you're likely either a worker or you'll become one very soon. You'll be competing for jobs against fellow workers, to the benefit of the owners of the workplaces, who are looking for whoever will do the job for the lowest wage, because the higher your wage, the lower their profit margin. You will spend a great deal of your waking life maximizing that profit margin. There must be a better way.
Ooh.
Warhammer have been getting more and more corrupted by the woke mind virus. Abraham had more than one wife, yet they were shown in visions as standing on the right hand of God in an exalted state. So clearly there's a mechanic or exception which permits someone to have more than one wife.
I learned of Shadiversity through a video called Names and Terms of a Medieval Castle's Parts that I saw in 2016. At the time, I thought it was reasonably informative. It's kind of like an illustrated list, like one of those visual guides you get as a kid with cross-sections in it. This is the kind of content he used to make. He still makes seemingly innocent content where he and his buddy play around with swords or pop culture props. However, the majority of his output, in terms of quantity at least, is on a channel called Night's Watch, started in 2020. This is your typical talking to the camera, low-effort, right-wing opinion channel, covering stuff like Twitter takes and the Amazon Lord of the Rings show. That channel will be the majority of my focus.
Official ethnic minorities in Norway. What? Okay, that's cool. I didn't know the Forest Finn.
He's very serious about his somewhat fundamentalist Christian beliefs.
Do you live like in the far north of Norway, like near Kirkenes or something then? Or like close to the Russian border? A lot of different statistics are from landgrains because they're much more mild with teeth and the one nothing like this. So it's way better than the stuff HASAN used to. He knows nothing about snooze. You should teach him about it sometime.
Which logically may lead to a more conservative worldview. Whereas Lindebeige seems to mostly have his own homegrown, curmudgeonly conservative gripes with society, Shad seems to be wholly immersed in the culture war.
Already weird things are happening over the years. There was one thing where they're trying to say it's for everyone while actually excluding anyone who politically disagreed with them.
Yeah. What he's referencing here is a Norwegian YouTuber formerly known as Warhammer getting ordered by Games Workshop.
A different way of saying that is being a Nazi.
I'm trying to track down a
remove the term Warhammer from his name because he was an out and
I want to ask
Nazi.
You something
initially it was just Warhammer because I figured
that's good.
Okay, I'm going to do
for
Warhammer.
Sure, they would.
Those Pavliks ain't very nice folk.
The title of a channel.
Old Pavlik ain't too bad, but that wife.
Why does Games Workshop's lawyers disagreed?
I'll cite a compiled list which itself has links to his videos. Arch's channel was basically him reading fandom wiki pages in a fake British accent that made it sound like he owned colonies in the West Indies while calling goblins house and roots. When Warhammer took action against Arch, they also released a statement, which is what Shad is referencing here. I'll read the statement to you. Warhammer is for everyone. One of the great powers of our hobby is its ability to bring people together in common cause, to build bonds and friendships across divides. We believe in and support a community united by shared values of mutual kindness and respect. Our fantasy settings are grim and dark, but that is not a reflection of who we are or how we feel the real world should be. We will never accept nor condone any form of prejudice, hatred, or abuse in our company or in the Warhammer hobby. We will continue to diversify the cast of characters we portray through miniatures, art, and storytelling so everyone can find representation and heroes they can relate to.
There's a very rare
and if you feel the same way, wherever and whoever you are, we're glad you're part of the Warhammer community. If not, you will not be missed.
I'm not the kind
of fella saying that Nazis are not welcome to the hobby. Shad is offended by this, or at the very least pretends to be in order to appeal to his Nazi or Nazi-adjacent fans. This is pretty unambiguous because Shad specifically mentions Arch Warhammer.
Yeah, not Arch Warhammer, not him, but it's for everyone, right?
Yeah. So much of this is 2014 to 2016 internet coded that they even managed to name drop Sargon of Akkad.
But I don't know
because Sargon of Akkad said you can't have anything exclusionary, even when things are already represented. Oh man,
this is so
gave us a hunting spot. Well, we can poach.
For some reason, Shad is also obsessed with AI. If you've seen his Twitter, you'll know that it's pretty much all him coming to the defense of AI as, quote, tool-assisted art or something like that. I don't really have a dog in this race, beyond the fact that I think AI art looks like dog shit. He's really up his own ass about it though, and berates artists about how AI art is better. For example, here he's saying Studio Ghibli's art style is, quote, plain and, quote, uninspired. This stuff is very personal to him, as evidenced by this part of his quote, love letter to AI video, which sits squarely on the intersection between sweet and kinda weird, I think.
I had a big crush on Supergirl growing up, and have a lot of nostalgic connection for this character, and what I love to do is to depict my...
In the mornings I use the one called Rainforest made with eclipse and garment. I really like the one special morning snows because it's very fresh and so it works to take out the plant mint. Artificial midday use. You say it's a fun name because saying it just means taste out. Which means awesome fuck. It's with the taste of tobacco and dry fruits. You really are a snooze connoisseur.
Wife as Supergirl because that's who she is. She is my Supergirl.
I don't know what to say about this stuff. I thought it bears mentioning since a lot of people have very strong opinions on the use of this technology for so-called art, and it seems to be a pretty big part of who he is right now. Shad is a big fantasy nerd. I am too. I've been playing D&D since about 2012 with some of the same people that entire time. I've read fantasy books growing up, and when I've traveled recently, I've been reading Ursula Le Guin's books of Earthsea. Shad did what a lot of fantasy nerds who also become YouTubers gain an audience and with it an ego do. He became an author. His universe or book series is called Chronicles of Everfall, and his first book is called Shadow of the Conqueror. It is a world of floating islands. The story takes place after the big fantasy villain was deposed by the good guys. The main character is this deposed fantasy villain. For some reason that is apparently never revealed, the deposed villain eventually feels remorse for his actions, and the settings analogy to God then gives him a shot at redemption, transforming him into a 17-year-old version of himself for some reason. I will gladly read an entire book on history for a video, but I refuse to.
I think it's more likely that this guy is not the poacher, but more just a pagan or something. But yeah.
Read a YouTuber's first fantasy novel, so instead I'm going to read you some choice reviews. Before I do, though, I need to give a quick content warning. Apparently the book contains copious mentions of sexual assault, and some of it being against minors, so I will be using words that some might find unpleasant. Quote, this is a difficult review to write. I'm biased to like the author based off of his YouTube personality/channel, because of that I want to like this novel. However, it is rough. One minor and one major reason. So the minor reason is that the book needs editing. Quote, as is, the novel is very often expository, dumping mechanics, systems, and seemingly logic asides all the time. The tone of the written prose is fluctuating wildly, with supposedly heart-wrenching monologue from a character in one line and utterly neutral side on some tangent to the next line. For example, quote, blood was easy to wipe off because it's mostly water. The biggest issue, however, that keeps me from rating this novel higher is the novel's constant obsession with sex and rape. The main character is largely defined by it. Almost all the female characters with more than one line dedicated to them are either trusty home-sitting wives, quoting, with breasts like melons, religiously obsessed with cooking for their men and sexing with their men, or they're absolutely and utterly defined by having been raped and or kept for sex trafficking. And okay, if this had been handled with care, okay, but the way these events are treated, like offhand mentions with no apparent empathy from the characters or author beyond the briefest of lip service is genuinely discomforting. From another review by Kevin Potter. Now, I have very two large issues that almost made me drop the book and get a refund on numerous occasions. One, rampant and awkward sexuality and rape. There are multiple characters completely defined by their sexual assault. Two, the main character. There are so many issues here, but let me condense the list to a few key points. After being with him for 18 hours, I can also say there's not one thing about him that I like, largely because every positive thing presented just rings false. At the end of the day, he's still a bastard who raped young girls and killed millions. Here's another one by Chelsea, who said she did not finish it. I love Shad's YouTube channel, and this was a promising premise, but the novel is annoyingly unpolished and objectionable. As for the unsavory elements, there are copious references to rape, ravaging, and sex trafficking, as well as bestiality. What? I didn't pre-read any of these, by the way. I just scrolled down the Goodreads review list and looked for reviews that were sizable, not 3-word shitposts, and generally started with, I love this guy's YouTube channel, but... And a final review by Hope C. I'd really give this negative stars if I could. I'm just here in an attempt to reduce the inflated score. Making your protagonist a genocidal pedophilic rapist who gets away with it, becomes young and handsome, and then everyone forgives, that doesn't belong in published books. It belongs in long-deleted Wattpad stories. This guy's channel is almost all tired or angry opinion videos. It's hard to tell to what degree this stuff is meant to cash in on the online right-wing outrage farms, and to which degree they're actually genuinely bothered by this stuff. Sadly, there's also not a lot of history to criticize here. Shad seems to have moved somewhat away from that stuff and is now more or less submerged in the culture war. And, to my great misery, the only thing that I could find that was somewhat related to history and was somewhat recent was Shad sharing his thoughts on Assassin's Creed Shadows.
No. Yeah, so I've had an interest in this from a historical perspective, but as to the race of the character, I don't really care, honestly. I mean, there's been black samurai characters, Afro Samurai is one that comes to mind in the past. Give me a good character, I'm happy. But what I find interesting is the double standard, right, and what they are doing. Usually the really woke progressive crowd cry bloody murder when you have something that's depicting a more diverse setting, like say if it was in Africa or sometimes in Asia and stuff like that, and if the protagonist is white, there's a phrase that they usually use to describe if
he's complaining about white savior.
Have you heard it before?
Is it white savior?
White savior. Yeah. They call it the white savior trope, right? And so according to their own standard, this seems a little hypocritical.
This stuff is really dumb. There is no double standard. People love stories about a guy not from medieval Japan who ends up in medieval Japan. It's about the way you tell that story. A quote white savior is someone who's portrayed as superior because of whiteness or their culture or something like that. It's not just any story about a foreigner in a strange land. In fact, nobody reasonable actually minds stories of a white guy getting stranded in Japan if it's told well. Shogun by James Clavell is a classic, and it was adapted into a TV show in the 80s and a TV show very recently, and that recent one won 18 Emmys, the most any show has ever won in a single season of television. The Stranger in a Strange Land trope is beloved and works really well, especially in video games. This isn't the first time they've done this. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, if I recall, you're a Norwegian who goes to England.
They are completely driven by the woke ideology of diversity, equity, inclusion, all that stuff.
I mentioned.
They are latching
I've seen this video way too
you know,
many times.
historical figure and then inflating his role.
Yes.
To a much larger degree, it seems, than he was in the past, and we know why. Some of the most disingenuous, comments are like, "What, you're okay with like animus, fancy, like bullcrap magic, essentially, in Assassin's Creed with stuff, but you have a problem with this bit of unrealism." It's about suspension disbelief, okay? And what they have been consistent with, in the past games, and what they have shown respect to.
That specific point is like, oh, the animus is like suspension disbelief. That can have some validity, but like this guy is just complaining about, oh, why is white savior an issue, but not when a black person is in Japan? Well, you literally mentioned it yourself, mate. Like, this black samurai guy exists. He was a real person.
In Assassin's Creed 2, the final boss fight is you fist fighting the Pope. You don't even have to bring up the fact that he has alien magic powers, you're fist fighting the Pope.
No more tricks.
Yeah, that was awesome.
No more ancient artifacts. No more weapons.
I do want to play through Assassin's Creed through on stream someday.
Alright.
It's a very good game. Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood.
It's all very selective outrage, and I'm not 100% sure if it's genuine, if he actually is upset about representation or people having fun with historical characters when making video game stories, or if he's just doing the grift that everyone does now.
It's worth talking about the historical aspect of this black character, because there's been back and forth and some misunderstandings on both sides, I've found. Metatron has a great
video. Southeastern part of Norway, which had most friendly
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do a lot of reading for this one, or a lot of history at all.
It does sound messed up if it was their own land and stuff, but it also sounds a little bit funny.
Turns out these guys I used to watch for history don't really do much of that anymore, and maybe they never really did. Looking back at it, much of it was very surface level stuff. Some of them just talking to a camera and being nerds. Sometimes insightful nerds, but most times not really. If you look past all the weird stuff, my channel is not too different from theirs. I think part of the reason some of their content has fallen off and I'm growing is that they came from an older tradition of YouTubers. Back in their day, you could do whatever you wanted with zero effort, and they've kind of been stuck in that mindset. You just hit record and start talking to the camera. You're the guy everyone watches, so surely what you're saying is important enough to justify your video's existence. You're very smart and important. You've been doing this for a long time, so when it comes to history, you just go with your gut. There's no need to double check, to try to improve, be curious, learn, or anything of the sort. Metatron streams and just talks to the camera. When he makes a themed history-related video, it feels like it's written by ChatGPT. Lindy Beige at least visits a museum and shows you a cool tank, but also kinda just talks at the camera. No citations, no evidence of actually engaging with history, though he does seem knowledgeable. But who knows where that knowledge came from, or how correct it is. Shadiversity's channel started doing poorly after doing the same thing for a decade, and so to innovate, he started doing 2014-era Gamergate-style content a decade after its heyday. These guys are relics of their time who relied on their audience knowing less than them about history. When we actually started learning, we very quickly outgrew them. I hope one day you guys outgrow me as well. Thank you for watching. And I want to give a special thank you to the patrons at the $10 tier. Lucanus F, Hengamer, The Ghost of Henry Kissinger, Clydek, Bishire, Jordan M, and Monday's Last Brain Cell. Some of you in these special thanks and in the scrolling credits have been around for a very long time. I am incredibly grateful. Without you, this channel might not have been possible. Thank you all so much.
W Fred. We'll link the video once again. Oh, oops.
I criticized 3 history YouTubers, and when I was younger, like most people.
I'll link the video once again. If you guys haven't watched it on the side, please do so. We'll now watch We Still Don't Understand the 20th Century from Then and Now. go, here's the link. And we'll pin it for 20 minutes, I think that's appropriate. Please watch it on the side to support the channel.
January the 1st, 1900 to January the century. If you time travel speed ran from January the 1st, 1900 to January the 1st, the year 2000, what would you make of the history of the 20th century? Well, you might notice some strange new technologies, the internet, some advanced medicines and machinery and television, sure, but what about intellectually? What about in the realm of ideas, the big questions, the direction of history? What about how you feel about the world? Well, you might notice that on the eve of the First World War in 1914, there were just 3 republics in Europe. The map was dominated by empires and monarchies. Religion had been on the decline, sure, but in 1900, it's still a dominant force. Most lives still, in some way, revolve around local, physical, community issues and the church. By 2000, all of this seemed as if it belonged to a strange, old, ancient world. You'd be struck by how the Austrian-Hungarian Empire is gone entirely, the last empires disappeared from the map, how national self-determination is the norm pretty much everywhere, colonialism has all but disappeared, almost everyone, including women and African Americans in the West, extraordinarily have the vote. You'd certainly notice the rise and fall of the Soviet Union. You'd be struck by the extent of the welfare state in Western Europe especially. In fact, you might very quickly buy into the idea of history as progress. The year 2000 is looking quite good for many, you might say. Then the years tick on. 2001. 2008, 2016, 2020, some eventful years. I think if you're that time traveller, you'd be struck by an uncanny feeling of familiarity. Maybe things, you'd think, aren't as different as they first appeared. Terrorist attacks, global financial crashes, a pandemic, a Russian autocrat, crises of democracy, populism, the revolt against globalism, increasing authoritarianism, echoes of the early 20th century in the 21st. History not repeating exactly, but certainly rhyming. Both centuries start with a unipolar world, the British Empire and the American Empire being challenged by increasing multipolarity. Both see tariffs and nationalism on the rise. And here's the crucial thing we might ask our time traveller.
I think that's a guy right
Why
there.
would we repeat what seemed like clear-cut, obviously answered, no-brainer questions about the 20th century? Questions that we thought had been decided.
What are you doing out here
on paper, it seems so black and white. Freedom versus tyranny, fascism defeated, apartheid, segregation versus freedom of speech and freedom of votes, empires versus liberation struggles. The 20th century was surely the virtuous century. Why then has it not been put to bed? Here's one answer our speed-running time traveller might suggest to us.
I'll tell you one thing,
It's that simplistic lens of good versus evil that has distorted how we understand those big 20th century issues. That the 20th century was not as simple as we sometimes assume from our comfortable armchairs today. Take fascism, maybe the core part of that good versus evil story. Historians still can't agree on what fascism really was. In 1995, the historian Stanley Payne, still very influentially, wrote, "The absence of an empirical definition of what is meant by fascism has been an obstacle to conceptual clarification." Now, that sounds academic, but it has real consequences on our lives and our politics. If you can't agree on what something was, what it was at its core, why it was so successful, then is it really as simple as we assume when we sit and watch a film about the evil Nazis say? I think our popular understanding of the 20th century has been woeful but convenient. The story of freedom versus tyranny is great for Hollywood, but it's not so great for nuance, for really understanding the complexity of history. And if you don't understand something, you can't defend it.
Uses mace.
The 20th century was so many things. It was class war that tore through the hearts of many major countries.
And don't even think about trying anything.
Reds in the Italian countryside or the streets of Munich.
I'll be lucky if I can even make it there.
Well, you know what to blame but yourself.
Movements in factories and conservative peasants and farm workers in the countryside. It was often between nationalisms fighting for independence.
I recall the mission with this
empires.
Guy was a little bit different.
There was also a war between the Enlightenment and strange, esoteric, magical, idealist, mystical, and occult movements. And so much of this stuff
told you I might be bringing you some poachers.
As we think it is now.
Here's one for you.
It was at the heart of the story. When you scratch under the surface of the 20th century,
it's too late for
and
begging.
you reveal some of the stranger undercurrents and trends.
Watching the execution of a poacher.
You realise things were not as clear-cut as they now seem.
Alright, I can, sure, we can go back a little bit.
What is meant by fascism has been an obstacle to conceptual clarification. Now, that sounds academic, but it has real consequences on our lives, on our politics. If you can't agree on what something was, what it was at its core, why it was so successful, then is it really as simple as we assume when we sit and watch a film about the evil Nazis say? I think our popular understanding of the 20th century has been woeful but convenient. The story of freedom versus tyranny is great for Hollywood.
I'm so sorry I
it's
ruined the
not
wedding
so
like
great
that.
for nuance.
So you should
for
be.
really
The poor girls
understanding the complexity of history.
What's new in the cat?
I was just
And if you don't understand
more
something,
fresh graves.
you can't defend
But
it.
we found someone. I've been digging up
The
bodies
20th
ever since
century
that bandit
was so
gang,
many
and
things.
that's about it.
That sounds
It was
interesting.
class war that tore through the hearts of many major countries. It was whites against reds in the Italian countryside or the streets of Munich. It was sometimes a war between urban proletariat movements in factories and conservative peasants and farm workers in the countryside. It was often between nationalisms fighting for independence against big empires. And it was also a war between the Enlightenment and strange, esoteric, magical, idealist, mystical, and occult movements. And so much of this stuff wasn't marginal as we think it is now. It was at the heart of the story. When you scratch under the surface of the 20th century, and you reveal some of the stranger undercurrents and trends and themes, you realise things were not as clear-cut as they now seem. As the historian Mark Mazoa has shown in his book Dark Continent, democracy was not destined to triumph. It was one of many legitimate ways of seeing the act of governing, of seeing politics. It was part of a 20th century experiment. It was seen by probably the majority at the time, in fact, definitely the majority in the world and even in Europe, as weak, as squabbling, as pathetic. And that, for long periods, was true. Take this quote from Mazoa. There were hardly any countries in Europe after 1918, that's after the end of World War I, where the average cabinet lasted more than a year. In Germany and Austria, the average was 8 months. In Italy, 5. In Spain, after 1931, under 4. In the French Third Republic, the ineffectual model for so many East European constitutions, the average cabinet lifespan dropped from 10 months in 1870 to 1914 to 8 months in 1914 to 1932, and a mere 4 months from 1932 to 1940, just after the outbreak of World War II.
You can't just come
Does
in here.
that type of short-termism and ineffectual squabbling sound familiar? Empty words, disagreement, nothing getting done. Even many Americans were pretty fond of Mussolini before they joined the war, as this book shows. And the famous and influential diplomat George Kennan said, "Benevolent despotism has greater possibilities for good than democracy." And he thought that America should move, quote, along the road which leads through constitutional change to the authoritarian state. Now, triumphalism about history is dangerous. It makes winning look inevitable, and it leaves the turrets undefended against those who really understand the history and want to mobilise and weaponise that history for their own ends. World War II is the defining myth of today. It shapes our ideas of, if not absolute good, at least absolute evil. So what happens when those triumphalist ideas that we thought were inevitably good begin to be fundamentally questioned by many influential political people? We see the ghosts of fascism begin to haunt us. Maybe as jokes at first, as satire, as just asking questions. Revisionist podcasts and interviews like Daryl Cooper's Churchill was the chief villain of World War II pop up.
Very cool, actually.
Figures like Nick
Very
Fuentes, who says he admires Hitler, and Curtis Yarvin, who wants a CEO democracy, get mainstreamed. Steve Bannon talking about unconstitutional third terms, memes about King Trump, and figures like Carlson leaning into support for authoritarianism around the world. People like Carl Benjamin and Steve Bannon talk about
Swedish,
Julia Severa,
MGP just
an author whose style,
played actually,
whose beliefs, magical idealism,
either that or it's
seem
ongoing, something
so
like that.
out of sync with the modern world, but represents a desire to return to an aristocratic model, to wipe out the gains of democracy and go back to a better spiritual hierarchical past. Many of these esoteric, aristocratic or traditionalist thinkers were fascist adjacent and were infused with philosophies like Taoism and Sufism and occultism. So great was their influence in the 20th century that the historian Mark Sedgwick...
He's talking about Sufism?
...hierarchical past. Many of these esoteric, aristocratic or traditionalist thinkers were fascist adjacent and were infused with philosophies like Taoism and Sufism and occultism. So great was their influence in the 20th century that the historian Mark Sedgwick calls it the secret intellectual history of the 20th century. The wars and political experiments of that century killed millions, produced nuclear weapons, terrifying new war machines,
I'd like to buy some.
and razed countries to the ground. The worrying question is this: do we really think that experiment is over? The philosopher Hannah Arendt wrote, "We can no longer afford to take that which was good in the past and simply call it our heritage, to discard the bad and simply think of it as a dead load which by itself time will bury into oblivion."
What do you mean?
I'll get to the point. For most of this year, and really for much longer, I've been working on a very big, long, deep dive into fascism. What it really was, what its deep origins were, how it was so appealing, how ordinary, everyday Germans and Italians really thought, why they thought in the ways they do, how it seemed to them to be a very normal thing to be a part of. And the main question is this: how do you really make a fascist? It's going to be a long video, too long for many, but I've tried to make it as entertaining as possible too, And I think the average history documentary has done us a huge disservice by assuming that everything has to be simplified and dumbed down for you. One of my fundamental beliefs for then and now is that anyone can understand anything, even complex philosophy like Kant's or Hegel's,
I'm not sure if I agree with
it in the right way.
But most stuff,
and I think the
do think it's tasteful.
Of some of those videos, those complete guide series videos, has proven that. But doing this kind of long, deep dive into complicated topics is really difficult at the moment. But I genuinely believe that these long, well-thought-out deep dives are more crucial than ever. While at the same time, YouTube has changed. More competition, shorts, big money on the platform, much more entertainment, and lots of AI slop all make it really hard to spend the time to really work on serious long-form content that takes a long duration to put together. And then also to get it to stand out on that platform amongst everything else. If I could, they'd be all I worked on, these long videos. And I have big ones planned on the Enlightenment, on Schopenhauer, on Nietzsche, on the Russian Revolution. They're all planned for next year.
Ooh,
and I'm really excited about all of them. That latter video in particular will be part of me really trying to understand that 20th century arc in all of its complexity. So this is actually a kind of public service announcement too. If you think doing this is important at the moment, consider joining us over on Patreon. You get exclusive videos like the Thinking Differently About History series. I'm making some of the older videos on the channel, Patreon only 2, like the Modernity series, because no one really watches them anymore, but I'm so proud of them. I want to put them somewhere that I consider special. And you can support all of this and join us for as little as $1. And you can even come and follow along for free, just to see what I'm up to and get alerted to new topics and videos early. But can I also ask,
at least not indecent one.
So many of you say that you don't see the videos in the feed anymore. So just make sure you're subscribed, because so few who watch actually are. Please make sure that you've hit that bell to get notified of new videos too. It helps so much.
Hold that bell,
and
hit that bell button, everyone.
How to Make a Fascist is in the capable hands of then and now editors Louise and Paul, and it's looking great. I'm so excited about getting it out. I promise it's going to be informative and entertaining at the same time, so make sure you have that notification on. It's coming in December, a holiday gift of fascism from me to you, and it will be followed by a series on fascism, on fascist philosophy, on the ghosts of fascism today, on authoritarianism in the world.
Is he close, right?
And I genuinely believe that this series will give you a richer, deeper, more real understanding of fascism than anyone. And that's the thing that is missing from our public consciousness and is desperately needed.
Hello.
I'll see you in the video.
That's very amusing. He's writing so dense and casual way that he's been half an hour in each page trying to decide what he actually means. I hate that. I'm very much like, I'm not affiliated with any like particular school of leftism and whatnot, but I do very much like the Maoist idea of like bringing education to the masses. Like you need to make these ideals like digestible for the masses. I think that's very important.
It's best not to remind him about it.
I suppose you're right. Oh well.
Right. Do we have a chest here that we can use? Or do we need to go to Tarkov or Shilayov? I think we might need to go to Shilayov. That. Don't put labels on my beliefs. Well, I promise I don't use them. I mean, I might at some point, but I just haven't really been sufficiently convinced by anything yet. The courses, which are not that good.
Hey, do you reckon it would be a sin to eat them pigs when they got inside them human flesh?
What?
Perish the follow. I tell you, I won't be eating no pork for a while.
What pigs are they talking about?
Good day to you.
Philip, can we play dice?
Would you like to play? What game would you...
With a badge. Knights.
Nice.
Yes.
Hey, innkeeper, that beer.
And we'll play with lucky die, and the strip die, and the weighted die. Alright, we also need a badge.
I'm seriously curious about you, lad.
Let's see.
I'll be right with you.
1, 2. Damn, we're just one short. One short of having a flush or something of the sort. 6, 6, 6. Nice. Perfect. The devil's die. Has done us a favor. On this one we can watch this and find out the label. Oh no, what is this? Types of Marxism explain the far left argument. One dime. This is a 3-hour video. We are not going to watch a 3-hour video now. That's a little bit too long. Call of Duty Ghost, Power, Paranoid, Orbital, Tungsten Rods. Okay, that looks fun. Bit too long. It's what? Right now though. Canon 1000. 1 million in Kenshi with trading only. Let's see, what else is there? Every band Hoi 4 strategy explained. Mega Carrier. Garrison Troll. How Germany can win according to Twitter. Okay, that looks funny. Let's have a look at this one.
Today, I want
a short video that's humorous. It explains all the schools of left's beliefs. I mean, it is. I don't. It probably does what you say, but from one point of view, which is not sufficient when dealing with all this shit. Positivism is the best leftist ideology to trust. I actually know a Norwegian friend, a comrade of mine. She used to be a Posadist. Very, very funny shit.
to discuss a tweet that I have seen pop up on Reddit, Discord and Twitter a number of times regarding how Germany might win World War II. I thought it might be fun to respond to the points made in the tweet, whether they'd actually be solid military strategies for the Germans to employ, and whether they'd actually be realistically tried. This is the tweet in question, with 6 points which should lead to Germany winning the war. Also, I hope that I don't need to tell you, but this is just for fun. Don't harass the creator of this post. This is just meant as a light-hearted and informative response to the points that they made. This video will also be divided into 2 parts. First, I will explain the points individually and the issues that they might have, before then diving into what a full scenario might look like if all of these points were attempted by Germany. Let's dive in.
Damn it.
So the first point is don't terror bomb Britain, but focus on Royal Air Force facility. This is an absolute classic, a change often brought up to boost German odds, and it's quite a logical one. The usual story is that Germany was bombing airfields, anti-air and other military installations on Britain, almost completely destroying the British Air Force. In a desperate move, Churchill ordered a bombing run on Berlin, and Hitler was so angered that he demanded the Luftwaffe to start focusing on terror bombing London and other British cities instead.
I will say, from what I can understand, not terror bombing Britain would have been smart of the Germans, because from what I recall, from what little I know, they did get basically like the British Air Force on its knees. Like it was very close to collapsing because the British did not have the resources or manpower or any of that shit to truly combat the British, sorry, not the British, the Germanish, the Nazi strategic bombing. Strategic bombing, terrible. You know, the bombing of the military infrastructure.
Which allowed the British Air Force to recover,
have them win.
And win the conflict. Now the issue with this is that it way oversells German effectiveness while underselling their losses. During the most intense months of the Battle of Britain, Germany lost 15% of their aircraft twice. This is a huge blow to the German Air Force. Even worse is the loss in pilots. Any German plane getting shot down over Britain is irreversibly lost, with the pilots captured by the British. Again, in 2 months' time, Germany's air-ready crew decreased by an average of about 20%. The shift towards broader targets like London was not just an emotional one. It was also one to preserve the German Air Force, as these losses for months on end are unsustainable.
Interesting.
But were the Germans at least successful in defeating the British Air Force itself? Also, not really. Across these 2 months of heavy German losses, Britain's operational fighter count remained roughly similar. The reason for this was simple. Britain was producing enough, Germany was not destroying enough, and British planes and pilots could much more easily be saved and potentially sent back to fight another day. None of these factors would radically change if Germany continued to focus on Royal Air Force targets. Fact is, rough runways are quite cheap, and Germany was just taking too many losses to continually damage the radar installations, aircrafts, airfields and factories making planes to really make a difference and destroy the British Air Force in a meaningful way. Besides, Churchill had, by this point, solidly convinced Britain to continue the fight. Even if, by some miracle, the Royal Air Force would be completely wiped out, Britain had 1.5 million soldiers called up to defend against invasion, and still commanded arguably the largest navy in the world. And besides, if Germany does eventually shift to other targets following the destruction of the Air Force, Britain will swiftly be able to whip up a new Air Force in the downtime. All in all, this first point isn't too bad, but it really isn't enough to force Britain to surrender, and it is likely too little to fundamentally cripple their Air Force permanently. Moving on though, we reach a much more interesting point. Demand Mussolini not be an idiot with Balkans. This is a pretty funny one, as it can mean two things. Not be an idiot with Balkans.
With the Balkans.
This is a pretty funny one, as it can mean two things. First, it might just mean demand that they do better and actually defeat Greece, meaning Germany wouldn't have to intervene in the region. Now I hope that I don't need to tell you, but Italy did do their best, and simply demanding them to do better isn't going to change the fundamentals of the military situation.
They did their best, guys.
Now the alternative meaning is funnier, as it could mean that Germany demands that Mussolini doesn't even try the invasion at all. Where this suggestion goes wrong is that it paints the picture of Italy as a mere German puppet. While this is pretty accurate for the latter half of World War II.
What do you say? Actually, had the British actually helped Norway, we wouldn't have become occupied. The invasion was for the German, but since we were long lost. Yeah, not just the British, but the Danish as well. Like, from the more I learn about it, the more I learn that we could have almost certainly defended in Denmark, like against the Nazis, while also saving the Jews. Like at the very least, like the islands could be defended. While the Germans would then have like a sore thumb, like in Jutland, if they were to occupy that, a very big piece of land they'd then have to defend against hostile incursion. Like the Danish government was just cowards, and the Danish people were complicit for a while.
By 1940, it was very much untrue. Italy too was an aggressive, proud, nationalistic dictatorship. They were, frankly, shocked by Germany's military victory, and the invasion of Greece was step one in Italy expanding their own influence, ensuring that they aren't completely overshadowed by the Germans. So, such a demand by Germany would basically amount to, do as we say, and maybe we will allow you some minor expansion after the war. For 1940 Italy, this simply wouldn't do, especially as Germany was already refusing expansion into France and Tunis. And Germany also refused to give up on their claims on northern Italy. Should Mussolini really accept this demand, he is basically surrendering Italy's status as a European great power. Beyond that, it is unlikely that this would actually make a difference. Some have argued that the Balkan campaign delayed Operation Barbarossa, taking away crucial weeks that the Germans could have used to capture Moscow and win the war. This theory, though, was spread by the German dictator and his military leadership, who always had the same answer to every military mistake. Wasn't me. Today's historians generally agree that the Balkan campaign did little to influence Operation Barbarossa. The Russian winter of 1940 had been wetter than usual, causing bad conditions for to capture operations would act as a taking away crucial weeks that the Germans could have used to capture Moscow. As Mussolini really accept this demand, he is basically surrendering Italy's status as a European great power. Beyond that, it is unlikely that this would actually make a difference. Some have argued that the Balkan campaign delayed Operation Barbarossa, taking away crucial weeks that the Germans could have used to capture Moscow and win the war. This theory, though, was spread by the German dictator and his military leadership, who always had the same answer to every military mistake. Wasn't me. Today's historians generally agree that the Balkan campaign did little to influence Operation Barbarossa. The Russian winter of 1940 had been wetter than usual, causing bad conditions for fast tank maneuvers. Beyond that, German logistics simply weren't prepared for the invasion yet. With or without the Balkan campaign, Barbarossa would be delayed by around the same time. And, at least in our timeline, the Balkan was fully secured, meaning no sudden surprises there later in the war. Alright, so the second point is a bit of a dud, but let's see the third. Don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately? This is a very puzzling. Do they think the siege of Leningrad...
Wait, what? Don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately. Why are right-wingers so fucking stupid?
Take it immediately? This is a very puzzling. Do they think the siege of Leningrad happened because Germany wanted to grind army XP? No. They did it because they had no choice.
Obviously.
Germany didn't have the tank forces needed to swiftly take the city, and correctly realized that an attempted invasion of a city of hundreds of thousands would be a military disaster. Of course, it is possible to redirect panzers to the north, but they'd have to be pulled from the far more important fronts, while still requiring an absolutely hellish fight for the city. And if you redirect forces later, defenses would have already been set up, and the city would have become even more difficult to take. Point is, Leningrad, quite simply, wasn't too big of a priority to Germany. Yes, it would be a relief, and it would open up forces for deployment elsewhere, but the fall of the city couldn't compare to the potential war-winning implications of capturing Moscow or Stalingrad. It was just quite simply the least important of the three major cities. A capital in ruin, starving itself to death, posing no immediate military threat to Germany. Of course, capturing it would have been better, but just take Leningrad isn't really that simple of an option. I'm sorry for the quick intermission, but by far most of you aren't subscribed.
There's a reason someone who's played too much Toy 4.
With all the latest releases, consider doing so. Thank you.
This guy is he's right in refuting the
Zerg rushed Stalingrad to cut off Soviet oil. This is a fascinating one because...
I will also say, notice how they failed to spell Zerg rush. So stupid.
Rush Stalingrad to cut off Soviet oil. This is a fascinating one because that's exactly what the Germans did. They tried that. It led to the disaster of Stalingrad. The Germans were very, very aware that this should be a major objective. Problem was, they couldn't make it happen. The Soviets were still way stronger than the Germans expected, and German logistics were being tested to their absolute
limit. Shika.
Now, the ultimate reading of this point is that it should have been a larger objective than the initial invasion. This too would be very risky. as the other pushes would have to be reduced, while the infrastructure in the south is stretched way too thin. The push in the south would get further, but at the cost of not even coming close to Moscow nor Leningrad, which makes just taking it even more difficult. Soviet losses would be lessened too, while a counteroffensive could swiftly risk German supply and their entire offensive. Moving on, we have the fifth point, which is ally with the Slavs against the commies. This is mostly in reference to the collaborationists in Ukraine, as it has often been suggested that creating an autonomous Ukrainian and perhaps Belarusian state would have been much better for Germany than direct military occupation, treating them as a subjugated people and starting their horrific plans for the region. Now, of course, the issue here is the German High Command. They expected a swift victory, 2 years at the maximum. What is the point in allying with a people that you plan to destroy the minute the war is over? By the time the Germans might realize the benefit of an alliance with Ukraine, it would likely already be too late, as Germany would have already lost much of the goodwill of the population, and the Soviets and allies would already be on the move. Still, this is perhaps the best point out of the 6. If the Germans do indeed swallow their pride earlier, there will be plenty to be found which might want to fight the communists, as the Bolsheviks have been far from kind to the Ukrainians. The Germans might be able to recruit more from the population.
This does sound like a little bit like far from kind to the Ukrainians, like...
There, while they would have an easier time in terms of logistics in the south.
I can hear that.
Though, this would mostly be a supporting factor, and it is unlikely that this would be enough to make something like the Caucasus operation a success. With that, we reach the final point on the list. Ignore Africa. Now this is perhaps the most baffling point. First,
yeah, that one is incredibly stupid as well.
It's perhaps the most...
Like, literally so many resources are in that region that they couldn't ignore that, and if they ignored it, they would just be attacked, like, from the south constantly.
Baffling. First, I had previously assumed that the author
might
have assumed that airstrikes would be enough to make Britain surrender. But if that's true, then how is there still an African front to be fought? So, assuming that Britain is still in the war, let's run through why ignoring Africa is a horrible thing for Germany to do. By early 1941, the British had practically overrun East Africa and had captured eastern Libya too. It seemed like soon the Italians might be completely thrown from the continent. Of course, Italy would reinforce their own positions in Libya, but they also requested German aid. So Germany would send a relatively minor Africa Corps to reinforce the Italians. Of course, this directed minor resources from the Eastern Front, but really not a game-changing amount. Meanwhile, despite only being commanded...
Okay, I also don't like why this guy keeps using, like, footage of, like, modern-day military shit. Like, that's... Like, why? We have footage of, like, these armies in these areas. Why don't you just use more modern footage?
The Libyan positions, Rommel would manage to completely turn the tides of...
Still, do watch this video on the side to support this channel, even if I'm a little bit skeptical on the quality of this video. I mean, then again, it's just a minor thing.
The war.
And then
mainly due to his Africa Corps, the capture of Africa was delayed by at least a year. Now let's imagine that Germany didn't do this. Libya wouldn't necessarily immediately fall, but Italian counteroffensives are unlikely to. Meanwhile, it sends yet another quite clear signal to Italy. We don't care about your conflict, we don't care about your ambitions on France, and we will not allow your expansion in the Balkans. Now, it may just be me, but I don't see any reason for Italy to even be allied to Germany by this point. So, this could quickly become a military and political disaster, as once Italy is a victim...
I will say though that if you're already in the war at that point, it is a little bit difficult to get untangled, but then again, if they can make it... No, actually, it would potentially push them to make a separate peace deal if they're losing too hard. So yeah,
from
they have a point.
The rest of North Africa swiftly
pull Rome out of Africa.
By now, we could see the Allies plan a naval invasion of Italy a year earlier.
The Germans would have just won if they didn't make Rommel commit suicide.
And Italy will have absolutely no reason to continue their participation in the conflict. Much earlier, Germany's military situation becomes a lot more complicated, especially as the author hasn't mentioned anything about America, leaving them very open to intervene in the conflict, as the Allies might even manage to spin the unconquered Balkans in their favor. So, with all of these points discussed, let's see a single timeline where Germany implements all of these concepts. Nothing will have changed until the fall of France, when the Germans begin to focus on trying to destroy the British Air Force. After the first 2 months of the operation, Germany is suffering unsustainable losses, while the British fighter count is remaining rather stable. But rather than scale down operations, attacking relatively easier targets like mass bombing London, the Germans staunchly continue with their current strategy. Once it finally becomes clear that bombing every piece of asphalt in Britain isn't viable, the Germans steadily decrease their air operations on Britain, and Churchill announces the end of the threat to Britain's Air Force. And the idea of the Royal Navy being weakened enough to allow a German invasion is laughable. Britain will fight on. After this military disaster, Germany turns to Italy and demands that they don't be an idiot with Balkan. If they mean, hey Italy, make sure you don't lose, then we simply return to our time. As just a demand to do better is not enough to fix Italian military incompetence. If they instead mean, don't invade the Balkans, we have an Italy that is very annoyed at Germany, but does postpone their planned invasion of Greece. Of course, due to bad weather and Germany.
Any piece of Balkans which is not invaded is another potential avenue where the Allies might land. Like more and more countries did join against the Nazis throughout time.
Logistics not being ready, Operation Barbarossa is still delayed until conditions for Germany improve. Over in Africa, the British completely overrun Italian East Africa and eastern Libya, in the process capturing over 300,000 Italian soldiers. As the British pause to resupply and regroup, the Germans are very clear about their interest in the conflict. As the Vichy French regime begins to crumble in the region and America joins the war, Churchill grows more and more convinced that his southern strategy will be successful. Meanwhile, the Italians are starting to distance themselves from Germany, as feelers are put out for a separate peace deal. Germany, ignoring these developments, has struck into the Soviet Union, making sure to divert the panzer forces needed to overrun the city of Leningrad at great military cost to Germany. Elsewhere, the Germans don't reach quite as far as in our timeline, with Moscow remaining completely out of their reach. As the front lines stabilize, Germany creates puppet regimes in Belarus and Ukraine, trying to make use of their hatred.
Again, I will say that I'm pretty sure that they did collaborate with locals in all these areas to a fairly major degree. Like
the Bolsheviks with decent success. But across the war, the legitimacy of these regimes dwindled.
The link is right there.
As Germany poorly hides their long-term ambitions for the region, seizing the land for Lebensraum and removing the population there, or at best, forcing them to become German. In 1942, Germany attempts to restart their momentum with a Zerg rush towards Stalingrad, hoping to cut off and capture Soviet oil. This conflict is hard fought, as the Soviets are still far stronger than the Germans expected. Then, the devastating news reaches Berlin in the middle of this operation. The Allies have invaded Sicily, and Italy has announced a ceasefire with the Allies. Panicked, Germany invades Italy, turning the state towards the Allies. With Germany trying to retake Italy, the Soviets break the German push around Stalingrad. Now, with America solidly in the war, the Allies entrenched in Italy, and the Soviets pushing back, German chances of winning have reached zero. Greece and Yugoslavia, already leaning towards the Allies, might join the war now, forcing Germany to turn attention there too. As Germany demands Bulgaria joins the Axis, they might even refuse, as even in our timeline, the Bulgarians were never enthusiastic about the Germans, remaining confident that
they did. They weren't. Didn't Bulgaria join the Axis willingly, or am I remembering wrong?
the Soviets will win the war in the end. Bulgaria might even join up with the Allies too. So, Germany simply doesn't have the forces for a swift victory everywhere. And soon, yet another front is opened in France. Basically, we are just in a worse version of our own timeline for the Germans. Somewhere in 1945, the Germans would have to surrender. The broad lines of the peace deal look similar, but don't be fooled. Yugoslavia, Bulgaria and Albania, at the very least, would now be in the Western sphere, with Albania potentially being smaller, while Italy could be a little bit bigger around Istria. While in Africa, Italy would definitely lose the East, they just might be allowed to keep Libya as a thank you for surrendering earlier. This is not a guarantee though. Beyond that, the Soviets could experience much greater issues in Belarus and Ukraine post-war, as the Germans had empowered any anti-Soviet group there. By the end of this scenario, we have a significantly weak...
This literally, that bit just already happened. Like, the Nazis did have SS troops recruited from Ukraine and the Baltics.
Weaker Soviet Union.
I don't know if this guy is just getting this part wrong or like, what's up?
That these proposed tactics were not enough to achieve a German victory. So for now, this is the end of the video.
I finally stole the loot for these two guys.
Consider leaving a like and a comment, as well as subscribing. If you've enjoyed this video, click the video on top to watch another in this series. If you've already seen it, then I'm sure that the bottom video is great too. Once again, thank you all for watching, and goodbye.
That's a neat little video. What? Why does late game suck? How the far right took over Croatian Wikipedia and how there was stuff. Okay, this is actually kind of fun. This is a very cool video. What didn't modern armies always dig in? What didn't early modern armies always dig in? Brandon Fischer. This is the very nerdy, like, British LARP guy, I think. Yeah, I think so. That's funny. More obscene files. What is this thumbnail? Why fictional religions always feel fake? Oh, I need to like post this. Top 5 total worst cities. That sounds funny. Why Carson Generals is neo-Confederate propaganda and objectively sucks. Ooh. That sounds fun at some point. So also found a duel against double reverse grip. Sorry. Right, water's been gotten. The weird blue people UN ads. What the fuck? More Fredda or more something else? Stop blaming human nature for capitalism. This could be a cool video.
Socialism sounds great.
Let's have a look at this. We like revolutionary thought.
In theory, but it just goes against human nature.
Human nature is to be selfish and individualistic and only care about yourself and to want to get as much stuff as possible.
Have the people making those statements considered that perhaps they might be projecting? That might be your personal human nature, but what you do naturally, or even what you do as a result of societal conditioning, cannot be extrapolated and universalized to all of humanity. Not all 8 billion of us are just like you, John. The idea that human nature prevents humans from realizing more egalitarian ways of organizing society is goofy on so many levels, and yet it's such a prevalent argument that people keep bringing up constantly, even though it's ahistorical, unscientific, and denies the fact that the only reason humans are where we are today and not like living in caves is because of our tendency to cooperate and to use our big brains to build on top of the knowledge already uncovered by other members of our species. We survive through cooperation and depending on each other. We're also pretty powerful when working together and pretty useless when alone. Like, I think I can confidently say that you are watching this video on a device that you bought, and not one that you mined the minerals for yourself, created blueprint.
Like ask some, like, Like from now on, if someone says human nature, I'm just gonna ask them, do you have a PhD? Are you a researcher? Oh, it's something you intuited? Well, I intuited that you're an idiot. So, where does that leave us? Like, it's so ridiculous. It's the dumbest thing.
And designed
Everyone knows
from
it's like,
scratch and
everyone
then
knows you're an
assembled with
idiot,
your own
man.
2 hands and somehow generated the Wi-Fi signal for, you are dependent on this massive web of global cooperation just to watch this video, because the idea of a fully independent, self-made, self-reliant human being is a fantasy. Anyway, this narrative that human nature is competitive, individualistic, and selfish, and that socialism is impossible because of it, is not a truism that reflects the true nature of reality. It's just a really convenient way of upholding the current status quo, which is why this myth still persists despite being wrong. And that's what this video will be talking about. We're going to talk about human nature, obviously, and why claiming that human nature is a particular way is not helpful. How this narrative that human nature is evil upholds the status quo, what actually determines and shapes human nature, and how we can use that information to build a better world. Something kind of funny I've noticed is that when people make statements about human nature, they're usually just projecting, like no matter what the claim is, because as a human, you only really have consistent access to one perspective, and that's your own. There are a lot of commonalities among humans because we are all humans having a human experience, but can we really generalize that human experience to a few adjectives that are supposed to describe everyone? Human nature is greedy? Human nature is selfish? Human nature is altruistic? My hot take is that anyone who says any of these things is just projecting. Like if someone says human nature is to want to exploit others, they're just confessing that they personally would exploit others if given the chance. If you say that human nature is to be altruistic and kind and helpful, congrats, you're probably altruistic and kind and helpful, or at least think that those things are good and valuable.
It is genuinely what I think.
And
human
I'd
nature is being
rather have people
altruistic
do the latter
and
than
kind
the former, but
cooperating.
put a pin in that, we'll talk about why that's still not exactly correct later. I mean, if you're a selfish person, you probably never claim that human nature is inherently generous, but you personally are just a super weird freak that needs to sit atop a pile of gold in your mansion. Right? That'd be so weird. Human nature is to be greedy, except I'm built different and I'm the only generous person in the world somehow. Because once you start saying that, no, there are people whose nature goes against human nature, then is that even human nature? I don't know if the people claiming that human nature is evil really understand that what they're doing is a cell phone, but whatever. And regardless of that, the only utility of such claims is not to reveal some deeper truth about humanity, or to change the world for the better, or anything useful, but to maintain and uphold the current status quo, which, I don't know, I think that's a bad idea. Before we dive deeper into human nature, I wanted to talk about the sponsor of today's video, FlexiSpot. FlexiSpot sent me this desk and walking pad, and I'm such a huge fan. These are so awesome. Fun fact, my master's degree is in human factors and ergonomics, so I love an ergonomic workstation, especially because I kind of need it for my hypermobile body, and this standing desk and walking pad just takes my work setup to the next level. I got the bamboo desk with the black frame, and it's super sturdy, beautiful, and well designed. This incredible height-adjustable desk comes with a 15-year warranty and 30-day risk-free returns. The height also goes up to 49.4 inches, which is perfect for my tall baddies who struggle to find a standing desk that's tall enough, and it can even hold up to 355 pounds. And the walking pad, of course, is super easy to use. You just plug it in and then use the remote that comes with it, and then bam, you get your steps in and don't even have to go outside. It's the best. Like, this is legit one of the coolest sponsors I've worked with because I just love ergonomics. I actually wrote part of the script using this setup, and it was amazing. I definitely recommend this to anyone whose job involves sitting in front of the computer, so you can actually get some steps in during the day and maintain that hip mobility. 10 out of 10. I'm gonna keep writing scripts while walking. If you're looking for new ergonomic office furniture like this amazing standing desk and walking pad, click the link below to get yours today. Thank you to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. The idea that people are inherently selfish, greedy, evil, individualistic, whatever, because it's human nature, very conveniently upholds the current neoliberal status quo and shapes what we think is possible. Neoliberalism is the form of capitalism we live under now in the West, characterized by deregulation, privatization, and austerity with limited state intervention. It claims that if we just let markets run wild and don't allow people to be dependent on the state, then wealth will magically trickle down, generating an unprecedented era of well-being for the entire world.
That is true.
Still waiting for that to
will
happen, by the way. The reality is that neoliberalism actually causes extreme wealth inequality, reduces people's access to necessary social services, and it only benefits the ruling class, the bourgeoisie. It also individualizes all these problems and essentially makes you believe that if you're poor, uneducated, don't have healthcare, can't find a job, etc., that's your own personal failing. Neoliberalism basically offloads the problems of the system onto individuals and blames them for what are actually systemic failures. Issues like homelessness, unemployment, poor access to healthcare, and poor education are all systemic issues that are blamed on individuals under this model, despite being policy choices. Saying that humans are naturally evil and selfish is extremely helpful for upholding this particular status quo.
You have to buy the thing now.
If humans are naturally evil and selfish, then the bourgeoisie, who privately own the means of production, the factories, facilities, whatever required to do labor, are just doing what any human would naturally do, even if that requires destroying the environment and exploiting their own workers. They're just looking out for their own self-interest, guided by the invisible hand of the free market, which is not a real thing, but we won't get into that right now. Large corporations love state subsidies, though. If humans are naturally compelled by their very nature to exploit other humans for their own benefit, then there is no way that you can ever build a society free of exploitation. So why even try? Do you see how this logic works? It's also why we read so much dystopian fiction in middle and high school in the US, so you start to believe that attempting to organize society around the principles of cooperation and meeting everyone—
That's interesting. I did not know that that was the case. About like reading dystopian, like a lot of dystopian stuff to kind of like break down the ideas of make it seem as if you can't reach a good society.
Needs will always devolve into something much worse than the—
What's this flag? It says Nir.
status quo. So don't even try. Again, it's all part of this very convenient narrative that does nothing but uphold the status quo, which makes things pretty bad for the entire working class. As Marxist psychologist Erich Fromm argues in his book, The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness,
most people are quite ready to denounce faith in man's improvement as unrealistic, but they do not recognize that despair is often just as unrealistic. It is easy to say man has always been a killer, but the statement nevertheless is not correct, for it neglects to take into account the intricacies of the history of destructiveness. It is equally easy to say the desire to exploit others is just human nature, but again, the statement neglects or distorts the facts. In brief, the statement human nature is evil is not a bit more realistic than the statement human nature is good. But the first statement is much easier to make. Anyone who wants to prove man's evilness finds followers most readily, for he offers everybody an alibi for his own sins, and seemingly risks nothing. Yet, the spreading of irrational despair is in itself destructive, as all untruth is. It discourages and confuses.
Also, just because people are a certain way, that doesn't mean that you need to structure society around their worst impulses. Like, people have bad traits and do bad things, so we should structure society around those bad traits and make it easier to do bad things, is not really a compelling argument. We actually don't have to do that, especially because structuring society in that particular way is how you end up shaping human nature to be that way.
Exactly.
And to suck. Plus, a system that's only been around for 300 to 400 years cannot possibly represent the entirety of human nature. That would be absurd. Not even class society could represent all of human nature because humans were not always living in class societies. As we established, human nature cannot be defined by particular truisms or specific adjectives like good or evil. But of course, we also can't just say that humans share zero commonalities with all other humans, or that we're all blank slates and there's no such thing as human nature. So what is human nature? From a Marxist standpoint, human nature is whatever is incentivized in the society that you live in. And like everything else, it is also a dialectical struggle of opposites. What does this mean? According to Karl Marx,
it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness.
This means that our material conditions, such as the mode of production we live under, the work you do, what you need to do to survive, what society rewards or punishes, give rise to our ideas, culture, values,
and that's why we have the Epstein class today, because that type of behavior, like being a capitalist, being like an awful human being, and like it's rewarded. It's rewarded with being told you can do whatever you want, you can break whatever laws you want, there will be no consequences. Even now, with so many people being revealed to be, like, not just in the files, like being complicit in a lot of this shit. How many of them are being brought to justice? Like, the Norwegian royal family is a very good example of this, like their rapist son I forgot his name, Marius or whatever, like, has been implicated for so much shit, and her mother, and his mother, like, and I'm sure the Norwegian family, at some point, like, at least the heads in the Norwegian family knew about this. They're still the royal family. For now, at least. If that changes, then hopefully it means that there will be some change, and perhaps society is not as bleak as, you know, it seems, but, you know, yeah. Things are not looking great right now.
And then all of that impacts the material, and it's an ever-looping cycle. Watch my dialectical materialism video. What we value largely depends on what is incentivized by our current material conditions. If society incentivizes hoarding wealth, people will see greed as a good and smart thing. If it incentivizes cooperation, people will see helping others as the logical thing to do. Human nature being a dialectical struggle of opposites means that we aren't 100% beholden.
I'm not for the capital punishment, but I do hope that he gets severely, like, gets a severe punishment, because that shit is just insane. Like, such demonic shit.
To our societal conditioning. We contain contradictions and different potentials that get activated depending on what's incentivized, but also depending on who we are as a person, our material conditions. It's a whole thing. We have the capacity to be altruistic or selfish, good or evil, cooperative or competitive. And you're making decisions about this every single day and reinforcing one or the other. But any one of those qualities can win out depending on who you are as a person combined with your material conditions. The material conditions definitely have a huge impact, but you still have the capacity to resist societal conditioning through struggle. Human nature is not greedy, but it's not altruistic. It's that you have two wolves inside of you. One is greedy and the other is altruistic. And your family, your society, the media, and you can pick a wolf to feed, and they're embroiled in a dialectical struggle. And then you have a bunch of other wolves also within you that are embroiled in a similar dialectical struggle, and also influenced by all of these forces. I feel like this metaphor is falling apart. If the society that you grow up in incentivizes being competitive and greedy, then yeah, the majority of people are going to end up that way. But because it's dialectical and there is a struggle of opposites, that does not mean that a greed-incentivizing society will generate a 100% greedy population. Every single society has its dissidents and people who disagree with its core values. Under capitalism, the dissidents tend to be people whose values oppose the things that get incentivized under the capitalist mode of production, and who have nurtured the values of solidarity and cooperation. Basically, human nature is not some eternal, timeless default. Like everything else, it's always changing. Selfishness or altruism by themselves are not human nature. Not exactly, at least, but the struggle between altruism and selfishness is very much a part of human nature.
Find the X from the story.
In The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, Freud explores the roots of human violence and discusses how prehistoric hunter-gatherer humans were characterized by minimum destructiveness because, as you would guess, they had to cooperate and share to survive. He argues that
only with the increasing productivity and division of labor, the formation of a large surplus, and the building of states with hierarchies and elites, large-scale destructiveness and cruelty came into existence and grew as civilization
He's in trial for 38 points of violence. Mosses believes there is a demonic thing is proceeding on a knife for its
destructiveness coincided with the advent of agriculture, not because agriculture makes people violent, but because class society arose alongside it. And also the patriarchy and the state, this new hierarchical way of organizing society by class, this new social being, led to a social character that normalized and incentivized violence, greed, and hoarding while alienating people from their labor, the fruits of their labor, their fellow laborers, and their own human essence. This alienation can lead to a sense of powerlessness and loneliness. In an attempt to overcome those negative feelings, some people act in ways that are destructive towards others and seek control and dominance over them. Others turn that destructiveness inward and try to keep their head down, submit to the powers that be, and avoid being disruptive in the hopes that if they follow all the rules, everything will be okay for them. Since we still live in a class society after all these years, all of that is still the case. Hoarding wealth and resources, getting to the top of the hierarchy, exploiting others, and doing whatever it takes to benefit yourself, even if it's at the expense of others, are still very much incentivized under capitalism. According to Marxist sociologist Eric Olin Wright,
capitalist cultures generally affirm two clusters of broadly shared values that are in tension with community and solidarity: competitive individualism and privatized consumerism.
Competitive individualism refers to the set of values arising from the fact that under capitalism, companies must compete to attain the highest market share and earn the most profits. You know, the profit motive. This material fact gives rise to social norms such as measuring one's self-worth through comparison with others, striving for success even at the expense of others, valuing self-reliance and independence, and stigmatizing dependence. This value is reflected in slogans like "greed is good," "looking out for number one," and "nice guys finish last." Under capitalism, the social context in which values like community and solidarity are viewed as relevant is constantly narrowing. Like, it's fine to feel a sense of community and solidarity with your family, for example, but having solidarity with the entire working class, including people in the global south? What are you, some sort of commie? It's not too late to become one if you're not. The other value that capitalism affirms is privatized consumerism. In consumerist cultures, people tend to believe that life satisfaction depends on buying more and more stuff, regardless of the harm that doing so may cause to others. As a result, necessities like housing are viewed as a factor of personal consumption and sometimes even a business investment rather than as a public good and a human right. Essentially, capitalism conditions people into not wanting to rely on others, viewing their problems as purely individual in nature, and prioritizing themselves even if it's at the expense of others, which disrupts working class solidarity. People also live in constant fear of losing access to their livelihood and all the things that come along with it, like housing and healthcare if you're in the US, so they learn to comply with the system to maintain some semblance of stability. Would you say that people are, by their very nature, compliant or disruptive? That's a trick question. The answer is both, because it's a dialectical struggle of opposites. So it depends. These values don't arise in a vacuum. They're the result of material conditions, which incentivize these values. Under the system, hoarding wealth is rewarded. Buying up houses to rent them out at a higher price is rewarded. Building data centers near already vulnerable communities and getting people sick as a result is rewarded. Letting a vascular disease that causes chronic illness and sometimes sudden and eventual death rip through the entire population is rewarded. Destroying the environment is rewarded. Building clean air infrastructure or green energy infrastructure or like a high-speed rail is not rewarded because it's not profitable, so it doesn't get done. The existence of the profit motive in this class society means that as long as the ruling class is making record profits, then everything's fine. I mean, it's not fine for most people, but we don't live in a class-neutral society, so that doesn't actually matter to the powers that be. As Victor Leonard Allen states in his book, The Russians Are Coming, The Politics of Anti-Sovietism,
I've never been much
Capitalism comprises sets and layers of exploitative relations derived from the antagonistic class relationship between the owners and non-owners of property.
Where's the best
Exploiters are pitted against the exploited, and rival exploiters are pitted against each other. This system operates with a ruthless disregard of personalities and of compassion for people. This characteristic is present within a single capitalist country and in its relations with others. On an international level, there is a hierarchy of nations, exploiting and being exploited.
Didn't even say since 10 years of prison. That's not near enough. He needs to be like.
The system is what it does.
I mean, he needs to be held.
He
needs to be analyzed properly. Potentially held longer.
While alienating everyone,
Like
disrupting solidarity.
I do like that we have a lenient prison system, but people who commit that level of crimes, I don't think that's much. Like, you need a thorough interrogation or investigation into them to see if they have performed truly
everyone out and exploiting everyone who doesn't own private property, especially people in the global south. Wow, that sucks as a system, right? And when I say property or private property, I don't mean personal property.
Like that's less than some people who get convicted of like gang violence, like violence connected to like gang violence crimes. Like that's insane.
A house that you live in or a car that you drive, but like private property or means of production, like an apartment complex that you rent out or a factory that you hire workers to work at or whatever. Just because this current society generates those terrible outcomes like exploitation, that does not mean that any of it is human nature. It literally doesn't have to be this way. And if you think it does, my brother in Christ, you lack imagination. The problem is within you. Develop your imagination.
Where are all the other bodies? Genuine question. Where did they
If the material base of society determines what is incentivized
also, how the
and thus
bandits
what we value,
right on the other side of this
obvious
bridge?
solution to creating a new human nature that incentivizes cooperation and solidarity is to create a new material base that incentivizes these pro-social behaviors. One where the means of production are owned collectively rather than privately, so workers own their workplaces and can make decisions about those workplaces together while collectively contributing to building society. That's called socialism, which is the necessary transitional period before we can achieve a classless, stateless, moneyless society, which is communism. And this isn't just me being like, well, if we try really hard, we can change people for the better. It's never been done before, but we can make it happen if we try, maybe. No, this is not just theoretical. Changing human nature to be more cooperative by incentivizing cooperation has successfully been done before multiple times. Before I get into that, let me prime your brain to better understand what I'm going to be talking about with a very, very small scale example. The smallest you can think of. You can see how cooperation can be incentivized even on a small scale and even under capitalism when you look at workplaces where everyone is rewarded for working together towards a common goal. When I worked in skincare retail like 10 years ago, remember to wear sunscreen daily by the way, one of the stores I worked at would get a holiday bonus if the store as a whole made a certain amount of money. We also had an amazing manager, which certainly helped.
Check out this real
and
quick.
Obviously this was under capitalism, but
oh shit. Did I just misclick?
By society around the principles of cooperation.
There's so
cooperation. The other is altruistic. Incentivizing.
Cruelty came into existence.
Making people follow all
values that are in tension with community and solidarity.
Also,
around here, I think. Okay, let me check the link. This made me so fucking mad. Let's have a look. Today. Who is this guy again?
Der kommer jeg med min nye bog, som hedder Vi inviterede arbejdskraft, men der kom mennesker, og det vil jeg lige fortælle lidt om. Mens jeg sidder her, for det første så handler det om, at jeg tror, at vi
okay, what is this? Wait, sorry. He's saying that today
I dag der kommer jeg med
he's releasing a new book.
Vi inviterede arbejdskraft.
We invited workforce,
men der kom mennesker.
But there came people. Okay, this sounds like a very dipshit thing. So he wants to talk about it. Wants to sit in the ice bath.
Jeg tror, vi er ved at lave nogle fejl i forhold til, hvor meget udenlandsk arbejdskraft vi inviterer til Danmark.
The first thing is he thinks that we make mistakes by the amount of foreign workforce we're inviting to Denmark. In the 60s and 70s, where a lot. He's complaining about this, about the 60s and 70s. Like, these are the most integrated people now. When a lot of people came from Turkey and Pakistan, I do agree with the Pakistan part. JK. Who are integrated in Denmark, but who didn't go home as we believed. When we called it guest workers. And a lot of people are coming today where we may be making the same mistakes. Where we don't require that they learn Danish or help them. This is wrong. We are, like, not only do we require that people learn Danish, we have one of the strictest and most dumbest fucking citizenship, like, quizzes in the world, I would say. Because a lot of the shit in it are things that you genuinely would not even know as a Danish person. Like, if it's a reading comprehension test, that's one thing. A lot of it's just, like, knowing about a lot of Danish quote-unquote cultural things, which is just bullshit.
Integrere dem i vores lokalsamfund, men at vi forestiller os, at de rejser hjem igen så snart som...
Who thinks that people are going to travel home again? If this is your assumption and even demand, then you're an idiot and you're a shit person.
Som de er færdige med at arbejde, og jeg tror...
Sorry. Well, let me translate again. But we imagine that we'll travel home again as soon as they're done working. I think it has a great, has a great meaning on a great effect on our local societies, like, and for our workforce, and the cultural like unity in Denmark. Like, this is literally just low Kirk Nazi speech. Like, this is so stupid. What do you mean cultural unity in Denmark? We don't have cultural unity in Denmark. Other than like people drinking way too much beer, like getting way too drunk and coping about it.
Hvis der kommer alt for mange, som ikke bliver integreret her i landet.
What is this?
Den kulturelle sammenhængskraft i Danmark, hvis der kommer alt for mange, som
if too many people are coming to Denmark who don't get integrated here. Also, people not being integrated is wholly the fault of the host nation, like in 90% of the cases. So that's why I've written a book about. Okay, this person looks like an idiot and is an idiot. He speaks like an idiot. Fucking wanker. Alright, let's watch John Brown edit to get the bad taste of this fucking mongrel out of my mouth.
Black folks, white folks, working together, committed for the violence necessary to end slavery. My name is Captain John Brown, and I am here in the name of the great Redeemer, the King of Kings. Black folks.
I love John Brown edits. I love edits like this. They're so great. They make me happy. No writers have been won peacefully. This is true, and proof the violence is the answer. It's not always the answer, but I'm not gonna say anything else. Joshua Dubois, that's funny. Thank you for the video you linked. This makes me so angry. It makes me angry. Cardival. Wait, he saw occupation. He saw like what do you call it? How do you translate Skiftis minister? Translate. Beskæftigelse minister. He saw a minister of employment. Fun fact: if you're on like if you're getting money from the government and you're traveling abroad, like you're not allowed to travel abroad if you're getting money from the government. Like what do you call it? If you're getting unemployment benefits from the government. And on my way back. It was one of the days where they are basically doing tests, like means testing people who are coming back, checking it, whether they're getting money from the government or not. It's fucking decrepit bullshit system.
Coincided with the advent.
I know that the unemployment benefit system is similar in Norway, and I think also in Sweden. How the immigrants are used to services we spent decades cutting funds for. Yeah, no, what a surprise. 2 years ago, I wrote a book about how no one wants to work anymore. Then. Like, that's literally his job to figure out why that is. What a dipshit. Then 1 year ago, he wrote a book about how we need to get rid of human rights because they forced us to deport Muslims. Now he wrote a thing about how he wants to deport Muslim workers. Maybe if you don't deport workers, we could work less and don't do extra work. Yeah, no, it is insane how, like, this, like, proto-Nazi-like behavior is so normalized in the West, especially in like Nordic countries, which a lot of people point to be like, oh look, they're so great. Meanwhile, we're gutting all the things that make our countries, like all the positive things about our countries. Like the Social Democrats as well, they're the ones gutting them. The Social Democrats are the ones being the proto-Nazis. It is ridiculous.
Of agriculture, not because agriculture makes people violent, but because class society arose alongside it. And also the patriarchy and the state, this new hierarchical way of organizing society by class, this new social being, led to a social character that normalized and incentivized violence, greed, and hoarding while alienating people from their labor, the fruits of their labor, their fellow laborers, and their own human
that's
essence.
one of the bandits.
This alienation can lead to a sense of powerlessness and loneliness. In an attempt to overcome those negative feelings, some people act in ways that are destructive towards others and seek control and dominance over them. Others turn that destructiveness inward and try to keep their head down, submit to the powers that be, and avoid being disruptive in the hopes that if they follow all the rules, everything will be okay for them. Since we still live in a class society after all these years, all of that is still the case. Hoarding wealth and resources, getting to the top of the hierarchy, exploiting others, and doing whatever it takes to benefit yourself, even if it's at the expense of others, are still very much incentivized under capitalism. According to Marxist sociologist Eric Olin Wright,
capitalist cultures generally affirm two clusters of broadly shared values that are in tension with community and solidarity.
Here you go.
Competitive individualism and privatized consumerism.
Competitive individualism refers to the set of values arising from the fact that under capitalism, companies must compete to attain the highest market share and earn the most profits. You know, the profit motive. This material fact gives rise to social norms such as measuring one's self-worth through comparison with others, striving for success even at the expense of others, valuing self-reliance and independence, and stigmatizing dependence. This value is reflected in slogans like, greed is good, looking out for number one, and nice guys finish last. Under capitalism, the social context in which values like community and solidarity are viewed as relevant is constantly narrowing. Like, it's fine to feel a sense of community and solidarity with your family, for example, but having solidarity with the entire working class, including people in the global south? What are you, some sort of commie? It's not too late to become one if you're not. The other value that capitalism affirms is privatized consumerism. In consumerist cultures, people tend to believe that life satisfaction depends on buying more and more stuff, regardless of the harm that doing so may cause to others. As a result, necessities like housing are viewed as a factor of personal consumption and sometimes even a business investment rather than as a public good and a human right. Essentially, capitalism conditions people into not wanting to rely on others, viewing their problems as purely individual in nature, and prioritizing themselves even if it's at the expense of others, which disrupts working class solidarity. People also live in constant fear of losing access to their livelihood and all the things that come along with it, like housing and healthcare if you're in the US, so they learn to comply with the system to maintain some semblance of stability. Would you say that people are, by their very nature, compliant or disruptive? That's a trick question. The answer is both, because it's a dialectical struggle of opposites. So it depends. These values don't arise in a vacuum. They're the result of material conditions, which incentivize these values. Under the system, hoarding wealth is rewarded. Buying up houses to rent them out at a higher price is rewarded. Building data centers near already vulnerable communities and getting people sick as a result is rewarded. Letting a vascular disease that causes chronic illness and sometimes sudden and eventual death rip through the entire population is rewarded. Destroying the environment is rewarded. Building clean air infrastructure or green energy infrastructure or like a high-speed rail is not rewarded because it's not profitable, so it doesn't get done. The existence of the profit motive in this class society.
Also, it's not even just not profitable, it's also just like not profitable enough. Like if things are like not profitable enough in the short term, it's such
that as long as the ruling class
the entire
is making
capitalist system is just
profits,
such a
then
suicidal
everything's
cult.
fine. I mean, it's not fine for most people, but we don't live in a class-neutral society, so that doesn't actually matter to the powers that be. As Victor Leonard Allen states in his book, The Russians Are Coming, of Anti-Sovietism,
capitalism comprises sets and layers of exploitative relations derived from the antagonistic class relationship between the owners and non-owners of property.
The Lord be with you.
Exploiters are pitted against the exploited, and rival exploiters are pitted against each other. This system operates with a ruthless disregard of personalities and of compassion for people. This characteristic is present within a single capitalist country and in its relations with others. On an international level, there is a hierarchy of nations, exploiting and being exploited. This This is what makes up the capitalist system.
Where does he live?
Close to He's got a cottage
A
on a hill.
system is what it does, and this current system outputs values like competitive individualism and privatized consumerism while alienating everyone, disrupting solidarity, stressing everyone out, and exploiting everyone who doesn't own private property, especially people in the global south. Wow, that sucks as a system, right? And when I say property or private property, I don't mean personal property like a house that you live in or a car that you drive, but like private property or means of production, like an apartment complex that you rent out or a factory that you hire workers to work at or whatever. Just because this current society generates those terrible outcomes like exploitation, that does not mean that any of it is human nature. It literally doesn't have to be this way. And if you think it does, my brother in Christ, you lack imagination. The problem is within you. Develop your imagination.
Okay, we went back quite a bit. I just realized.
While collectively
changing human nature. I'm sure. Fine.
If the material base of society determines what is incentivized and thus what we value, the obvious solution to creating a new human nature that incentivizes cooperation and solidarity is to create a new material base that incentivizes these pro-social behaviors. One where the means of production are owned collectively rather than privately, so workers own their workplaces and can make decisions about those workplaces together while collectively contributing to building society. That's called socialism, which is the necessary transitional period before we can achieve a classless, stateless, moneyless society, which is communism. And this isn't just me being like, well, we can try really hard, we can change people for the better. It's never been done before, but we can make it happen if we try, maybe. No, this is not just theoretical. Changing human nature to be more cooperative by incentivizing cooperation has successfully been done before multiple times. Before I get into that, let me prime your brain to better understand what I'm going to be talking about with a very, very small scale example. The smallest you can think of. You can see how cooperation can be incentivized even on a small scale and even under capitalism when you look at workplaces where everyone is rewarded for working together towards a common goal. When I worked in skincare retail like 10 years ago, remember to wear sunscreen daily, by the way, one of the stores I worked at would get a holiday bonus if the store as a whole made a certain amount of money. We also had an amazing manager, which certainly helped. And obviously this was under capitalism, but despite that, this working together towards a common goal fostered an environment of cooperation and friendship among all of us. I mean, we still strove to get the best KPIs and whatever, but no one attempted to sabotage anyone or anything like that because it would literally help no one and hurt everyone. In this scenario, cooperation was very much incentivized, which is why that was like one of the best jobs I've ever had, and I've had like 13 jobs. A few of my coworkers at the job had previously worked for the same parent company, but in department stores where workers earned an individual commission and were rewarded for getting as many sales as possible individually rather than as a store.
Come here.
And of course, because competition was incentivized rather than cooperation, my old coworkers described their former workplaces as not really conducive to fostering a sense of community or friendship among workers, unlike our store. Instead, people were like cutthroat and backstabby and would do things like stealing other people's regular clients so they could maximize their own incomes. People just really didn't care if what they were doing was at the expense of others as long as they got that bag. And this is just a micro, tiny example of how incentivizing certain things can influence individual behavior. As you can imagine, incentivizing cooperation on an even larger scale by creating an economic system built around it yields some pretty good results. Anna Louise Strong talks about this exact phenomenon in her 1936 book, The Soviet World, where she shares her brilliant observations of how people were actively changed for the better by the incentivization of pro-social behavior under the Soviet Union's socialist economic base. Anna Louise Strong even makes a point to be like, no dude, trust me, Russians sucked before the revolution, but they're way better now thanks to the socialist system where workers collectively own productive property. Americans often ask me whether Russians are not naturally more altruistic than Americans, more fit for communism, they imply. No, it is something quite different. Russians at the time of revolution were more medieval than Americans, which means naturally more petty, unreliable, inefficient, given to bargaining and cheating. Joint possession of the country's resources and productive mechanism is the economic reality which unifies Soviet life and makes it dynamic. It is this that washes out the antagonism between personal and public good, that makes men say we.
What is it, Mutt?
It is this that
out
makes
pagan
men
shrine.
conscious planners of the future.
Yes, good job.
For owners plan, but non-owners can only
my
fight
doggy,
or
eh?
drift.
Good job.
The chief quality of Soviet civilization is the sense that the world is ours to seize,
This
understand,
could be
and
the
make
rock from
over.
the story. I'm on
This
the
is
right
because,
path.
according to Strong, ownership brings
a big
freedom
rock.
in planning, clearness of goal, harmony of intellect, and will in expanding life. Joint ownership brings
Russian. That's a lot of
comradeship,
Russian.
reinforcing freedom, and a new widened will to conquer space and time. In a socialist
Onwards.
system, the people, the masses, are also able to function as a single unit working towards a unified
under
collective
the tree,
goal, which, you guessed it,
overlooking the valley.
incentivizes
This must be where
cooperation.
Kuba,
It makes
Matthias's
people
brother, is
cooperate
buried.
more and means that
Together
large-scale
with the
changes
silver
for
Time to
better
dig
can
up
be
a
made way more easily and way faster. Unlike under capitalism, where a bunch of different
Henry
capitalists develop
does
whatever
not
they
know that
have
pure.
power over in whatever way
That
they
is indeed a
personally
body, and
think
that
will
is
be
a
good for
thing.
their bottom
Broken rock
line,
chest,
and
gemstone,
compete
silver
against
ring,
each other while
broken axe.
constantly
Ooh.
looking to expand into new
heaven.
markets. And that's
This
resulted
really
in
is
all
the
sorts of
axe.
terrible things like
Wonder we can
imperialism and
fix it.
colonialism and
The earth haven't treated it well.
neocolonialism. Because of this unity
I
that
can fix
Soviet
it.
people felt as a result of their collective ownership over their
Hopefully we won't be
workplaces, their
smitten.
country, and
Won't
society,
be
you
smoked
can find a lot of
by
older folks
possessing
from the
it.
former Soviet Union who say that they miss the USSR because the vibes were just way better back then. People were kinder. They had everything they
True.
needed. They could do all sorts of fun activities for basically free. They felt a sense of pride in being a part of something larger than themselves. And everyone was equal.
Ну, было все доступно.
Well, everything
Зарплаты,
was affordable. We had salaries,
состояние,
wealth.
эгалите, почти равенство.
Уверена, в завтрашнем дне. И главное, гордость за жизнь прекрасную.
Yeah, show this to like Slavic people who are like, oh yeah, no, we hated the Soviet Union.
Спорт был доступнее. Ну да, товары это все это было хуже. Было веселее. Ребята, было веселее. А что стало хуже?
Wait, did we link this video properly? I keep forgetting.
Порядочности, сердечности.
Конечно.
If you don't remember to watch the video on the side to
бесплатному
support
образованию, по
revolutionary thought.
душевности человеческой. По людским взаимоотношениям. Были общие застолья, это было обязательным. Приходить, поздравлять.
Got
И
together,
самое главное,
congratulate the host,
петь.
and most importantly,
Я
sang to
скучаю по
the the songs of the
песням
Soviet
советского
period.
периода.
That's actually something we do in my organization. We sing a lot together.
Не то что беззаботная.
Kind of feel people are different, kinda.
Все одноправные, богатые,
There were no
бедные.
rich or
В
poor.
Советском Союзе мы
In the USSR, we worked.
работали для
Our
страны.
country.
Нас хороший,
The governance was good,
единый был.
and it was united. Isn't it better now?
Не лучше? Есть
We have
всё,
everything
что
we want.
хочешь. Мы
We were like people. Look at each other. We were like people. The rich or the poor weren't divided. We lived having
And when
fun.
people talk about the bad stuff in the Soviet Union, it's always like, we didn't have enough stuff, and we couldn't go on vacation
It
outside the
genuinely
country,
like
and we had
makes me sad seeing that. Oh man. And as we know that the pedophile elite of the West was having a field time doing human trafficking as soon as the Soviet Union was illegally ended. All the orphanages were suddenly told to fend for themselves with no more government funding. And yeah, we know what happened.
to wait in line to buy things, which honestly, like,
Fucking
sure that
horrific.
sucks, but that's not like that big of a deal, you know? Like, I know so many people in the Russian and Ukrainian diaspora because I am part of that, and the majority of them are pretty anti-Soviet by default because you can't immigrate to this country, to the US, as a communist, and those are like unanimously their complaints.
Whoa,
It's really funny,
whoa.
actually. Like, damn, you just want blue jeans and rock and roll and a vacation to Western Europe and didn't care at all about equality and peace and building a better world? Okay, I see why you're in the US. But if those were your biggest problems, then you got it pretty
That's
good, you
a lot
know?
of carrots.
Anyway, enough diaspora roasting. Back to human nature. The
Crayfish.
Soviet Union, despite the fact that it's no longer around, and despite the
lot
fact
of
that it had many contradictions, showed us that you can indeed change human nature for the better. It proved the Marxist point that if you change the economic base from private to collective ownership, you change social consciousness along with it. You can create a populace that is kinder, more cooperative, and more trusting of each other if you simply structure society around people's best impulses instead of their worst impulses.
I especially like Revolutionary Thoughts videos, because a lot of what she says is something I often, not always, but sometimes have already, like, realized. And this, like, sort of reinforces that belief I have in that we can make the world better. Like this one, like the things she just mentioned, like how people are a result of their environment, people are products of their environment. If you set up things so, like, so they want to help each other, that they understand that it's communally owned, etc., then they will like that. They will want to help that a lot more.
The current system we live under in the West incentivizes you to either seek to dominate others via exploitation and violence, or to keep your head down and obey in hopes that you'll maintain some semblance of safety and stability. It basically feels like your only two options are being under the boot and obeying it to not get crushed, or becoming the boot. But again, this is not human nature. Even though not acting is incentivized, it's not safer to not act. My friend Lady Izdahar made an excellent video that you should definitely watch about this very point.
Fear is a weapon on the capitalism. Ooh.
She talks about how fear is political and how relative comfort under capitalism makes people afraid to resist out of fear that the system will discipline them and take away their access to necessities like housing and healthcare. But even though that's what's incentivized by the system, and this leads many people to being defeatist before even trying to change things for the better, doing nothing is not safer than resisting. In fact, the only way that the working class has ever gotten concessions from the ruling class in this country is through resistance. If you feel hopeless and like nothing can be done, that's exactly what the system wants you to think. That's not your human nature, and neither is whatever other capitalist conditioning you may have. Obviously, the best way to change human nature is to change the economic base, but even under capitalism, who you are is not set in stone or 100% determined solely by the economic base. You are also constantly changing, and you are not doomed to be the worst version of yourself or to just accept the horrors lying down just because of the system we live under. You can develop your revolutionary consciousness through study, struggle, and organization, and you can resist the constant onslaught of capitalist conditioning, which also takes struggle because it's everywhere. Capitalism's always trying to condition you. The extremely doomer-pilled claim that capitalism is human nature and you can't change human nature is completely false and contradicts history. And you don't actually have to choose between going with or against human nature. The powers that be know this, which is why they spend billions on propaganda to get you to believe that human nature is set in stone, and that because of that, socialism is impossible to achieve. But as I just outlined, that's absolutely not true. The question isn't really what human nature actually is, because, as we just discussed, it's a dialectical struggle of opposites. The question is also not whether we can shape human nature, because obviously we can. The real question is, what kind of humans do we want our system to create? Do we want to keep living under a system that incentivizes competitive individualism and consumerism? Or do we want a system that creates humans who value care, cooperation, and solidarity, and who understand that we are all connected? If you want the latter, you're gonna have to go do something about it. Thanks for watching! This video was made possible by my amazing patrons on Patreon. If you like my videos, consider joining this fun community for early access to ad-free, uncensored videos, bi-monthly exclusive patrons-only videos that you can help pick the topics of, or ask questions for if it's a Q&A, and the ability to yap with a group of insightful, like-minded people. You can also send me a one-time tip on Ko-fi or PayPal, and like the topics of, or uncensored video. If you like my videos, consider joining this fun community for early access to ad-free, uncensored videos, bi-monthly exclusive patrons-only videos that you can help pick the topics of, or ask questions for if it's a Q&A, and the ability to yap with a group of insightful, like-minded people. You can also send me a one-time tip on Ko-fi or PayPal. And remember to like and subscribe and share this video with anyone you think would like it. It really helps support the channel. If you've gotten this far, leave me your favorite weather-themed emoji. Because if there's one thing we can say about human nature, other than the fact that it's a dialectical struggle of opposites that arises from our material conditions, it's that people love talking about the weather. How's the weather where you're at? It's been pretty nice here, actually. I do have to have the heater on, though, for the first time that I've ever lived here, which is good, I guess.
Yeah, it's cold here as well. Compass kit. There we go. And let us deposit these things. Okay, right. Let us watch the Lady Istihar video that she mentioned. Those who wish to divide, forming communism. Fear is a capitalist. Fear is a weapon on capitalism.
Right now,
yes.
People keep asking, why don't Americans go on strike?
And we'll take this and link it here. Be sure to check out Lady Istihar, everyone. Check out her channel, play the video in the background, like with all the other videos we are supporting, that we're watching, etc. Especially Lady Istihar, I'm a big fan. I think she's very cool.
And even more Americans
So
keep giving common excuses.
She used to like start all her videos with the Assalamu alaikum, comrades. I do miss that.
Fear. Fear of losing housing, healthcare, a job. Fear of losing the little stability they think that they still have. But the question that no one is asking is, who taught us that not acting was safe? While fear isn't irrational, it is political. Under capitalism, survival is individualized. Housing is private, healthcare is tied to employment, food and safety are commodified, so risk feels personal instead of collective. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. When people are forced to survive alone, they begin to think alone, which is absolutely not human nature, but rather a system producing obedience. This is why some of the most defeatist arguments come from people who still think they have something to lose. Lenin identified this contradiction. He wrote that layers of relative comfort inside capitalism often produce hesitation rather than resistance, because the insecurity is masked. This is a hostage psychology. This is also something that Marxists call silent compulsion or mute compulsion. Workers not held in place primarily by force, but by contradictions that punish resistance automatically. When you lose your job, your healthcare, your housing, the system disciplines you without needing soldiers on the street. And this is exactly what makes people say this will never work before it even begins. But history contradicts defeatism. This is where this sort of American amnesia becomes dangerous. Let's talk about Seattle, the city that I live in. You may notice this poster behind me at times, commemorating the Seattle General Strike in 1919, the very first general strike in the United States, where over 60,000 workers shut down the entire city. Transportation and businesses stopped. Workers organized food distribution and essential services. There were no modern labor protections, no unemployment insurance, and a real threat of military intervention. They knew this and they did it anyways. And the only reason it ended was because leadership lacked consensus on how far to escalate it when the National Guard was sent in. In retrospect, Anna Louise Strong said this, "Please pay attention, we must learn from this." As soon as one of these workers was put on a responsible committee, he also wished to stop before there was riot and blood. The general strike put into our hands the organized life of the city, all except the guns. We could last only until they started shooting. We were one gigantic bluff. The workers had the power, but many were not yet prepared to use it fully. We learned from this, we do better next time. We also ignore that strikes built modern America. Almost every protection working people still have in the United States exists because workers did strike. These gains were not gifts from the states, but concessions extracted under threat. Our threat. And then globally, workers have not just improved conditions, but reshaped entire governments. All organized responses to unbearable conditions. And across that history, workers have mobilized under conditions worse than those we face now. No protections, no guarantees, constant open violence. They weren't striking because it was safe to do so, because there was a backup plan, something to fall on. They struck because doing nothing already killed them. It got them where they are. We can't let fear have the authority. Are we going to let them get that far? That's what we're doing by sitting back and saying, oh, we could never do it. It'll never happen. I might lose my job. You'll lose your job when they kill you anyways. What we're living with today is alienation, loss of third spaces, collapse of unions, erasure of that working class history, and an ideology that tells us survival is personal responsibility. Antonio Gramsci gave us the clearest framework for this moment. Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Revolutionary optimism is not pretending that things are easy. It's recognizing that keeping what little crumbs we have under these conditions guarantees our loss. We are already losing what we're afraid to lose. And right now, I'm speaking mostly to the privileged who are only just now realizing they could lose something. Many before you didn't have anything to begin with. So are we going to lose the crumbs we have quietly or together? With intention, with memory of the past, with solidarity with one another? We need to transform our conditions and become something greater. We deserve better. Don't give up. Don't give in to nihilism and defeat.
I learned that one of my father's cousins was a famous communist, who, like a famous Maoist, who like literally went out to like murk people. It's pretty cool. Rest in peace, Uncle Siraj. Siraj. Would have been cool to meet you. Right. We will turn off this for now and just focus on the story.
Isn't fascinating?
Let's see
you
what they'll
really
do.
got it. Give me that lovely thing so I can fondle her.
Okay,
Such
I
a
regret
noble
this.
instrument is just begging to celebrate art and life. It's
They're
like
gonna
it's
be
saying,
playing it badly.
"Hey, with me in your hands, you'll be able to grab any wench you want." How
No,
can you
no.
take such a fine thing and abuse it for vulgar gain? Abuse? No, friend. Put to good use.
Play me something.
Come on, play me something, will you?
Give me a moment. I just have to hold it like this, and... What's that you up there? Hey, let me see. How the hell do you...
He's gonna break it.
Ah. Oh, and has tiny tits.
Oh no.
Like a pair of cherry pits. Uh-oh. Christ!
Did he just break it?
The idiot broke the strings!
Oh no. You idiot.
What are you doing, you idiot? Do you know what I had to do to get that loot?
I'm sorry, but... mate, I best be off now, eh?
Okay, at least he's
Shit! You fucking whoreson! Your ma should have dumped you on the manure heap the moment you were born. What's gonna happen with that loot? Use it for firewood. It'll burn nicely with that lacquer.
First love.
Henry, sick him!
You what?
I mean, give him what for?
Henry sick him? No,
Hey,
we're
why
not
don't we
gonna
all
do
just
that.
simmer down? After all,
He's just a
it was an
drunk
accident.
idiot.
Yeah, of course it was an accident. I was just... I wanted to give it a stroke.
There you go. Now apologise nicely and clear off.
All right. Good day. I'm sorry.
He's sorry.
Sorry. Forget me.
We will forget you.
Forgive me.
We will hopefully also
Forget it.
forgive you. Goodbye.
Now what are we supposed to do? Without strings, it's just firewood, you know? Our dreams are shattered. The rose-tinted skies of glory are obscured by dark clouds. We'll be toiling in filth till we breathe our last. Farewell to Kuttenberg. Farewell to you lovely
These guys are very dramatic.
damsels.
How do they even have money?
We could replace those strings with new ones, couldn't we?
Look, old pal. Henry himself is offering to lend a hand. The hunter Vostatek told me once that he made some strings for someone. He can make some for us.
Vostatek? I know him. In fact, he owes me.
Really? Damn. Too bad he doesn't owe us. Who knows what he'll charge me and Michael for the strings? Sometimes the price is just too high to pay. Especially when you ain't got a groschen to your name.
Yeah, how are they drinking it away all the way when they're doing it? I'll go and ask him then.
All right.
Useless bastards.
I'll go and see what he says.
All praise and glory to you. May you and all your kin be honored for 7 generations for all you have done for us unfortunate artists.
Alright. I didn't give a marry. Can we trade anything? Cooked. Crate. crayfish, cooked cabbage. Sell some of this other stuff. Smoked sausages. Smoked trout. What else can we sell? Yeah, probably the spear and Trosquid. Yeah, this Trosquid spear and the 2 beer. We don't need that. What was it? A cooked onion. And buy some weak savior schnapps.
I'd like to do some.
Excellent. Great trade deal.
Good day to you.
Don't be a coward.
We can't wash ourselves anymore. We need to go to the bloody... this place.
Greetings.
We need some bathhouse services.
And what?
Do we want to go with the full service? Sure, why not?
I'd like to get...
My girl.
Why, really?
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'll gladly pay.
Excellent.
Pay... Okay, is it 3 hours? Okay, maybe we should have just done one of the lower ones. Okay, chill, Henry. 3 hours? Bloody hell.
Don't try that again. I've no need for stuff like that. Oof. I'd rather wash mine as clothes than this.
What happened? Henry, what did you do? Right, we need to... Yes, return. There we go. Where are armor? Where are we off to? Probably Tarkov. Yeah, we're off to Tarkov. You what?
Good.
Ambush. Stop and get involved. Okay, where are we going?
You silly doggy.
Oh, there's a huntsman. Oh shit. We need better arrow. Let's go with... Do we want the arrow?
Stop! I'll run my blade into your gut. I want everything you got, right now.
But I have nothing to give.
This instant, I say.
But
it's a trap! Stop! You fucker!
Somebody, please! Ah!
No! Bastard.
Fortune is on my side!
Damn. R.I.P. that dude.
Be with you.
I'll be with you as well, dude. Damn it.
Get out of my sight!
I'd hope we'd be able to, like, save that guy, but I guess not. Oh well.
Get out of here!
Unfortunate. Saxon Halberg. We'll take it. We get out of here. We killed these bandits and we will loot them now. Tis our...
Why am I wasting my time with you?
What is your problem? Go away. R.I.P. villager. Did he have anything good on him? It's not enough that I actually want to bother looting him. Don't really have a need to. We'll look, mushrooms. How pleasant. Bastards.
Quick!
Wait, where's this going? Okay, this leads to charcoal. Nice.
Quick!
It's a very pretty game. We'll try for a little bit. Nice.
Ja! Quick!
Let's craft that axe. This is something good.
Whoa!
Ooh, honey. Okay, Bradavan. What's new around
What's
here?
new? I don't know about. It's all been.
Okay. Where is our thingy? Let's see, journal. What does it say about the axe? Axe relate. Take a lot of work within a little darkness but other ways. Okay, I guess we just have to go to the blacksmith. Let's see. Adorned axe. Okay, that's it. Who has the legend of the two vodkas was lost for many years, but Henry's found her restored it to its former glory. Hell yeah. And it's weaker than the executioner's axe that we have. Or can craft. Oh well. Might as well craft it. Oh right. I need to do this. Wait until it's glowing nearly white. Just a little bit more. There we go. Before it starts burning.
Pissing down rain again.
Well, I'm about halfway done.
Let's see if we can fix it before the heat goes out.
This is almost done.
Come on. Just before it loses heat. There we go.
Looks
Perfect.
finished.
Quench and finish. Just a moment, gonna check something. Right, continuing. Special experience, there you go, look. Hot mix, nice. And let's see. Player skills, craftsmanship. We don't really unlock the hardened steel one, right? Oh, there was like some other Martin's secret. Yeah, 4th weapons of the 4th quality. Nice. Let's see, totally legit. There are maintenance, repairs, craftsman, cheaper. Let's go with totally legit, because then we can more soon, more swiftly put some on your weapons. Right, just need 2.
All done.
Nice. We might keep this axe on us just because it looks cool. No, it's not that good, of course.
Oh, yeah.
What's the matter?
You silly doggy. Look what I have for you.
Seed earthworms. Alright, sure. Have an earthworm. Enjoy.
Ave Maria.
Where do we want to go? Beehives. North. Supposedly there's like a village up here. Belongs to that dude. Are there any quests nearby? There are. Don't know who wants to do them right now. What's this? Wait a few days to collect the reward from Janet. New quest. We could go down there and punch some people. Okay, let's just begin going south.
Good.
Okay, let's go south and see what the realm holds for us.
Ka! Ka! Ka!
Oh shit.
Whoa.
What is that? It's a rabbit. Wait. Wait, look.
Nice.
That's beautiful.
Peaceful.
Some place to launder our clothes. What is that? Cheap wine.
Go!
Switch with the stealth clothes.
Quick! Quick! Yeah. Go! Go!
Onwards, southwards, we need to proper arrows as well. There we go. What's this? Way to make up Scala. Okay, let's wear nice clothes and greet this man.
God be with you, good man. I see you're a fellow traveler. Want to warm your bones a bit?
God be with you.
Sure, why not? I said...
God be with you, Sir Knight. I'm Henry, and I serve the Lord of Lipa.
And which one might that be? You see, I know several of them. It's an old and respected house.
Well, my lord resides in Ratai, on Sasau.
Him I don't know, but I rode with the old Captain Chenyak of Lipa when Emperor Charles was still with us.
Forgive me, sir, but that's before my time.
Well, of course. Half a century has passed since those glorious battles against the Hungarian troops. And all I'm left with today is debts.
You have debts?
You have debts? Why? Because of the war?
On the contrary, when my neighbor Deslav was on his deathbed, he begged me to deliver his inheritance to his nephew. But that troublemaker is all fighting in Poland somewhere.
A will is a sacred affair. But are you really going to go all the way to Poland?
Certainly not. I'll leave the money in the hands of a monastery and be done with it. Problem is, I incurred a bloody fine on the way and had to pay it out of the inheritance.
Okay.
So you fought for Emperor Charles, the father of our King Wenceslas?
Indeed I did. My boy, he was a pious and clever king, and as cunning as the devil.
So you stand with Wenceslas too?
Always. The apple has fallen far from the tree. Young Wenceslas is just a foppish coxcomb. Well, safe to say, it's all going to the bloody dogs.
Just like the weather. Fancy a game of dice?
Sir, fancy a game of dice?
Gladly. I might just get lucky at last. What game would you like?
Without a badge and masters.
Masters, let's play.
Let's see if we'll increase his stats or reduce them.
I'm seriously curious about you, lad.
Man, his voice has changed to default, of course. Can't have everything. It's a decent start.
That's as far as I go.
I'm not the only one with a decent start. 1, 2, 3, 4, but not the thing we want. So I'll continue, let's see if we can get something better. See if 6 and 1. Try that again.
Now. I want to play too, you know?
Right, last chance for this to be good.
You're going to lose everything.
This would be good. Oh, no, bust. Ah, bloody hand. 2. Okay.
My God, I'm done.
Okay, gotta get 2. 4. Still nothing good. Let's go with let's hold this and see if we get us anything good. 4. Still nothing good.
You're not afraid of anything.
It's a bust, is there 1 in there? Oh, dang. Yeah, I really don't like the loot dice. We're going to get rid of them. At least not use them anymore.
What? Oh, come on!
My turn. Let's see if we get anything good. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, and let's go and pass this. Screw it, why not? We'll probably also raid out after this dice game.
Finished.
Please stay around for the raid. 4, 6, 6, 4. Dang it. The Ludai are very, very disappointing. Ooh, devil set. Okay, there we go. Let's go and pass. Okay, let's see. While we're playing, whomst to raid? Whomst would be good to raid? Why is this turn still ongoing? Oh, there we go. Oof. It's a little bit scary. 5, 2, 1, 2. So. These dice so bad. Alright. Just go and continue. See if it gets any better. Oh, there we go, we won. Nice. Yeah, the dozer die comes in handy. Very
you
nice.
must have a lucky horseshoe up your ass. Next time I'll be more careful around.
Oh, language, chill, man. Inquire. Oh.
Oh, farewell.
Courage.
First of all, good man. These soldiers. Trader, trader. Interesting. Oh, is it this caravan maybe? Yeah, that would make sense. A shame we can't do a Grand Theft Auto style thing here.
Huh? Hans! Hans! It's me!
Oh no, not this guy. Hello. Talk.
You still owe me for the stuff from Germany.
Look, friend, you have me confused with someone else. My name's not Hans.
If you're broke, just say so and stop trying to wriggle out of it.
You're Joachim, aren't you? We've met before.
I knew it, see? You do remember.
But my name's not Hans. It's Henry.
Why play around like this when we know each other so well?
This guy's special. How much does Hans owe you?
How much does this Hans owe you?
Look, you owe me for the stuff I sent with you. You claimed you'd sell it for twice the price. You can keep half of it, but half is mine. That was the deal.
Okay, show me what you got.
Just...
Ooh. These are better than what we currently have. So we'll take those. Savior stuff. Can we sell to this guy? We're not gonna sell the Adorned Hammer. Is there anything else we can sell? Elko for 3 groschen, that's it. It's pitiful. Maybe this plain laminate sleeve. Yeah, we'll sell that. Noble kilted hose, yeah, why not? Don't need it. And we'll sell this cheap wine as well. else we want to sell? No, not really. Maybe the River Pearl necklace. Yeah, let's do that as well. You know, haggle? Haggling is not possible. Okay, fine. We'll close the deal. Okay, I didn't mean to like that. I want to finish interacting with that guy.
Our Father, who art in heaven.
Okay, we can do that afterwards, Henry. We first need to settle that debt. Or the guy leaves forever. Yeah, looks quite nice.
What can I do for you, friend?
I'll settle that debt for you.
I could tell right away. You were an upstanding fellow.
Here you go.
Thank you kindly. At least I can stock up again now.
You're welcome. And I'm not Hans.
I have to go.
Farewell, Hans.
Let's not be too aggressive. The guy is clearly has some issues. Let him waste the 100 Russian somewhere. Alright, do the praying thingy, and then we'll raid off against someone.
I believe in God,
a bit tired,
the Father Almighty,
need some sleep.
Creator of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, His only Son, our Lord.
Yeah, while it does this, we're gonna check what oops to raid. Stream manager. Very cool, very neat. Oh, neat. Negative Ghost Rider is on. Maybe we'll raid them. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. And they're playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, which is a pretty cool game. So, let us raid them. Thank you everyone for watching. We shall now initiate the raid. Start raid. Alright, so 10 seconds. Everyone, prepare to raid. Prepare to raid everyone. And go. Take care everyone. Salam.